Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go racing for Junior Max. The full 36 driver field is out onto the racetrack, and well, we're going to take a look at the starting lineup of how they will set themselves. Round in that final corner, you'll have Cole Medeiros in the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He'll be on the inside of that front row. Alongside him will be Edward Kennedy as they bring the outlap to a close. Henry Beaudet and Alexander Searle did a great job setting the tone here for the day, Simon. Great to have you back in the booth to join me here to give Henry and Alex a moment to catch their breath and voices. And while you were not here last weekend, Junior Max had just as much chaos, maybe not as much that made the headlines as Senior did, but this class was very, very racy, and it's a shakeup at the front of the field as well. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch how they split out. The only thing that anyone, would take away from last weekend's racing to go, well, this driver might have an edge or this driver might have an edge, would be the kid starting in third. Ryan Gandor dominated on the opening day. The second day was a little bit sketchier, but he was super, super fast. Riley Cranham as well, quick, but one of the drivers involved in the chaos as we go further back down the grid here, Simon.
Xander, always a pleasure to be back here on our cool morning here in Orlando. I hear the weather's a little bit better than it was last weekend, so we'll take you through the rest of the grid real quick. Moving back to row number 3, Davin Roberts in the 215 machine on the inside, side by side with Hamish Campbell in P6. Row number 4 is Alexis Bayerjan and Martin Saw. Julian Rivera and Remy Guzman make up row number 5. That'll be your top 10 starters as they're working through the final couple of corners. Take us through the rest, Xander.
Leo De Silva roll from 11th, although not displayed on screen there. He'll be joined by Maddox Ruiz, Walcott, Porter, Alexander Savage. Complete the top 15. Nate Dogg, Nathan Dupuis will also roll from inside the front. Savage a little further back with the way that Saturday's qualifying shook out. A quick look further down the rest of the grid of the total 31 that have returned from weekend number 1, along with a couple of new faces. But for the most part, it's a lot of familiarity from 6 days ago, and it's just a little bit different on that front row. We're getting set to go green for their pre-final. It is a quick one. 10 laps the distance for Junior Max. Once again on the inside in the white and purple REM Cosmic colors, Cole Medeiros leads us to green as we get underway. And look at Ryan Gandor, had a nose down low, got shoved ahead, and we got a couple stacked up in turn number 1. And I believe the first one spun is the Brit Riley Cranham. That Prime Power Team Beryl Art from 5th is around, and he's got about 5 of them stacked up there as they head to turn 6.
6 cars getting stuck there in turn number 1. Make that 7 as the racing action will continue at the front. That was an excellent start for Ryan Gandor, making his way up from P3, nabbing that inside line into turn number 1. 3 wide on the opening lap of our first pre-final of the day as our Junior Max field gets set and rolling down the back straight. A nice comfortable lead out front, followed by some action behind there for 4th, 5th, 6th on track. They are already fighting and dicing here, Xander.
Quite a bit. We got more turned around. That's 2. Top of the screen, one of the REM Cosmics, one of the RPG Cosmics as well. Big move to the inside. I think that might have been Hamish Campbell in the 232, and it was the Aussie with an aggressive send that ended up getting crossed over, but he'll still slot out okay. Lap 1 complete. Working our way through lap 2. There's a look at Nate Dogg. Nathan Dupuis with a big charge forward here to kick off his pre-final. Ahead of him, that's the 218. So it was not Riley Cranham. It was actually a different one of the Beryl Arts who was spun on that very first corner. We'll try and continue to keep tabs on who we did lose. And I do apologize to our friends across the pond, probably looking on and going, hey, our guy was all good. Riley, great start. Another move there from Edward Kennedy. That was that blue and red energy. He gets by. It was the 230, one of those Beryl Arts that was around, and I think that may have been, I don't believe that was Isaac. It was indeed Isaac Mount-Hewitt, the Midwestern hero who was fast last week, charging through after a bad quali, better quali. Rough start to his Saturday on weekend 2 here, Simon, as we put 2 in the books.
2 in the books, and things are starting to settle in. That nice move from Ryan Cranham will get him up into P3, and he's already checked out on the carts behind. You see now on your screen the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th developing as the top 3 start to settle into this race. It's a pretty even gap there between Gandor and Roberts for 1st and 2nd, and Cranham making his way up to the back of Davin Roberts' RPM machine as they work their way through the top 3 again, starting to check out on this field. It's a short pre-final, only 10 laps here to get things done. So these top 3 probably going to want to settle in line as we'll continue to follow this action. It's getting exciting back here. A defensive move down there into the hairpin. 4th, 5th, and 6th on back is where all the action on track is currently happening.
Yeah, leading that group now, Julian Rivera on the move in the HRT Motorsport X-Crew. He's trying to get away. This is Kennedy at the front of the group. And it looks like Medeiros, our pole man, back down to the 6th spot. It'll update when they hit the timing loop. The 2-1-2 across the line as well. Further back in that 7th position, That, of course, Arthur Cordero, the only one not showing on the left-hand side of your screen. Then Hamish Campbell, then Nathan Dupuis, about a half second away with Felipe Benito. A move from Medeiros will bring 2 by on Edward Kennedy, and they'll all fight for the low side. That's another spot gain for Nathan Dupuis. Let's look at the movers and shakers here, Simon. Up 5 for Julian Rivera, the rookie. Last year's standout in Mini-Max. Moving up the board, of course, backwards for some of your top starters. Your front row falling down the order, and up 5, now make it 6 for the Canadian Nathan Dupuis.
And this is a really good tell of who's got the cold tire pace early in these sessions. First pre-final of the day, temperatures still not all the way up where we expect them to be this afternoon. Drivers still getting settled into their equipment and settled into this race, but like you said, some early movers working their way up the field early on as the action continues to develop here on track. We have 5 laps in the books, now working lap number 6. Coming up shortly here as they'll work their way through turns 1 and 2. We've got our eyes on a nice little battle here for about 7th place on track. That looks like the 201 Edward Kennedy going fairly defensive, but up the inside, Nathan Dupuis making a confident move there in turn number 4.
That Soda USA by Velocity Racing Machine was fast last week. Had to go from last up into the mid-teens, and then in the main drove through the entire field all the way towards the lead. Now, the top 4 to 5 are still a little bit up the road, but with as much racing as we've been focused on for 5th here, fellas, we have not actually really lost touch. In fact, they've raced a little bit themselves. Riley Cranham this lap has gone to the lead, and the Prime Power Team driver, who I miscalled there off the start, was going backwards. He's gone nothing but forward. New leader.
That Burrell Art looking certainly hooked up here early. We saw that move early on in the early stages of making his way up into P3, and he's quickly taken that up to the leaders, got past both of them, and taken the early lead here in our first pre-final in Junior Max. A lot of cold tire pace. He's getting those tires up to temp as we're now over halfway into this race, and we're starting to see these drivers really feel out their machinery and see what they've got under them for the closing stages of this pre-final. And again, the top 4 still borderline nose to tail, the rest of the pack behind, but good action up here at the front, Xander.
Julian Rivera, great drive forward again for the HRT Motorsport camp, but I also want to give a little bit of love to the only driver in our lead pack that we haven't touched on yet, the man in 3rd, Davin Roberts and Ryan Perry Motorsport. They were struggling for a lot of yesterday, Simon. It was obviously a good quali effort that they turned their afternoon around, but when I caught up with his team owner, Ryan Perry, he said, dude, there's nothing more frustrating when you've got a driver that should be fighting at the front and they are half a second or a second off. They obviously have sorted out their massive issues, and they are right in the thick of it here with, again, a driver that has already stood as a part of Team USA sporting that blue, red, and white suit. Remind everyone that he's ready to go get a ticket to go do it again in Bahrain in December.
And it's always so tough to come off of a rough practice day where you're not confident in the pace, but to come out early out of the gates and know you're fighting in this front pack, certainly a good sign of confidence for that Ryan Perry Motorsport team. And look at this, we have 4 different manufacturers in the top 4, nose to tail, so good parity across our different manufacturers here in our Junior Max classes, and the drivers certainly displaying their skills here as we'll close lap number 7, start number 8, and look there, a move almost for the lead. Ryan Gandor is looking to the inside there at turn number 1. The RPG couldn't quite complete the move, but he's certainly making his presence known, and immediately Cranham on the defense and down the inside. And that will throw Gandor back a couple of spots, still fighting to retain that P2 position, but now Davin Roberts taking advantage. He's up to P2.
Yeah, that was a big move there that shook up that pack and has given the biggest lead we've seen in a moment. And there's another move that'll do the same. Gandor with a big send in turn 10 on Roberts. He'll defend down the backstretch, open up at the last second. Rivera will not go, and I believe, while earlier we were focused, Simon, take a look at that black and orange front bumper of the kid in 3rd. I don't know if that pushback bumper is deployed. It looks okay, but it's definitely hanging low as they head to 2 to go.
Everything seems cool to me from what I'm seeing on screen, but the action certainly heating up. And what is this doing? It's bringing more drivers into the fight. Nathan Dupuis steadily working his way up in that Sodi racing machine, almost nearing that front group, and this action to the front certainly helping his chances of improving his pre-final finishing positions. They'll still go for it. Big crash there.
Rivera around and into the wall as he made a move on Ryan Gandor. Gandor was tucking in line in one of the most awkward ways I think we've seen a spin out of turn 5. He kind of had the left rear maybe off, so he didn't have all four wheels touching the ground, and that allowed that back end to just get just an inch or two high enough for the front bumper to rake it.
Xander, this is the first pre-final of the day here in Junior Max. We're just trying to set the grids for later on, and these drivers already fighting like it's a main event.
Heartbreak for sure for the young man there. Look again, Dupuis, as you called it, continues to close. Nate Dogg on the move, nearly double-digit positions gain for the Sodi Velocity machine. 1 to go. Riley Cranham long gone up the road, but it's 10 spots up the board for Nathan Dupuis with a shot at 2 more and a chance to maybe start from the front row as Ryan Gandor blocks low here in turn 5. Davin gives some pressure there into the brake zone. Behind him, a frenzy for Edward Kennedy in 5th, but this fight for 2nd is where we'll keep the spotlight for now, Simon.
Dupuis looking for a move around the outside, not going to get it done, but certainly the pace there in that Sodi Racing machine. We'll see what he can do here on this final lap. A steady progress forward for Dupuis. He's worked his way up, but now he's in the midst of an all-out battle as we'll see a big defense from Gandor down to the bottom of the hairpin, all the way to the outside. Dupuis looking for the move. Drops the tire off the edge, and Gandor fighting for his life to hold off Davin Roberts. 1 corner to go. It'll be Cranham taking your pre-final victory, but the fight not done for the tail stage of the podium here in the pre-final. Gandor's going to hold on for P2.
What a move from Nathan. He was able to pick up the pieces there as Davin Roberts just misfired coming out of that corner. You can see he was putting the pressure on Ryan Gandor, gave him a couple of love taps going in, and I don't know if he was late to power, if the RPMs dropped, but that's one characteristic that we haven't touched on really. It feels like the whole 2-week stint is the non-linear power band of the Rotax Max packages. It really makes you pay for not rolling on the power when you do drop below a certain rev range. And I think that's what happened there to Davin Roberts. That motor bogged down completely out of the last turn.
And it's a great training tool, these Rotax engines we have here. It teaches you how to be smooth and deliberate on your power control, rolling the speed across the corner. And when we see all-out fights like this, it can get a bit tough to get off the bottom end and get into that power band. And we saw a lot of fighting there, a lot of dicing. If this is anything to go off of, we're in for a treat the rest of the day.
Well, if nothing else, folks, here, hopefully that is a sign of a lot of excitement headed your way. The number 1 plate, at least provisionally, will be going to, at least for the 1 plate, to go to Tech, to the 218 of Riley Cranham. A clean race for him. He escapes no penalties. All good for the Prime Power Team Bureau Art Machine. The rest of the field, well, there was a lot of action. There's probably going to be a few shakeups once the results are through race control and, of course, potential appeals. But that was just our start, folks. As you can see, bottom of the screen, Senior Max with knockout rounds as, again, the field split in half and only 36 get a ticket to the big show this afternoon. They're up next.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent. Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready. Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Well, welcome back into the booth here, Henry. We've got Senior Max Group A's pre-final here on deck. Once again, this class beyond capacity for the second consecutive weekend and for the third ever weekend that we've had a class beyond capacity for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. I think that's a great sign of hopeful continued growth into the years to come. We had it at opening weekend last year. We've had it at both weekends this year.
Yeah, 52 last weekend, 50 this weekend, I believe. Obviously, this is the original Grand Finals class. Senior Rotax is the original class that was the only division in the first ever Grand Finals all the way back in the year 2000 in Puerto Rico. 66 drivers that year, 394 now. And I've got to say, I love listening to you and Simon call that race. I actually watched it from the side, the spectator gantry there, watching it with Julian Rivera's parents, which is Mum is a bag of nerves and trying to film everything on her phone, even though it's on Kart Chaser. Dad is frantically looking at every single split time. Mechanic is trying to give Julian instructions. It's a great, it's a microcosm of the different emotions that every member of the karting family goes through. And it's good to sit and watch the dads, the mums, the mechanics. They all live and breathe every corner of every lap with their driver. Doesn't matter whether they're a micro driver or a master. The loved ones are here, if not in body and spirit, but it's a fascinating viewing.
Yeah, I'm sure the commentary there is probably not something we can have over the live airwaves.
No, I wouldn't have dad microphone or mum microphone or mechanic microphone. That would get you off air, faster than Usain Bolt and run the 100 meters. But there we go. Let's have a little look at this. It's a packed grid of senior Rotax drivers. Now, top 15 automatically go through. Let's see if anyone's... I don't think anyone would be on brand new tyres for, Saturday's pre-final. In fact, I would probably think that would be an error if they did. But there is the man that everyone is trying to beat, both in the championship and today. Number 355 car, Aiden Ingrata.
Let's go down to pit lane here as the karts roll off. Alexander Searle's got a little bit of intel for us as the first Senior Max pre-final comes to life. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I got a couple of things to throw at you guys here. So, got a chance to speak with, as we have a big pile up here down on pit exit. A couple of drivers have slapped the outside wall exiting the pit lane. That's caused a major traffic jam. Looks like an average Orlando highway, but back to what I want to talk to you guys about here. Talked with Caden McQueen and talked with Kai Hunter, two of the Brits that we'll see here on this Rotax senior field. McQueen and Hunter said the track feels a lot slower than it did yesterday. Naturally, right, because it's the morning and the tires aren't as new as they were yesterday, but it's quite a bit slower. You look at the Junior Max field, 9/10 off of what they did in qualifying. Pretty shocking stuff there. McQueen didn't have a great first weekend here in the Rotax class. Got a new power valve on Thursday practice. Feels like the kart rolls off a lot better. And for Kai Hunter, he said, listen, the track's slower and it's a little bit freer, but it's exactly how he likes it. He feels like it suits his driving style better. So for Xander and for Henry, I have a question for you guys. I mean, obviously when the track is freer and a little bit slower, how do you think it's going to play into effect in the racing right now?
Well, I can tell you one thing. One go-kart on screen right now will not be fast in either condition, Alex, and that's Salvador de la Vecchia, who was the one that just around the corner behind where you were stationed was the driver that went off the circuit and into the wall on the pit lane exit that AM Racing Expree destroyed. But when the track gets cooler, obviously, it's kind of more like a bell curve than anything else. You have, a at a certain point where it's way too cold, no grip at all. Then you start to get a little bit of grip and maybe not, as much too much heat into the track, and also coming into the engine as well with the air temperature. But the surface temperature at a certain point gets too hot, and then you get back to that slippery, or as the drivers like to call it, greasy feeling. So right now, we're probably past that point of the track being too cold. If anything, like you mentioned, maybe a little bit on the free side, or a little bit more of the oversteer effect, but not by much. And for guys like Kai Hunter, that favors the style of someone who's maybe a little bit more aggressive with their hands to build some heat in the tires and bring grip to the car themselves.
At the risk of sounding, being patriotic and not understating the fact that this should suit the British drivers, because,
well, yeah, because your weather sucks over there.
Yeah, exactly, because our weather is shocking, generally. We had summer last year. I enjoyed both days of it. It was lovely. But okay, so Salvador Dalla Vecchia is out of the race. He's ill, he's got the flu, and he has stacked it coming out of the pit lane. That young man he is desperate to go to the grand finals, and it's not going to happen for him again this year at this event. We'll see if he can qualify for some of the other ticket races around the world, but it's not happening this year because he's out of the race. And of course, you are watching on the screen, of course, drivers bang into each other at the exit of the pit lane. And we saw them in a 3-2-1 of Branson Gourdais, obviously just fixing his nose cone because, they bumped into each other, the bracket dropped, so we put it back on now. There is a rule that you're not allowed to reattach your nose cone, once the race begins. However, he wasn't actually on the racing track, he was still in the dummy grid.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to try and...
Yeah, he should be clear.
He should be fine, he should be absolutely fine. Here we go, though, it's time to go racing. Diego Ramos and Aiden Ingrata lead the field into turn number 1, and Ingrata gets squeezed. Now, watch how aggressive every other driver is with Aiden Ingrata, with maybe the exception of Lauren McGill, but Aiden's got the most to lose.
Off the racetrack for Kai Hunter. He just took an elbow right to the face, was side by side with what it looked like maybe Nicholas Fuca at the exit of turn 5. There's one driver as well, one of the Tony Karts, middle of the pack, that's got a massively destroyed front end. But here we are out of that final turn and down the back straightaway. Diego Ramos leads your field to Caden McQueen and then Ingrata. Anyone going to bail out and go for a move in turn 10? I don't think so. Olivier Bedard with a move to the inside. He'll bring one through, and looked like it might have been his fellow teammate Oliver Marac, but one lap down.
Well, yeah, as we come towards the end of lap number 1, Ramos from McQueen, from Ingrata, Goff in P4, then Paul Plochemin, Fuca, Hunter, Bedard, Marac, Boyadzis. Michael Boyadzis is on fire. He's having this is the best I've ever seen Michael Boyadzis drive, 100%. There goes Goff on McQueen, so Ingrata has already picked up P2. This is impressive from Aiden Ingrata. He knows he's got the target on his back. But do I run scared? Do I sort of tiptoe around everybody? So I don't want to get involved in it? So no. I'm going to just do what I did last weekend, go as fast as I possibly can, and yes, see where it all pans out, because every other driver will know, okay, if they put their nose in on Ingrata, and it's up to you, Aiden, you want to close the door, it's your ticket, you're going to lose, and that's driver psychology 101. Paul Plochemin, who was third as a junior in the grand finals, all the way back in 2010.
Now in Plochemin's place here, another talking point about driver mindset and mental state here, Henry, is when one driver is getting past, like Caden McQueen, kind of, I like to use the phrase of blood in the water, and the starts will go, because if the driver in front of you makes a pass, then when you get to that driver that he just completed the pass on, you're like, well, he passed him because there's something wrong. He's slow. I need to go, and so, it's a lot of momentum going forwards or backwards. Plochemin has a lot of forward momentum. He's made up spots. Caden McQueen needs to right his backward momentum right now. He needs to put a couple good corners together, and that's difficult because every pass puts you to the outside lane where the marbles are, where the track is dirty, and then is going to be, half a lap or so to clean those tires back off. So it's really tricky to fight it, and it looks like, unfortunately, he'll lose another one. Fuca clear and through and defended from that crossover that Caden attempted but didn't pull the trigger on.
Whatever the Energy Force team did to the setup of McQueen's kart has not worked because yet. But we're up to near the halfway point. So how much ground can Caden, if it's a tyre pressure thing, he's 3.5 seconds off the lead, and there is, he's down to 6th position. Even if the tyres come on now, is he going to drive up and pass these two? It's highly doubtful.
Now let's talk about these two here, Henry. You mentioned as well someone new maybe going to the Rotax Grand Finals. We know it will be a new champion at this point. Diego Ramos, a weekend to forget. It is there are no strings attached now, no outside pressures of a points battle for the Brazilian, as the relocation to Orlando has had him feeling like an American for a while, but he's an international ticket. He'll fly the Brazil flag if he gets a ticket to go, but it doesn't look like it's going to come from the Winter Trophy. A very rough opening weekend for PSL Karting's leading man in single speed. Has him out of the points fight, but a great qualifying put him on the pole, and it still looks great right now for Saturday. And it's probably the closest I think we've seen all weekend on equal footing, Henry, of anyone being able to have the outright pace of Aiden Ingrata, because the only time Ingrata's been a bit off is when he was off strategy.
Something maybe Diego's realised, look, I'm not going to defend my title. It's going to go to somewhere else this year. So to heck with it. Let's just go and have fun, and the pressure's off, and he's just driving, no fear, just free. And you see that happen a lot sometimes with drivers, and Diego is he's 13th in the points. So, it would take a lot of strange things to go on, but then again, last weekend when he was sitting in the last chance qualifier, he said there's strange things happening this weekend, and lo and behold, what happened in the final on Sunday? Something very strange, to the leaders. Who knows, but he was out there now to win and win and win. What does Ingrata do?
I think he pushes him here for a long time, Henry.
I think Aiden Ingrata does not attempt to make the pass. Sit there. Ramos is not a threat to you, Aiden, in the championship.
Now, Lewis Goff behind, right? The other thing that makes him a bit of a threat to Aiden is they've probably got a very similar setup from all aspects. You do have to adjust that, and I'm sure they do under the RPG 10 around the driver's posture, height, size, weight, and a bit of style.
Yep.
But, their teammates, they're going to be able to see everything in each other's playbook when it comes to the equipment. So in Aiden's case here, if all things are equal and your teammates are really good, as Lewis Goff is, as Kai Hunter is, that's not really the guy you want to be, racing at the end of the race, because you don't have an edge on him. But maybe he feels like that Diego, while being fast right now, might not have the edge over his RPG Cosmic in the final few laps, and that's a better, or in his case, potentially weaker opponent to go to battle with.
But Xander, you forget that one thing, the driver's arrogance, the driver's self-belief. Okay, we're on equal equipment. Do you know something? I bet.
Good point.
That's the other thing, is that, head-to-head fight, I bet you. And every single driver has got to believe they're the best driver in their awning. You've got to believe that if you especially at the experience at this level, Legault, Ingrata, Hunter, Goff, they will all believe they are the best, most talented, the fastest of the four of them. And that, hey, it could give us equal equipment, but I've got the edge in my ability.
A couple car lengths starting to open here now, Henry. Check this out. Looks like, the last lap, just inching a little bit away from Aiden Ingrata. He had the fastest lap of the session, but a half-tenth advantage to Ramos. And then kind of the gap's also stabilizing through the field. Really that whole top 10 kind of in lockstep right now as we had the 2 to go.
Yeah, and so with everyone at the front of the field driving, cool, calm and collected, because they know, hey, one mistake and I'm out of the top 15 and, I'm in the LCQ. We can go back to the battle for the final few transfer spots. There is number 358. That is Vega, Nicholas Vega, who is currently in 11th position, although probably a bit lower once that nose cone has gone through tech, or rather hasn't gone through tech. There is a very damaging pandemic bill on the 312. That's Sydney Cassell. Really quick, but has just not been able to keep her nose cone intact.
this is a great point here, Henry. These 6 drivers just a moment ago, 11, 12, 13, were long away from the transfer zone. Now, lap and a half to go, folks. Again, 15th is the cut line. The rest go to the LCQ to battle their way into the main. And while Vega would have been trying to maybe outrun a penalty, I don't know if he thinks he's got one coming or not, but if he assumes that he doesn't, he's trying to fight to make it in off pace, because if you knew you had a time penalty, you wouldn't back your field up like this. Now, a 5-second absolutely puts him in the LCQ.
Yeah, and so Ethan Thorne, the number 357, is running in 13th place. And the number 396, that is Dominic Karai on the other great speed kart, is 14th. Michael Boyadsis, number 399, is the driver on the bubble as things stand. But just behind Boyadis,
out for Liam Gray. He's out. Either way, we'll keep a tab on that bubble fight. We picked up the leaders for a moment just to update you. Diego Ramos still showing the way. This is a big slide. Santi Fernandez trying to defend from Oliver Marak. He'll lose a spot there. Here's that LCQ fight going crazy in the back hairpin. Boyadzis picks up a spot. Backwards going for Vega as the checkered flies. Ramos wins the pre-final. Here's the run to the line for the transfer, and it's going to be a toss-up of who gets it. Another diver from Vega, but I think it's outside the top 15. Who's going to get the last spot in?
What is it? Lemieux. Lemieux is
yes.
397. Frederic Lemieux. Boyadzis is in. William Boutillier, who qualified 5th in his group, but then was excluded, had to start from the back, is the first driver on the outside looking in. So he is going to be hoping that there's a couple of nose cone front fairing penalties from 11th place on back. Nicholas Vega is 17th. Aiden Shibashi also potentially looking to move up if there are a couple of nose cone penalties. But it's an anxious wait for Boutillier, Vega, Shibashi, and a few others as well. But generally, all the main contenders doing what they needed to do, sensible, calm, collected drive, tire saving as well.
Right, that's a great point, Henry. You know, they've this was something that Alex and you touched on a good bit throughout warm-up. You were keeping great tabs on and notes on in qualifying yesterday. Drivers are allotted 2 sets of tires over the course of the weekend. The first set you do right off the bat with qualifying to start on. After that, your second set you can deploy whenever you want. You can also redeploy that original primary set of tires at any point as well. And the winning strategy from what it appeared to be last weekend was drivers that went on their primary set through both qualifying efforts and then use that in both of the pre-finals, use that secondary alternate set for Saturday's main and Sunday's main. A few drivers that had a bad look going into the Saturday final said, you know what, I'm not going to be able to do anything on Saturday. I'll save that sticker set of tires for the Sunday pre-final or Sunday final. But I think, if anything, judging by how last weekend went, you've basically got a set of qualifying and pre-final tires for both days. You use the same set for all 4 of those sessions. Obviously, that Sunday pre-final, you're the weakest, but you're probably on the average the strongest over the course of those both of those mains. Now, what will Diego Ramos do? When will he deploy that second set? He's got at least time to think about it from the prettiest spot on the grid, P1 in the pre-final. Out.
Thanks, Xander. Diego, I mean, after some of the woes last week in terms of luck, how good does this feel to kind of, put last week behind you?
Yeah, like you said, last week didn't have much luck, but always with good speed. And this week, everything went out, and we show our speed again. We keep pushing. The main is to win the final.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. You used both sets in the qualifying yesterday, right? So, not knowing that you don't have a new set to kind of fall back on today or tomorrow, are you worried about anybody behind you?
No, I'm not worried. I think everyone in front did the same, and we just did 3 laps in quali. It's not going to change much. Last week I did that and works well. It was just no lucky.
Speaking to a couple of drivers this morning, McQueen and Hunter, they said, look, the track feels slow or it feels a little slicker. Is that what it felt like from you?
Yeah, I felt as well. It's normally here in Orlando the track changes a bit during the day. But we practice a lot in both conditions, and I think we are ready for the final.
Well, what do you have to change in your driving style to kind of adapt to this one?
Just need to drive a bit more calm when the track starts to get slippery. We cannot push like we push now in the morning. but we see how it goes.
Thanks, Diego.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex. Good to hear that. Well, maybe I'm wrong on the tire strategy, Henry, here, because they aren't putting a lot of laps in qualifying. Maybe it is better to go new in both.
Well, I mean, it remains to be seen. Who doesn't want? I mean, again, if it's hot again tomorrow, then if it's hotter, it is forecast. The temperature is forecast to go up tomorrow to roughly where it was yesterday afternoon when qualifying took place. Hey, I would always take a brand new set of bones before the final. Any either 2-lap tire, 3-lap tire. No, if they're brand new, still with the sheen on them, I'll take them any day. The drivers will, 3 laps is not much, but hey, it's something. It's something.
It could play a factor. You know, I think the main point is you're worried more about, and this varies, I think, tire to tire, the heat cycles, the number of times you heat that tire up and then let it cool back down. You know, that's the terminology that you hear from a lot of race team owners and mechanics and the like, is that it's not so much the matter of laps. Yes, you know, a 100-lap session is a lot worse than a 3-lap session, but you know, just the concept of heating them up and cooling them back off takes that new car feeling away a little bit. Now, the flip side of that is, you know, they always start with that kind of outer glossy coat that you've got to burn off at the same point. So when you do go new tires, sticker tires for a session, the first lap, sometimes the second lap, takes a second to kind of, you know, build up temp, build up pressure, and burn that off in the same vein. So you're at a little bit of a disadvantage there.
So why, Diego sort of answered his own question in a way. Why do we see drivers only doing 4 or 5 laps in a qualifying session when they have 8 minutes? Because everybody knows that the ultimate performance of a set of tyres is on laps 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is the fastest those tyres are ever going to be, you know. So if a brand new set of tyres, you know, that first 2 or 3 laps of a main event, hey, I'm on a new set of tyres, I can get ahead, and then, hey, I can defend. And then it's just,
Yeah, but key point again, lap 2, not lap 1 or not the out lap when those tires are good. The first, the out lap out of the pits and the first lap of the race, you've got to hang on. And then lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, that advantage will go. And based on the way it looked last weekend, well, that kind of advantage faded away over the course of the session by around lap 10 to lap 12. Now, a couple more updates from Alex letting us know in the pits. First, an issue for Caden McQueen, the issue at least that seemed to be diagnosed concerning the rear axle. Something there was really struggling, center of the corner, couldn't roll speed. That's why he was basically getting run over by a lot of the front contenders. He did a great job hanging on. Hopefully that problem's rectified for him. Now, in terms of rectifying an issue, well, Jensen Burnett's got the biggest issue, but at least the full laps in the day to do it. A DQ in qualifying for too much grease on the clutch has sent the REM Cosmic to the rear, and he starts not just at the back of the field, Henry, outside the transfer zone.
Yeah, but I mean, and this is going to be a really important race for, you know, Jensen, for, you know, him as a driver, as a person as well. You know, last week, we all know, didn't end well, but yeah, this is where he gets to show that he is one of Canada's brightest young talents, because I predict that he will come through the field like a hot knife through butter. I spoke to him at length yesterday. He said, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm happy, I'm chilled with everything. I just can't wait to get back up and win these things.
Well, that's the right mindset to have, and hopefully that cool, calm, collected, and a little bit excited headspace can bring him forward. He's got a lot of carts to pass. Let's start with the first row. Arnaud Sabourin on that, that Prime Power Team Bureau Lark was very fast in qualifying. It's a full Red Army front row with PSL's Timothy Pernod on his outside. Then it'll be Gianluca Savalio and Antoine Lemieux for an all-cosmic row number 2, Henry.
Yeah, Lucas Nanji completes a Canadian top 5 in P5, and then Mini Tutti, Chile's Xavier Suarez in 6th position. Ecuador's Brett King and Eduardo Barrichello are on row number 4. And Manuel Troncoso wasn't expecting to be in contention for the win last week, but he is now knows he has the capability, he has a package to do it. He starts alongside P2 of the championship, Laurent Legault. This is going to be a very nervous first few corners for Laurent Legault. He is in the hornet's nest. He's just seen Aiden Ingrata pick up second place points in his pre-final. So he's got to basically match or beat that to prevent Aiden extending the championship lead even further.
Further back from them, of course, Derek King and Aiden Lorenko from row 7. Damian Baez, Alexis Valancourt, row number 8. Vera Manning, Brandon Comerford, and Aiden Galway all start outside that cut line at 15. Damian Baez, final driver, starting on the inside of the transfer zone there in 15. Now, in talking about the front runners from that last pre-final, and I believe potentially this pre-final too, the only one that we know of the major contenders that has a new set of mojos to burn in the main, Henry, Mr. McQueen himself. The energy cart will not only hopefully be able to be fixed up for that final later today, that he will still start decently well in when things shake out, but he'll have brand new shoes to try and drive forward as well. And again, here's a look at the final few rows with the biggest drive forward that we'll have to witness all weekend, or what we expect to witness so far this weekend, and that's from 25th. Last place on the grid for Canada's Jensen Burnett, the rookie standout from last week there. Easy to pick out in that white, blue, and yellow RFM suit, and the REM purple and white colors.
And Burnett also kept a brand new set of tyres back. He went out on used rubber in his second qualifying session, so he has also got some fresh bones to go on at some point this weekend. Here we go then, through turns 1 and 2. It's a good clean start with Arnaud Samorin hanging on to top spot. Timothy Pernot getting muscle wide. That looks like Lucas Nanji making some good progress in the first of the HM propeller kart. Gianluca Savalio, he's going to be sort of acting as a rear gunner for Jensen Burnett if and when he gets there. Burnett needs more friends. He needs more friends up near the front, and Savalio is just that. There goes Gianluca, wheel to wheel with Lucas Nanji, P4, but yellow flags a bit further back.
Yeah, we got some problems up there, but I think they all continued at least. Stacked up.
And that is what Jensen Burnett didn't want to have happen. Kart spinning randomly in front of him while he's trying to negotiate his way through. Laurent Legault has lost 1 place, but he is there in P11, and Burnett already at 5 places to P20. So first lap has been negotiated safely, and now Jensen can work on picking people up one at a time. One after another, after another, after another. Can't lose momentum. You've got to pick them up and put them down.
Antoine Lemieux able to do that to Brett King on the back and forth of the AM Racing Expert. Actually, no, to the HR, yeah, indeed, the AM Expert there at King. Behind him, Suarez, Aiden Fox right there in the 8th spot. I mean, this lead pack, Henry, is close. A small gap forming from 3rd to 4th, but still, I mean, the whole top 10, all nose to tail again. Double podium from last weekend. Laurent Legault in 11th. I think he's maybe to 9th now here at the end of lap 2.
Yeah, he's just passed Fernando Troncoso in the number 362 Speed Concepts racing car. But it's not a surprise because Samorin and Pernod, they were top 10 contenders last week. They weren't leading any of the races, so maybe over 1 lap they nailed the setup. They had optimal track condition for 1 lap, but now they're going to try and do 10. And yeah, the people like, Brett King in number 370 having a good run. He's there in P6, maybe that P5 now, because he has gone past Antoine Lemieux. Tuki Suarez, whose older brother has just got engaged. So congratulations to Big Tuki, Gustavo Suarez. He is in Chile or Europe somewhere, obviously getting engaged.
Let's check in with Jensen Burnett here, folks. He's climbed his way to the 18th spot across the line. Still outside the cut line, but things will get racy here in enough time that'll back it up. That's Barrichello, Dudu Barrichello to the inside of Aiden Fox there that was on screen. So another pass backs the field towards that front bumper of the 327. Brandon Comerford, new colors for him this week. Last week was in the barrel art with PSL. This week over with Danilo Romalo's operation. The D2 Motors Cosmic, unfortunately, will lose a position to a fellow OTK and Burnett. But as Jensen says, hey, use your head. I'm fast. I promise you. I showed it last week. I'll show you right now. Just don't fight me. We'll get up to that spot if you can follow.
That's smart from Jensen Burnett. Jensen Burnett knows that Brandon is not an experienced go-karter. So he's just reminding him, listen, look, there's no motocross anymore, Brandon. Listen, just follow me. I know you might be quick, but don't even think about going back here. You know, smart from Burnett. He hasn't been doing that to every driver. You know, he's only doing it to the less experienced ones, just to sort of make sure, hey, I'm boss. And that's a sign of a great maturity. Yeah, Brandon Comerford may be 7 years old, but Jensen, hey, this is Jensen's manner. Here we go. This is a good little scrap developing because Pernod has started to extend his advantage. Nanji Savalio have got past Saborin. So Arno Saborin is down to P4 with Brett King, Antoine Anu, and Xavier Suarez and Laurent Legault not far behind. So Legault not making much progress.
Slow though. It's a slow build here from Laurent, and that's very typical of the style, that conservative driving headspace that we've kind of come to know from the Canadian. He's picked up a couple. It's not flashy, it's not crazy, but it's also not a crazy drop backwards as we see a move from Savalio. And this is where Laurent, keeping his head on square, has kept him in the points, because when they've gotten defensive or aggressive early, he stayed above it. He's not allowed himself to get drug into it, and it's kept him penalty-free to this point. Now, unfortunately, though, he's behind a lot of them. He's got a little gap to Barrichello, but can only stay conservative for so long when the drivers in front are fighting like this, and you've got pressure that'll begin to form from the rear bumper. As here's King, Nanji. Again, Saborin was able to hold them off, and around goes Lemieux.
And that was just took the curb a little bit there, and some great avoiding action from Suarez and Laurent Legault. You know, just...
I wonder if he tagged the barrier there, Henry. I mean, they've got the Scribner barriers on the inside to keep drivers from taking too much curbing, but again, you give a driver an inch, they'll try to take a mile, they'll go all the way to the limit, and then sometimes go over it if it's a performance advantage. The way that he spun anyway, it makes me think that.
Yeah, couldn't quite see if you know, there was the nose cone of the cart behind was resting on Antoine's rear bumper that caused a spin, or whether it was just a little bit too much curb. Now, Legault, however, he does need to try and pick up a couple of places, because let's not forget, at the end of this race, there are only 3 more point-scoring races in this championship. Today's main event, tomorrow's pre-final, and tomorrow's main event. And so you can't keep losing point. At some point, Legault is going to have to outrace, outscore Ingrata. You know, that is going to be what he's going to have to do it, and he's going to have to start doing it quickly, because not only is he going to lose out ground in this race as things stand, he's also going to be starting behind in the main event. So at some point, he has to try and start making moves, get on terms with your teammates.
2.5 laps remaining and less than that now. Updates on the field. Timothy Pernod still matching the pace of everyone further back, so that leading gap back to second has not closed in at all. It's Savalio, Saborin, Brett King looking at a best potential result for him. Let's check in on our transfer zone. Again, Antoine Lemieux all the way back to 23rd. He will not make it through to the main. Right now, last driver in, Aiden Lorenko, as Burnett's climbed his way to 14th. Maybe not as high as what he would have liked to get to for the 327, but he's in right now, safely in 14th and actually 13th, and looking for more.
And he is on older tyres than pretty much everybody else, because, yeah, he did use a new set of tyres for this race and used the same set in both qualifying sessions yesterday. But some good, solid, steady progress. This would be first aim achieved. Look, get into the main event. Let's not worry about LCQ, just get into the main event and save as much rubber as we can for when the big points are dished out.
That was another spot he was able to gain there, Henry. That was the 306 of Adriano Vera, so move him to 12th. don't know if he'll get another. He'll be close. Depends what happens on this final lap here, folks. 1 to go. Timothy Pernod continues to pull away. Now from Savali, we added 2/10 that time. Here's a look at Aiden Lorenko. Last driver in, has about 6/10 to Brandon Comerford, who followed Burnett forward, hasn't gotten all the way into the race quite yet, but as we can see, there's definitely some racing and some damage.
That 6/10 of a second will become no tenths of a second very quickly if the drivers directly in front of Lorenko can continue to battle and slow each other down. But no worries about slowing down for Timothy Pernod, who has got a couple of 1 second lead over his countryman Lucas Savalio and Arno Samorin. Ecuador's Brett King in fourth, then Lucas Nanji. Here we go, checkered flag comes out. A double senior Rotax final win for the red and white Biro ART Army. Pernod over Savalio, Samorin, King, Nanji, Suarez, Legault 7th.
And Comerford was not able to get there, but like you said, Henry, he was closing for a little while. It looked like Lorenko had a problem, but he put a great lap in to save himself and still provisionally transfer through to the main. So back from Legault, Eduardo Barrichello, a little bit better of a start to this week here for the PSL Biro Art, from kind of hovering the 20th to 18th overall position and around 10 in his group. So pre-finals, 8th there in that one. That was better for Dudes Barrichello. Again, Aiden Fox in and safely, but both himself and Laurent Legault losing significant points. Manuel Troncoso as well to Aiden Ingrata, who got that great P2 run to Ramos. So already the gap has widened in Senior Max and the hunt for the ticket.
Jensen Burnett, P11. Now, significant thing, I wonder if it's possible to look at the gap between the leader and Burnett at the end of lap number 1, when Burnett was 20th, and the gap at the end of the race. It was Jensen Burnett finished 6 seconds behind Timothy Pernod, starting last.
Yeah, he probably didn't give up all too much charging through the field. So scale line procedures officially underway. One more session, and then there's a short kind of halfway break in the pre-finals before the latter 3 roll with DD2. DD2 Masters, of course, combined. Max Masters in the 4th seed goes after that little intermission. Mini Max bats cleanup in the morning. Then Senior Max, after their LCQ in the afternoon, rolls to the final seed. So Micro Max is on deck. We'll see them on the other side of this break, and a word from our partners. And we'll, again, as Henry mentioned, try to break down some more from this pre-final. Lots of different storylines already beginning to form here with weekend number 2, or building on ones from weekend number 1 for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. So let's take a look back here, actually, from the Coastal Link official recap from that Senior Max pre-final. Beginning things off here right off the bat, Arnaud Saborin and Timothy Pernod, that all Red Army front row, led us down to turn number 1. And thankfully, unlike the first couple of starts we had, Henry, everyone survived the first few turns, albeit a little bit rocky through the chicane and a bit through turn number 5. But for the most part, we got that field through 6 and onwards.
Yes, and Saborin faded eventually, but he just was as tough as he could be for as long as he could be, but then didn't cost himself. You know, it's easy to start weaving, defending, and then someone will just wipe you out. But this, Burnett making progress up through the field.
And then this was Saborin going backwards there, Nanji going by, then Savalio, when he got to second, that's what opened up the gap to Pernod. And thankfully for Gianluca's case, while he did have to block for 1 or 2 corners, it kind of triggered what I imagine he might have been hoping for, the battle to begin behind him. And then right here, look at this moment, Antoine Lemieux, no barrier there at all. Xavier Suarez was right on his heels, and just the way that they were in air at different points, raked it up, spun him around. That may get the eye of the officials. We're not the only ones with cameras on the racetrack and lots of eyes on it, so there'll for sure be some intervention. But at least for the sake of our pre-final winner, it looks like we're all good. Alex, send it down to you.
Thanks, Xander. Timothy, solid run. I'd say it's kind of almost boring from the front row there and just kind of walking away, but it wasn't easy. It's never easy. So how would you kind of sum up that pre-final?
I mean, it was good. Dropped the place at the start, then got through Nanji and then past Arnaud. and then I just tried to push the hardest to get away from the pack, get away from the fighting, and get a clean race.
What's the approach, especially when you're leading and you can kind of maintain a gap, especially with the tire situations that's happening?
I mean, I'm just trying to look at the gap behind me. Like if the gap is like far, I'll manage more of my tires, push less. But if I see they're catching up, I'll start pushing a bit more, and then we'll of course use more of my tires.
How much of an effect do you think, I don't want to say cooler temps because we're in Florida, but it's a little bit cooler than yesterday, will kind of play effect into the way the tire progresses?
I think definitely we're using like less the tires because of the colder conditions, and we have a bit more grip. But when if it gets sunny and grippy, for sure we'll it's going to start to be greasy, and we'll use more of our tires.
Thank you, Timothy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Once again, Timothy Pernod completes, as Henry mentioned, an all-barrel art provisional front row for that 36-driver final. 30 of them have punched their ticket. 16th on back will be having to go to the LCQ, but thankfully, one driver who started outside raced his way forward. It was a great march up the board for Jensen Burnett, and there were a few others that had kind of some runs that took them forward in that Senior Max pre-final. He was not alone. I mean, Gianluca Savalio, he looked good, and I think in a longer race, he might have had something for Pernod, Henry, for a little bit up until maybe the last lap. He was matching him stride for stride, and I think he may have gotten to a point where he said, okay, I can kind of let off the brake now, maybe pull the parachutes a bit early to cool those tires back down.
Yeah, if I was Gianluca Savalio, however, I didn't race in this class last weekend. I'm here simply to help my teammates and take points off any potential title rival. So it was a bit surprising he didn't take the fight to Pernod, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, the person that needed no help, that did it all by himself in that race, was Jensen Burnett, who is now with Alex Searle.
Thanks, Henry. Jensen, I mean, I assume you probably used a little more tire there than you would have liked, but how did that race feel inside the cockpit?
I mean, we kind of got messed up on the start. Our line didn't get the best run, and a couple crashes prevented me from going up more than I could have. But yeah, we still have a set of tires for tomorrow, still have our set of new, went on the first and second quali set. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the result. I'm pretty sure we finished 11th from 28th. So I'm pretty pumped with that. It gives us a good start for the final, and yeah, I can make some good things happen.
Yeah, I think you and Caden McQueen might be the only of the front runners to still have a new set for tomorrow, so that's pretty good information for the field. You feel like even though you went purple in that session, you still have some tire left for the final?
Yeah, I feel like my pace on old tire is really good, considering that I was able to go on the first set of quali tires in the second quali and still get the pole. So I'm confident in my abilities to go on the old tires, and yeah, we're going to see what the final has to come.
Yeah, I mean, your pace looks good on older tires, and it showed last week as well, but you're able to get through kind of like the back marker side of the side of the field. Now in the final, we're going to be having to pass a lot more of the front runner guys. You think you got a piece for that?
Yeah, I think I still have a piece of that. As long as I get a good start and keep my head straight, then I think I can make something good happen.
All right, good luck, Jensen.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Xander and Henry.
Thank you, Alex. Jensen Burnett, Brandon Carr, Caden McQueen, some of the big names that we know of, at least with new tires.
Yeah, those are the three main contenders that I spotted yesterday. But, so stand by, ladies and gentlemen, because the Micro Max drivers are heading out.
Yeah, they are, indeed, already. Right off the rip, here we go. Youngest superstars on the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Micro Max onto the racetrack, and Henry and myself are ready to take you through that starting lineup. Kicking things off, first pole award for this young man, to my knowledge, on the U.S. national scene. Cam Becker and the MPG Orioli Kart Performance Combo entry will lead us to green, the only driver, I believe, under their camp that is in this division. Bernardo Goubert will join him on the outside of row one, and then two drivers that we talked a lot about along with Bernardo last week, Dutch Westbrook in the Bennick, Zane Burgess in the Velocity Sodi on row two.
Sunday's winner, Hudson Howard, goes from the inside of row number 3 alongside the number 1 plate, Dominic Vieira-Roa. Murilo Dominguez, always fast and spectacular, is on the inside of row number 4 alongside J.E. Francisco.
Going back to row number 5, let's complete your top 10. Zev Gottschalk on the inside, and the number 18 Bennett machine. Albert Farrow and the Dan Holland Racing. LN Kart will roll to the outside in 10th. Yusavati and Malex Pelletier will roll from row number 6.
Luca Minosi and Lincoln Lima, Grayson Kennefic and Jack Clem. Irishman Corey Lyons and Nolan Goulart. He's probably the only driver that's really out of position. He normally would be much further up in P18. Brody McDonald and Liam Estalis round out your top 20.
Moving back, then outside your top 20, again, you'll find the likes of Stalis, Leo Sabino, and Hank White, 22nd, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Apologies to the young man who will be starting in the 19th spot for just being clipped off the grid. That's Liam Compatiello, the number 48, Mike Doty Racing, and Team Ferris Racing Livery, Kart Republic. That'll roll from the inside of row number 10. So there's a look at your starting grid. We're getting ready to roll with the Micromax drivers here. 23 on deck for this weekend. All of them, of course, get to go through to the main. The only class that has that LCQ is Senior Max. And a slow form-up and an early form-up here for the front row. Cam Becker there, easy to pick out. He's got that chrome, red, blue Oriole Kart Performance livery. And the collaboration with them and MPG Motorsports co-owner Billy Vincent here this weekend. Last weekend, helping crew chief on the Meyer-Shank Racing Acura in the Daytona 24-hour. And of course, Billy enjoys every bit of go-karting, does a bit of that day job, sports car stuff, so he can do what he really wants to do. And that's me here at the kart track. And he's hanging out with Mr. Oriole himself and OKP. They've got Cam Becker dialed.
Yes, indeed. Cam had Race Liberante spannering for him last weekend. Leo Sabino is a newcomer this weekend for the Fox and Son team.
Hold on. I think we got a problem here. There's no Bernardo Goubert, Henry. I don't know what has gone wrong for the young Brazilian and where he is. But Becker's alone on that front row.
And they've been given the start. So Cam Becker may be also a bit confused. So we didn't see what happened. Was Goubert out there initially, and did he have a problem on the outlap, or did he miss the grid gate or something like that? Oh, there's Dominic Figueroa getting involved. There's someone going into turn number 5. But, well, Becker is leading, that is for certain. I'm looking back, did maybe Goubert start at the back of the field? We'll have to see. Look for that deep midnight blue and gold D2 Motorsport.
I don't think he has. No, he didn't make it across the timing loop. I'm checking over here, Henry. A DNS for the number 10 of Bernardo Goubert. So either something on the grid, something in the pits, or what. But the D2 Sodi is out. The Velocity Sodi there. Zane Burgess making a move on Murilo Dominguez for 3rd. But what a heartbreak there for Bernardo after that great qualifying effort.
And I'm sort of scanning the Marshall posts, to see if there is parked go-karts anywhere around the circuit. And you know what? I don't even think he made it off the dummy grid. So I hope he's okay. I hope he's not ill, or there's an issue. But maybe just miscalculated it and missed the time to get to the grid.
Well, the nice part is we do have Alex down there. I'm sure he'll keep us informed. So no off-pole qualifier. Lots of racing still to talk about. Lots of young superstars trying to race hard. And oh no, the number 12
Minosi
into the wall. Luca Minosi was 10th across the line, fighting for what looked to be 9th.
And those barriers are, bolted in. The black and blue barriers are bolted in. But we have a change up at the front. Hudson Howard and Zane Burgess have both made their way past Cam Becker. So it's like Sunday's final all over again. And of course, these micro drivers, there's no tactics here. This is all out. Every single lap, every single race counts. And Burgess, it was fun chatting to Burgess' dad, Kevin, and Zane, he enjoyed the final where he came 3rd in more than the one he won, because he was having a great race with his friends. It says a lot about the character of the driver as well.
No, Becker! Oh, round he goes. Cam Becker, a half spin. It was side by side with Murilo Dominguez coming out of turn number 5. And we've seen that. Actually, that's not the first time we've seen a driver spin on the exit of that corner just today alone, Henry.
Yeah, and you there's a big divot off the end of the curb, which just literally, if it catches your left rear tyre, it will spit you round. And well, both Junior Rivera and Cam Becker avoided a complete rotation, but they have lost several places. However, this is Micro Max, and don't count Cam Becker out yet. I think he will probably come across the line in about 13th, 14th position. Let's have a look.
Better than that.
10th. Okay, 10th with 6 laps to go. This is a 10-lap pre-final. So,
that's my mistake here, Henry. Actually, 8 laps.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't get that one updated. I was following you, listening to your lovely voice. And
sorry, micro drivers. I was doing my best to give you more laps, micro drivers, but hey.
Well, you trusted the screen there, Henry. You trusted our monitor, and our monitor, well, we were incorrect. Well, we are now.
Alpha Live help you with that, so it's their fault. Let's blame the Brits, shall we? It's okay, not a problem. But half distance, that is Burgess, Howard, Zev, Godshall. They are watching this on Mambo Beach in Curacao whilst sipping margaritas in the sun. Zev Godshall, he is one heck of a driver. He always comes to the dummy grid, sat in his kart on the trolley. I think it must be a superstition. The mechanic is pushing the kart on the trolley and he is sat in the kart.
Well, and can you only imagine what the Gottschalk family has right now? When Gottschalk off in Italy raced the WSK Super Master Series last week, and that's where he was. Zev over here in Orlando, both drivers at the front. That was a nice move by Zev for second. And then we're also keeping a tab on that fight for P5. Albert Farrow looked like he might have lost that spot to Dominic Viraroa. So the AKT energy moving forward, but they're all chasing that Andretti Global yellow and black and white. Oh, Velocity Sony is Hudson Howard and Gottschalk into the wall. Howard in the dirt. He'll lose about 8 spots, but a hard impact into the outside plastic barrier for young Zev Gottschalk.
Just look at how deep the divot is at the exit of the curve. You know, he is beached on the dirt, and Hudson Howard, well, how he didn't have a bigger crash, I do not know. That was superb kart control from Howard, sideways, and he managed to save it. Okay, it's cost him, 6, 7 positions. He's now right with Cam Becker, 7th and 8th for Howard and Becker. But it's now Burgess. But the next, Burgess has found himself with a handy advantage. The battle for second is on between Viraroa, Farrow, and the number 15 kart. We don't talk much about Murilo Dominguez, but he's very, very fast. He's very fast. He's sometimes still a little bit erratic. There's a few rough edges to iron out, but Albert Farrow is about to iron something out for Dominguez there. And he said, right, don't put your nose there, Murillo. And Murillo is the next driver to lose places. Well, this is all helping Dutch Westbrook and Jake Francisco. 2 laps ago, they were 9th and 10th. They just trundled along, not battled anyone, and now they're 5th and 6th.
Well, they did battle right there, to be fair. Now they're going to battle again. Westbrook and Francisco. That move up top of the screen, that was your instant replay as the live feed down on the bottom. And we've got another issue. One driver was up and over there in that infield. That driver's off to the side. That might bring us under red. We're staying green for now. 2 to go, yellow waving. Driver up, getting away.
Yep.
Scary moment side by side as we tried to show you a different scary moment. And this Micro Max class, we just cannot take our eyes away from it all. There you see the driver walking at the top of the screen with the Orlando track marshal. Lap and a half to go. Burgess's lead to what was at one point the battle for 6th, then the battle for 5th, and now the battle for 2nd. And it's becoming less of a battle now. Viraroa, 3 car lengths and counting from Albert Farrow, and it was Cam Becker that was the driver that went up and over. Your pole sitter has had about the most turbulent pre-final you can have, Henry.
But the main thing is he is walking away and is, probably shaken and a bit stirred, but fundamentally sound. Metal you can repair, bone and skin, take a little bit more time, but he is fine. Upset, but fine. That's the main thing. Okay, Burgess, Viraroa, Farrow. Here we go. Francisco and Westbrook now battling for 4th and 5th. And pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco and Dutch Westbrook. Number 33, the remaining Bennett. It was at this point on last weekend that the bottom of Westbrook's last panel decided to part company. And stayed in position this time. As Corey Lyons up into the top 10, and I tell you what, Hank Lai in kart number 3, he had to start from the back of the field. He's come up from 23rd to 9th. Well done, Hank Lai from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. It's a bit anonymous in this one, still 13th, but
he actually has made up a lot of spots as well, Henry. He was up 6 to 7, up 5 now. But your leader's out of the last turn. Zane Burgess will put another notch in the W column, this time in a pre-final, round 3 winner, as Dominic Villarroa and Albert Farrow end up 2nd, 3rd. Francisco wins the fight over Westbrook to Dominguez. Hudson Howard from dirt tracking it, nearly spinning to end up 7th provisionally. And a big backward slide on that last lap, unfortunately, for what looked to be Brody McDonald. He went from 11th or 12th down to 15th, but unlike what we are going to have to sadly say about a handful of drivers behind him, he did still cross the line.
yeah, and Dominic Villarroa, 2nd in the point standings, minimises the damage by finishing directly behind Burgess. That is potentially significant. 17th.
Liam Compitiello. So if you want to talk about, want to put the blame out there. Something about the number 48. Just he wants to run anonymous. It's like the FBI's got him on a watch list, and they said don't put him on stream.
There's low key, and then there's low key. I mean, I got to, trying to get into this now is a bit harder for me, but I'm joking. There is Cam Becker. Now, Cam Becker, his dad has bought a bunch of drippy, grippy socks. They are basketball socks, and I think Cam is wearing them because, the grip was there, and he made a bit too much grip. But he's okay. But,
it was cool to see that as well, that it wasn't just any marshal. That was the race director himself, Manuel Blanco, checking in on Cam. And the update on Bernardo Goubert, straight up missed it. Session ran on time, got caught out by the bus. So your front row will roll from the rear in the main for Micromax. Cam Becker, after 2 moments, one that sent him to the middle of the pack, another one that sent him up and over and onto his head. Bernardo Goubert didn't get a single lap turn. He'll have a little fresher rubber, though, later on this afternoon. We got a break coming up. We'll see you on the other side of it. Henry Bodette, myself, Xander Clemens, and more. Only halfway through our pre-final action from Orlando.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent. Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Cards.
Need to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Counting a new 219.
White and orange, Kart Republic. We're green, and down to turn number 1 we go. A good start for the first few rows. Good start looks like for most of the field. Little bit of a checkup there. That might have been Rojas on the Beer Art or Taskin, and one of the two back down as Brandon Carr and Alan Isambard are side by side for the lead into turn number 6.
And that opens the door for Lucas Pernaut to take second position away from Brandon Carr. It was just wheel-to-wheel contact and inches apart. Well, there was no inches apart, and Carr having to adjust his steering very, very quickly. Pernaut capitalizing, and now here comes Brandon Carr's, another one of the HM pellet. Who is that in the Team Canada race? That is Saboran. Ludovic Saboran chasing Brandon Carr, and a little bit of a hand gesture between the two of them as Saboran goes, well, come on, get on with it. And Brandon's like, I'm trying. It's the best that Alan Isabard could have hoped for, and there is the move. Is that Mustache Mountain himself? Yes, it is. Matt Haskinen.
How about the drive back forward already for Nicholas Ambiato after the carnage in the pre-final? He's knocking on the door of what looks to be sixth. Fellow Kart Republic and Ludovic Saboran. Here he goes. Deep on the brakes, little lock up, little sideways action. He'll take over another spot. That should move him safely into the 5th position.
Isambard, he took the pain and came out on top in the pre-final on
Matt Haskinen. Get you some with a big move.
To a new chassis. So you can see him on a CRG. This is a great battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. All in a line.
3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saboran to the bottom.
And
yes, we are. Ludovic Saboran to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the D-Watt is 7th place, Nanji is 9th, and Watt is 7th place, Nanji is 9th, and Saboran is Saboran there as well. Now he was 4th, now he's about 8th. No, it's a 2-8. It's Saboran down to 7th, Nanji at the back of this.
Lucas
8. Pernod in the 4-5.
Perfectly played tire strategy. Domination in the main. Isambard wins round 1 at DD2. Ambiato. What a run to 2nd. And here we go. Oh, look at Savalio and Pernod and Haskinen. Gianluca almost got him there, Henry, in the last turn.
Yes, indeed. But Haskinen just held on. Welcome back to Rotax, Alan Isambard.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, back and underway with your Masters Max division, the first of the final 3 pre-finals in the morning session of rotations. Rubens Barrichello on the inside, debuting his own chassis. Weekend number 2 for the Barrichello kart, the branded Viral Art with PSL karting. And it's 2 Viral Art manufactured machines on that front row, as the standard Viral Art is driven by none other than Orlando Kart Center's own Daniel Costa. Here, Henry.
Yeah, Mundi Lawyer and Dominic Legrand, the son of Michel Legrand, starts on game number 2. Fernando Hernandez, newcomer this weekend, and Eugene Panenko, or Yevgeny Panenko from Ukraine on the CKR, Competitive Kart Racing Privateer entry. Brian Hannon, Simon Pro Tour, Sylvain Chenard, another newcomer for the SAAS team on the Mac Minerali chassis, Martin Gilbert, and then Michel Legrand, the oldest driver here, 66 years old, starting P11, so a couple of drivers missing from last weekend, Fernando Aguayo, and of course Victor Kuzmachov, but apparently he's not racing because Toronto ran out of tequila after the GP karting drinking game last weekend. Plenty of karting, Tony Kart there, leaping over the turn 5 curb, and Daniel Costa quickly getting back in front of Dominic Legrand. And look at Yevgeny Panenko, or Eugene Panenko. He's there in a very, very distinctive 677 car. He's got a very distinctive purple and yellow race suit as well, so hard to miss is the Ukrainian driver, and he's made a good start to his Rotax Winter Trophy career. But Barrichello, he's not done and dusted at all in terms of championship, but he just needs to plug away, keep it on the tarmac, because in an 11 kart field, you know, it's harder to make up ground if you don't finish a race. The worst that if you don't finish a race, the worst that your nearest rival can do is 10th. You know, so it is important that Rubens just keeps it on the grain stuff and avoids any technical failures. Lawyer and Costa, though, they have got to be aggressive. They've got to be extra aggressive. Try and peg Barrichello back. Legrand still running in a strong 4th position. Dominic Legrand. Hernandez is P6, then Hannon, Pro Tour, Chenard, Gilbert, and Michel Legrand. All 11 drivers still close to match together. Montoya now setting off after Rubens Barrichello again. Last week, Barrichello struggling for bottom end power. And also, him and Rubens Barrichello were on somewhat older chassis. The Barrichello brand is a new brand, but of course it is a Birrell. And the 2 karts that Dudu and Rubens had last weekend were not 2025 chassis, shall we say. Although, even though Rubens is on a brand new Barrichello chassis, Monty Lawyer is still bringing the heat over the curves. Peruvian chasing down the Brazilian. Lawyer has been a perennial rival of Barrichello's in all 4 editions of this event. Ever present, Monty Lawyer here at the Orlando Kart Center since the first running of this event back on a very, very, very cold couple of weekends back in January and February 2022.
Yeah, well, so with Monty Lawyer and Daniel Costa, as you were mentioning about 2 laps ago, with them needing to get aggressive, it's kind of extra in a class this small, right? Because they can't bank on what the drivers in micro up through junior can, and that is 5-10 cars going by Rubens Barrichello, and a bad session for Rubens being a 10th or 15th or 20th or 30th. No, a bad session for Rubens right now, outside of a crash or mechanical DNF, will be a 3rd. And so that means every session you're looking at most, optimistically, a 20-point swing. And that's talking probably in the main event with the way the points are. So great, and very valid point, Henry, that yes, this is only race session 1 of 4 on the weekend, but the championship battle to keep the hopes alive, they need to start right now taking the fight to them. And to their credit, the last 2 laps, they've both been better than Rubens. Last time by, a 10th better for Mundi, and 2/10 better as Daniel Costa reset fast time with a 54.93.
And let's give a bit of credit to Dominic Legrand as well. The Maison de Rotti outfit were camped out in the paddock, always having a good time. As one of their mechanics said to me yesterday, he was, you've got a bit of a swagger about you. To me, I was like, well, it's just the way that my gut is currently swaying. He goes, I wouldn't mind going with Irish power and getting into a fight. Because I think you'd be handy. I was like, well, but yeah, they're here having a good time. The Solgarotti outfit, and he is only 1.3 seconds off the race lead, and we're on lap 6 out of 10. So you said earlier, Xander, a bad race for Rubens would be third. It could be fourth. And Yevgeny Penenko is fading a little bit, but he's only 3.1 seconds back. That
might be a little more back now.
Yep, cuts. Things under control. Managing the gap, managing everything. Almost managed to drive up the circuit there.
He's been very consistent about going to the edge of the limits, though. Again, remembering back that he spent so many years training Dudu Barrichello and FIFO Barrichello here, he's able to go to the end, the limit and not go past it. And the same probably for Daniel Costa, making moves like that there in turn 10 to get by. But he's going to get over-undered. Mundi will get back around him, and we'll head to the line to put 6 laps in the books. The battle brewing for second. Barrichello getting away, and it gives us a moment
for the rest of the year. So yeah, that's the main goal at the moment.
You're a single-speed guy. You've had some DD2 experience. Is there any differences between the two in terms of passing and getting through the field?
Yeah, it's a lot different actually. I only done 2-3 races in DD2 now, so getting used to it a bit more. The front brakes, the 2 gears, so. Passing's a bit hard, but luckily at this track there's some good corners to pass at. So,
good luck, Brandon.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Alex. Once again, Brandon Carr, one of just many on a star-studded DD2 list here this week. P9 in what would be a small grid would typically think, okay, well maybe that's not a superstar talent, but there is talent through the whole DD2 field. They're up next, and while we were keeping an eye on Brandon here, now down to about maybe a lap or 2 to go, Mundi lawyer Daniel Costa, they continued to trade second, then they sorted their differences out. Yes, and indeed, they now are single file, and it is Dominic Legrand only 2 car lengths away, maybe 3. He was close, but he couldn't quite take advantage of the fighting.
Yeah, Costa and Lawyer swapping positions a couple of occasions. They handed Rubens Barrichello probably a winning margin, and this is the final lap now, and allowing Legrand to close right in. And at one point I thought that Dominic was going to have a little look at Costa for third, but now that Lawyer and Costa have sorted themselves out, they've pulled a slight gap back to Legrand. But will Daniel Costa make a last gasp lunge? No. Discretion, the better part of valor. Going back to what you were saying is that, okay, it's an 11 kart field, so take second and third. Minimise the pain. There is Eugene Panenko crossing the line in P5, and Brian Hannon. Good result for Brian Hannon. That's his best showing of the Winter Trophy so far. In number 604 kart, coming home in 6th position. Simon Protor, Fernando Hernandez, Michel Legrand, and Sylvain Chenard. And look at that, that was a good 2-4-5 kart battle for 6th position. And Martin Gilbert, Stephanie Arnaud, and Antoine, I think, S-A-A-S-T. He finishes his first outing in the Winter Trophy. Not too bad at all.
No, not bad indeed. You can see action is getting ready to heat back up again. 4 classes have their grids, at least in Senior Max, up to the 30th position, set for the afternoon's finals. 2 more still a roll. DD2 and DD2 Masters on deck when we return. Mini Max will close out our morning rotation of sessions. As always, appreciate you all watching along and those in the pits here listening along. A bit of an overcast day, but the racing has been stellar. It continues after this.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Moments away here, about 2 minutes out from going green with your DD2 and DD2 Masters division. We've added one more DD2 Masters driver to 3 on the weekend. The 12 DD2 Max drivers from last weekend have returned. And it's, well, familiar territory for the theme of the day, it feels like, Henry. Canadians, 1, 2, 3 on the grid here with Matthew Taskinen taking top honors at Friday qualifying ahead of Lucas Pernod and Gianluca Savaglio.
Yeah, Mustache Mountain doing the Great White North proud by plonking his PSL run Birrell ART on pole position. And of course, we're talking about Canadians leading the way because, we said earlier, Alan Isambard, championship leader, only driver who had a perfect score coming into this weekend. 2 pole positions, 2 pre-final wins, 2 main event wins. He's hurt his back and his ribs and has had to withdraw, which is a huge, huge tragedy for Alan and his dad, who has worked really, really hard to get to grips with the DD2 package. However, you know, he will be back, and of course it's opened the door for Brandon Kart to take the championship lead, as it were. He is 300 points ahead of Lucas Pernod, but Kart starts 9th, Pernod starts outside of row number 1. Mentioned earlier, Savalio and the hard luck story, Chile's Nicholas Ambiano on row number 2.
Lucas Nanji puts 2 Kart Republics inside the top 3 rows and the top 5 overall. He'll roll from position number 5 on the inside of Samuel Rojas in the 424 Viral Art.
And I spoke to Samuel yesterday. He's really pleased. He says, yeah, I'm getting much faster. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm getting used to the kart. Really here to challenge for a podium. Then Ludovic Samoyin and Antoine Lacharite on row number 4. Brandon Carr alongside Derek LaRoche on row number 5. And then the first of our trio of 2 masters. Tyler Giroir, Preston Le Breton is there in P12. Martin Jansson and the newcomer Sebastian Choquette. Rounding out our 14 driver starting field, although the masters, the drivers, the karts with them as 500 on up, they are not competing for the same championship points, and they're not competing for a ticket to the grand finals either. They are simply here to have a good time, what they are all doing. The rubber, the Mojo rubber, is thick on the track surface. You can see the marbles. There's a sprinkling of rain this morning, but nothing to have washed the circuit clean, as it were. We haven't got a green track surface, and yeah, other tyre manufacturers that are used in North American karting, they react very differently. You know, the Mojo rubber, it does. It's a real racing tyre, and the drivers love that because tyre management comes in. Tyre degradation is a thing, especially in DD2. Front brakes, 2 gears, not fixed gearing this year, which is a huge positive from the drivers. There's been a big thumbs up. We haven't run fixed gearing this year. They're enjoying the extra freedom to tinker and tweak the setups. Taskinen and Pernod, Savalio and Ambiano, Nanji, Rojas, Samoyin, Lacharite, Carr and LaRoche, your top 10.
A long warm-up lap and then some to get them all ready. But here we are, pop it into neutral and get ready to drop it to first, boys. Here we go. DD2 Masters is away, and a great launch for Matt Taskinen. He'll leapfrog himself to a 2-car length lead as Nicholas Ambiano had Gianluca Savalio all kinds of jacked up through turns 1 and 2. Here they are in the run to 5, and Brandon Carr is only one that'll try the high side. And I think he'll get a spot out of it as he gets by Saborin.
Carr going to the high side, probably just to avoid any potential for incident as drivers backed into each other on the inside line. Oh, there's a nice, look at that, great view there. Just the karts thread the needles between those curbs, those barriers, and Brandon Carr now having to, oh, that's Nanji defending, Carr behind making the move. So that is Brandon goes past the number 4 cut of Samuel Rojas, who's not had a great opening that, but up at the front, Taskinen trying to establish an early advantage as Savalio has his hands full with Nicholas Ambiano. Winner on the road in Sunday's final, then an exclusion, a penalty. Not quite sure what for. It was for a contact on track, but no one could answer him to say where the contact took place. So he was devastated and frustrated, but vowed to come back stronger, and by Jove, he is. That just gives you an idea. On the edge of a region, you're cutting it, flicking down a gear there, setting the kart at left, right, over the curbs. It's easy to see why Alan Isambard has hurt his ribs, because even wearing rib protectors, the body takes a heck of a pounding around its surface. Taskinen, though, is opening giving up a half-second advantage. Ambiano on a mission. He's past Savalio, and he is now going to set sail after Taskinen.
Last time by for Nicholas Ambiato compared to the race leader, even with the pass, was still pretty solid. I mean, the lap before, Match and Savalio, that lap, of course, they're going to lose a little bit when they trade the position, but kudos to Gianluca as well, not making it all too painful. And with a lot of laps still left to track down a 9/10 gap to the Canadian out front, can the Chilean once again put on an impressive charge forward? Fellow Kart Republic driver Brandon Carr he's gone by another one of his HM Propeller teammates, this time Lucas Nanji, after getting around Ludovic Saborin. And then at the end of that little 4-car pack we've got on screen is Sebastian Rojas, who started a bit higher, but the 424 Beer Alert has faded to the 10th position. Givoj still leads the way over Martin Jansen, then Choquette for the DD2 Masters in their 3-car division, 12th, 13th, 14th overall. But this again, following along with 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th here through turn 5.
Yeah, and in front of this group is the very, very impressive number 421 of Antoine Lacharit on that
we got one off.
Oh, that's one of our masters, getting a bit agricultural. It was one of the two CEF, possibly Choquette or Givois or Choquette, but it was a Formula K going through the grass. But there's Lacharit, who is, he's 8/10 of a second behind outside front row starter Lucas Pernod, as Rojas and Preston and Breton up into the top 10.
Getting reports here, Henry, that someone's got a loose exhaust pipe from the track. I know Alexander Searle will be keeping tabs on it. So there's a nice move by Saborin to get by Lucas Nanji. But one driver may have an exhaust breaking loose. That's an instant meatball. In most cases, I would imagine the same here.
If it's loose, that's what if it comes off the bracket, or if it deattaches itself. Is it a word? Deattach? Separates itself. That's the one, Henry. Then yeah, instant meatball flag. Oh yes, and you can hear that rather throaty roar. Okay, Kart Chaser camera crew challenge. Who could be the first camera person on track to find the loose exhaust?
We believe it may be Ludovic Saborin, just ahead of Lucas Nanji and Sebastian Rojas. So keep your eye on the Team Canada suit there as he comes by turns 1 and 2. See if you can look for it, see if you can hear it. And it looks like, yeah, just maybe a bit detached from the engine. And again, that could draw a flag. Now the good news is, for the rest of the field, it's not solely on the race control and race marshals to catch that. Tech will catch it as well. But look at this, while we've been trying to keep a tab further back, well, Nico Ambiato said, hey, don't forget about the fight for the lead, because it will be one. New leader, Chile leads the way down the backstretch, although he's under fire. Matt Taskinen wants that top spot right back.
Yep, Taskinen, he's got his eyes on a bigger prize, but you know, they're all trying to claw back a deficit to Brandon Carr, so every position counts. Savalio is there as well, and I think Taskinen doesn't want to be the meat in the sandwich. He can at least now only focus on defense. If you're Nicholas Ambiano, you're trying to make a move, but you're also trying to prevent Savalio from making a move on you, which can temper where you put your go-kart to try and be offensive or go on offense. Because Ambiano is now had to back away a little bit, and there's a mark. Oh dear!
Not Masters at all. Preston LeBreton, the New Orleans, Louisiana native, has slammed the wall here just in front of us. We heard a big boom outside of our booth, and it was the man in 10th that has hit the wall, and it looked like maybe brake failure with the way he nosed it in.
He was battling for 10th position with Martin Janssen, and Preston broke a seat yesterday, but he was saying, I'm getting quicker, I'm really, you know, I can now see them a bit better. I'm with them, I'm battling with them, and he was, and unfortunately he's now battling with time to get his wagon fixed for the main event. That's a real independent privateer effort, as in it's just him and I think his dad. So yeah, he may have to call on some help in and around the paddock to make sure that everything is okay for the main event.
Matt Taskinen down the backstretch here, Henry, has not just 2 maybe 3. Anton Lacharet is closing indeed on the top 3. Less than a second and a half away for the SAAS karting entry in 4th. 1 or 2 more passes for the lead could bring him there. Unfortunately, though, with all the white bars, all those Kart Republics in the top 10, we may have gotten it wrong, but I think we've got it now. Appears to be Lucas Nanji, not Ludovic Saborin, that has that loose pipe. So the other HM Propeller driver from Canada, this time the one in 7th, appears to be the one with an issue. Let's see if the SLA Kart Republic can take the lead in turn 6, Henry. Whoo, big move.
Ambiado not shy about that one, and Savalio trying to go around the outside at turn 7, but Taskanen is wise to that. Well, Nicholas Ambiado, he is playing no games. He is here to win, and he wants to win out big. As you know, he's so proud to represent Chile, and he feels as though the opportunity to get the ticket in this event was robbed from him by the penalty in Sunday's final. He says, no, I'm going to be here, I'm going to carry on racing, I'm going to come back stronger, and he is. I'm also noticing that during the pre-final on Saturday last weekend, Ambiado was just aggressive, but ended up off track a little more. So he has learned a lot. Learning fast is Ambiado, and he's going to have to learn very quickly because Taskanen is a wily old campaigner. And he will not let Ambiado sleep on his laurels.
He definitely looks like he's struggling, though, Taskanen, that is, just to be able to point the kart where he wants it to go. And he's now going to start defending here with just a quarter of a lap remaining. That should seal the deal for Nico Ambiado, but it will open it up. The opportunity for Antoine to maybe steal a 2nd or a 3rd. Let's see how this last turn plays out. Taskanen parks it low. Savalio, a big run of steam down the front stretch. Ambiado wins the pre-final, and 2nd by a nose, 300ths to be exact, goes the way of Matt Taskanen. Savalio, Lacharit, and Brandon Carr picks up 4 spots to go from 9th to 5th, and in doing so, is able to get closer to the pace he needs to fight for the win. Ludovic Saborin, Samuel Rojas, and indeed Lucas Nanji. You can hear there, folks, just behind my voice as well, that slightly louder engine pitch that is not the way they are supposed to sound. P8 provisionally before the heartbreaking tech declaration will be met for the 408.
And of course, we lost Lucas Pernot as well as Preston Le Breton out of that one. Tyler Joie, he's got more rivals, but he's maintains his 100% winning record in DD2 Masters. Although it's good to see that both his rivals, Martin Janssen and Sebastian Choquette, made it to the end. Now, let's have a look. Brandon Carr, well, he doesn't like to make things easy on himself. I spoke to his dad yesterday and said, look, he's now got one hand on the ticket and suddenly he's forgotten how to drive the thing.
Yeah, I mean, this chase for the ticket has changed quite a bit in losing Alan Isambard going into the week. Alan just basically had to kind of put it on cruise control and ride it out, not make any mistakes, not draw any major penalties, and not get into any crazy incidents. But now with him out on the sidelines, all of a sudden DD2 is a much closer fight in the chase for the ticket, and maybe less so of an odds-on favorite from anyone in particular, solely because, Henry, you've got the fastest car with a DQ in the pre-final on Sunday last week and a 5-second penalty in that main, and that, of course, being Nicholas Ambiado. So the consistent pair of finishes for Matt Taskanen, for Savalio, for Carr himself, and Lucas Pernot as well, are going to make this probably about a 4 to 5 driver potential fight for the title or for the ticket tomorrow.
Do you recall what happened to Lucas Pernot? Why he was there, then he wasn't, because he didn't finish that race. I didn't see him. It must have been a mechanical failure on the number 451 machine, and Pernot.
Yeah, I did not, unfortunately. I'm not sure what happened to him. Here's a look. Obviously, this is Preston Le Breton, and you can see the heavy damage to the front end of that Bureau Art machine. And yeah, I mean, just the way that he kind of nosed in, it looked like there must have been a brake failure, something catastrophic to go off the way that he did. And thankfully, obviously, he's okay. And like you said, Henry, this makes that lunch break that Preston was probably hoping he'd get probably evaporate with having to get the wrenches out and fix the damage to be able to make it back out for the final. But if the working man, the full-on one-man band, Preston LeBreton's got his work cut out for him to continue.
But you know something? PSL and Prime both running barrels. I think that they're going to be a mechanic for one of those two teams wandering over to see if Preston needs any help. I'm sure we'll see him out, and I'm sure that people will help get him out.
So Brandon Carr leads the points, but a few were taken off the gap by that great run by Nicholas Ambiato. It'll be an uphill battle over nearly 200 points out of the lead. It's shaved down to probably about $150 or maybe less, and he's standing by with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Nico, you're the youngest driver in this DD2 class. Didn't look like it there. I mean, you drove like a veteran. How are you able to keep Taskin and Savaggio behind?
Yeah, that's a difficult race. You say I had I built open the door and just take the position. I had that pressure all race for Savaggio. It's Tuesday is very fast, but I can take win and just start P1 in the final and take the victory. That's the idea. And I need to thank for the team for the great job that they're having.
Tell me about how you're feeling. I mean, I know yesterday you kind of damaged your ribs a little bit in the qualifying session. Are you holding up pretty good?
Yeah, that's fine. Some Medicaid, but I think can I end the race for the today and tomorrow? This is the idea. I need some points for the ticket. Obviously, I have that difficult in the ribs, but I think can I end the race this weekend?
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
As you can tell there in Nico Ambiato's expression and body language, he's feeling it, but nothing adds to the drive to push through the pain than a shot at a title, and he needs to be perfect. But he starts it off that way, folks. We've got a few minutes, 3 to be exact, until we go green with Mini Max. It'll be our final session of the morning rotation. Main events and the Senior Max LCQ at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, and 6 p.m. GMT for all of our massive global audience for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, the official North American International Rotax event. On the calendar year, so tech continues. Mini Max rolling soon. It's going to be another good one here. Hopefully, we get to continue to watch it as there's a look at one of the many Kart Republics that, of course, has gone through to the post-session tech inspection. HM Propella, SLA Kart Racing getting them forward. And again, that SAAS Karting, Mac Minarelli into the top 5 once again.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mini Max is onto the racetrack. It's our final pre-final of the morning, and it's another packed grid. 31 drivers on tap here for the Mini Max field, and well, here we go. Let's kick it off with your starting lineup. Enzo De Janeiro on the Parallel USA number 190 will lead us to green, and it's going to be a red front row, but it's the Nitro card. The Ryan Perry Motorsport entry of Parker Ives that'll join him up there. Vicente Aguilar, the AM Racing team on the inside of row 2. Alongside him from the UK, James Roots, who was fastest in qualifying last weekend. Once again, he's fast in quali. Not the fastest, but good to start from P4.
Matias Dominguez goes from grid number 5 alongside Saturday's winner, Arthur Faro. Maxwell Matcher, an ever-present threat. You'll have to do something from grid number 7 alongside podium finisher on Sunday, Cameron Johnson. Massimo LaRusso, the faster of the LaRusso twins, goes from P9 alongside the leading privateer, Luke Kanjanapatak, continuing his fine fall.
Outside your top 10, William Dion in the 128 rolls to the inside row number 6. The other LaRusso twin, Nicholas LaRusso from 12th, joins him there. Matteo Pai and William Rossetti roll from row number 7. And then it's Kai Park in the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic that rounds your top 15. Cristobal Bonnet, Christian Sanguinetti, Lucas Bertana, and then Melville Dos Santos and Eric Wojciechowski, your top 10 rows. But there's more, folks. 31 Mini Max drivers in total. And here's the second half. Charles Teo, Raimundo Ibarra, back on row number 11 and onwards, Henry.
Yes, look at P31, William Vita, an exclusion from qualifying yesterday. Salvatore Nasca, Sam Vera, Kai Abelara, Alonso Gonzalez. Alonso Gonzalez is on a Haas chassis running out of the Speed Concepts racing awning. Blaise Deniz down in 25th position. Charles Taylor, that's a privateer entry for the Canadian driver. But what can William Vitor do from the back of the grid? If he wasn't fired up after being robbed of victory last Sunday, imagine his move now, starting from the back. Well, at least he doesn't have to worry about LCQ, but he will want to get up to play with his friends at the front as quickly as possible. Here we go. And, oh, is that a start? Yes, it is, although there's still drivers with their hands in the air. You know, they're trying to persuade the start marshal.
It's not. It's not indeed. It looked like it was a late call maybe to bail off the start, but yeah, I don't believe we are green from everything we're being told.
Well, there was waved yellows. Yeah, no, there it is.
Yeah, so no green on the first try by. That means they'll reset it back. We should get the full 8 laps with the timetable that has been allotted.
Yes, and well, it gives Enzo De Janeiro a second opportunity to get one over on Parker Ives.
But to be fair, Henry, I thought that was decent, especially from Enzo's point of view. I don't think it was overly gamesmanship, but like you said, if anything, you know, it's a second chance. I think it's more of a second chance for Ives. He kind of ended up as the loser out of it. It wasn't a bad start for him, partly because Vicente Aguilar kind of got bogged down going through the first corner, but Enzo, he got a rocket ship level launch into the first turn. He's going to have to find a way to replicate that in a new and surprising way to catch the pole man off guard.
Well, Enzo has a different motor this weekend. He has got a strawberry cream UK-based, well, it's an American bought, but it's been fettled by the Rotax Wizards, strawberry racing and cream racing engines in the UK, as he was down on waft, was the technical term. But he still won he still inherited the win on Sunday. So cause for concern for his rivals. Now there is Manuel Blanco. He's like, yep, slow down, don't go yet, don't go yet. And
no, they're shaking heads again. The green was displayed, never waved. I don't think that we're going to get them racing. I think they're going to wave yellows. I mean, that start went through. It looks like they think they're racing.
I can see a marshal.
Oh, red flag's out. Yeah, there we go. Manuel says, yeah, no, not good there.
I'm looking at, I think it was maybe who was starting sort of 6th and 8th. You know, they had already moved across the tram lines before the green flag had dropped. So, you know, anticipation is one thing, but can't anticipate too quickly. And
yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we can play those starts back here on instant replay and take a look at what the marshals are seeing that they don't like there. I don't know what part of the start they're not happy with, but
I think the first start was a little bit too quick, and I think the second start there were drivers, you know, cutting across the big white line there before the green flag had dropped, and now.
What I want to understand here as well, Henry, too, is maybe you kept an eye on it. I didn't pay attention to our head flagman last week if he had an open green like that. I mean, most of the flag starts that I've witnessed, and we've definitely broadcasted a lot, that green flag is held behind the head flag or almost hidden from the drivers, so as not to cause any confusion. I understand the concept of holding it above your head and then dropping it, right? But still, you're displaying green, and we've got kids from 9 to 13 years old in Mini Max. I don't know if that adds into any confusion if that's not how things were run a week ago.
And of course, a lot of most of the time in racing now, you start with the lights, but we don't have the green flag to signal the start a lot anymore. But yeah, when a driver sees green means go. So if a driver sees green, then they go. And last week, yes, you're right. The flagman had the green flag filled up and hidden behind his back. Now, Enzo Di Janeiro. Manuel Branco is saying you must keep the pace slow until the box. There's a line there that is sort of like the bring the speed up.
Yeah, well, and that box is a lot. It's basically down by the finish line where they're standing now, and you know, it's a lot of anticipation for that front row because you have to obviously slow down early enough to let all 29 drivers in the 31 car field form up behind you and alongside each other and match the pace of you. And then you've got to do that. You know, it's one thing to kind of creep around a slow corner, but when you're staring down that relatively long front straightaway here at Orlando, that's a long time to wait. And you're obviously, you know, antsy and ready to get the race started. So, well, Manuel at least has come to conclusion that he's got his point made and across to Enzo and Parker. So they're going to get back into their carts. We'll fire the carts back up now.
I love the body language. Enzo Di Janeiro, hands on hips, you know, sort of listening to Manuel go, oh, yeah, no, what am I supposed to do? I'm getting pushed and stuff like that. Parker Ives sort of standing back, you know, hey, he knows he's not getting the rollicking. So Enzo Di Janeiro is shaking his head. Okay, you know, do as you're told. Now, they're just checking to make sure that everybody is in the correct position. Yes, there's a thumbs up. We're all good to go. The question now remains, how many racing laps do they get? Do they get their full allocation of 8 laps, or will they lose a lap for bad behavior?
We're already down to now 9 minutes so far from when their block started at 11:40 Eastern time. So here we go. Let's try this again and maybe get a cleaner start. And again, as you mentioned, Henry, for everyone at home, keep an eye on that blue and white JHDD cart of William Vitor, that Kart Republic that crossed the line first last week, lost it in post-race tech inspection, and then again getting bitten by the technical infractions to send him to the rear. That kid's fast. He's already scored a checkered flag in his young career, and now he's going to have to really work for it and earn it today if he wants a shot at another one, because that's a lot of karts he's got to go by here.
And there's one driver that will be hoping that they do get their 100, their full allocation of race laps. Is going to be William Vita, because 8 laps is.
It's not a lot of time to make up spots. Every extra corner, every extra lap he gets will be huge.
yes. Now, let's see. I think that Enzo Di Gennaro will crawl his way to the line. You could probably, get out and walk on your hands faster than Enzo is going to drive them to the line. And there's more hand gestures going on. Somebody's not happy. Oh dear. Come on now, children. Let's behave ourselves. So, Di Gennaro with Henry the Dinosaur on his crash helmet. It looks good.
It should be indeed. Manuel's got them once again into the lines. Here we are, tent number 3, Mini Max. Pre-final action, 8 laps. And we are under power. Do we get the green? We do this time. We're racing down to turn 1.
Yep, Enzo Di Gennaro, he doesn't fluff his lines. He manages to hold on to top spot. And it is Vicente Aguilar slotting into P2. And there is a number 103. That is Dominguez making a good start. So Ives getting shuffled back. So despite the stern talking to from Manuel Branco, Di Gennaro has got one over on Ives there. And look at that. That's a great shot. That absolute cornucopia of colour coming through the turn 8 and 9, no, turn 7 and 8 complex there. Love that shot. Just gives you an idea of how close to the ground, how fast these 9, 10, 11-year-olds are going.
Albert Farrow able to make another spot there. Albert in the micro class. Arthur with a very clean maneuver down there in the scrapyard hairpin. That was typically a corner. We're used to seeing big gaps open up when a pass is made. He didn't lose too much on that Dan Holland Racing LN kart. So move him to 4th. Dominguez back to 5th. Let's see if Parker Ives can get some forward momentum back after starting 2nd and fading to 6th on that opening lap. He's got his longtime battle partner in Maxwell Macha. These two have now entered basically year number 3 of finding themselves glued near each other on the racetrack. At the front of the micro field, in the middle, and at the front. Last year quite a bit in the mini fields, and now in year 2 of mini for both of them.
Oh no,
near each other.
There's 2 of them off, and that is the Haas chassis of number 107, Alonso Gonzalez. Now, Kai Park, who is about 14th, and number 137, he's got a clear visor. And he's the driver from Hawaii, who wasn't here last week. He's back this weekend. If we get one of those fantastic low-level shots coming through there, watch for the number 137 car. You'll see the whites of his eyes. You know, fantastic. Love a clear visor shot. But up at the front, Vicente Aguilar isn't through with Enzo Di Gennaro yet. In fact, the AM Racing driver is starting to apply some pressure. William Peter up to 28. Oh dear, the elbows out there. And that is Dominguez on Farrow. Farrow's going to go back and says, well, thank you very much. I will see you later, son.
Over-under attempt from Parker Ives on Dominguez. He thinks better of it, tucks back in. No moves through that whole group. They'll kind of accordion back and forth from each other and end up all net even. Now, this time by. Oh, there's a move, an attempt up and onto the curb. Got him, and Maxwell Macha will follow off the momentum loss. Here comes LaRusso as well. Massimo wants a spot also. Can't do it in turn 1.
And that was smart driving from Maxwell Macha. Ives did all the hard work there. He took the risk. Through the air, over the curb, hard on the brakes, and Maxwell Macha just calmly slotted into the space that was left behind. Gained 1 place without doing anything. That's smart. And smart is key in Mini-Max because it's so closely matched together. You have to think ahead, not just 1 corner, but half a lap ahead. You know, do I want to be in this position now? Because the 2 drivers behind me, they're probably going to make a move there. It's like a high-speed game of chess, is Mini-Max. And Farrow in P4, well, James Roots has tried to escape this battle into 3rd. And this is now 2.5 seconds behind the leader. So Di Gennaro, Aguilar, and then a half-second gap back to Roots, and then 2 seconds back to this And this is Pharaoh, Ives and Matcher. And that is Ives taking the position. And Maxwell Matcher follows him through again. Smart from Matcher. That's 2 places he's gained, and he hasn't done a thing.
Well, and they know each other. They know how to race around each other. You've got so many international drivers like Murilo Dominguez, like Arthur Farrow, who don't really know who they can trust, who they can believe in to lead the way. Now, as I say that, Maxwell's deciding he wants to go on Parker, bails out. Farrow says, all right, I'll get you both back in one turn. Arthur back to the point, and the gap will only grow bigger, and for sure now it is only 3 drivers that will have any kind of a shot at the race win. 5 complete, 3 to go now, working lap 6, Henry. How big's the margin back? Let's see it. Up to almost 4 seconds, and it's going to get bigger here if they keep going.
And there is Mateus Dominguez in another 1:03, putting Ives back another position. So now Maxwell has to do something because there's only 1 driver in front of him now, so he has to make the move himself. He cannot rely on anyone else, and Farrow, well, he's a tough nut to crack, is Arthur Farrow. But Maxwell Matcher, for the Velocity Racing team, knows this circuit intimately as the rest of the field come through the great new camera angles here this weekend. I've got to say, the Kart Chaser team showing us new angles of this Orlando Kart Centre that I've never seen before, and that I'm sure the audience at home, wherever you're watching from, is enjoying this. There is Ives, and Ives gains 1 place back.
Heartbreaker for sure to qualify on the front row, and then basically now from lap 4 on realize that your best potential finishing spot outside of penalties or tech DQs is going to be a 4th. But Parker Ives, that's where he sits right now, is at best P4, currently P7 with Dominguez back by. And behind him as well, granted they're fighting now, Cameron Johnson, Massimo LaRusso, William Rossetti, and Matias Dominguez up the road with Ives get maybe a half second further, but they were on the cusp of getting them as well. So for Parker Ives, this is just recover, keep your head cool, and try to salvage at least, a top 5, maybe top 6 run. You might be able to get something here with a lap and a quarter to go as they trade 4th.
Yeah, and Matcher has now made that move. William Rossetti, the 109, that purple Ben Cooper Racing liveried machine. Smart drive, quiet, kept himself to himself, but is emerging as we start the final lap in, his 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th place now. But here is the battle for the lead, and I think it is a battle because Vincenzi Aguilar, he's not just going to sit there behind, he's going to have a go. He's going to have a go at the end of Scrapyard Straight, I think.
He's going to need to make it really brave over the curbs here, and I don't think he got the sweeper he needed or the exit out of turn 6 to do it. Fell back a little ways. Roots closing in on him could be interesting. This group, definitely interesting. Matias Dominguez gets the job done on Arthur Farrow. That's going to give Matcha some breathing room. Indeed, Aguilar close up front, battles 1st, 5th, and 6th as well. Last turn through the S's. De Janeiro low, Aguilar with an over-under. I don't think he'll get there. He should be close though, so will Roots. Enzo wins the pre-final. Matcha's safe in 4th. What does the rest of the pack look like? Look at them all fan out across the line.
Dominguez takes P5 from Ives and Cameron Johnson in P7. Farrow losing out there on the last lap, dropping down to 8th with Rossetti. And Massimo LaRusso completing your top 10. Matteo Pai, William Dion, Christian Sanguinetti, Luke Kanjanapatak, and the Aloha kid Kai Park finishing P15. No sign of William Vitor on the front page of our provisional results. And that is because from P31 on the grid,
he ends up in 20th, so it's still a gain of 11. I'm sure he would have liked more, but you can only ask so much from your driver in 8 laps, and more than anything else, at least he was able to keep it clean, so a good run for him. Timing's already moved on to the very next session here. They're getting ready to go to the LCQ for Senior Max, but of course the timetable for the day doesn't have that for, well, quite some time. Just over an hour away from going green to set the final 6 spots of that Senior Max last chance qualifier. That's going to be, of course, at 1 p.m. Eastern and 10 a.m. Pacific. Here's a look back at our last pre-final. This is your Coastal Link custom printing race recap. Enzo De Janeiro leading us to green, and their little bit of side-to-side contact to Parker Ives and Vicente Aguilar. No harm, no foul. That was just elbows out racing. This was the big blow for the 148. Left the door open, lost 1, lost 2, lost 3, and that allowed the leaders to get further away.
And that sort of set the tone for the rest of Parker Ives' race. He could have stayed in third and maybe escaped, but no, he got muscled out by another couple of positions, and then it was a bun fight from there on in. That is the demise of Blaise Diniz, and there, well, talked about both Dominguez's. They're very fast, a little bit spectacular, both of them still.
No fear.
None
at all for Matias or Murillo. This time Matias probably watched Murillo and said, all right, you do that, I can go one better, one bigger, one flashier. Ultimately, though, he and Arthur Farrow get into the fight that they had, and then, Arthur again fighting his way back to the lead of the group in the middle of Parker and Maxwell. Well, it allowed the leaders to get away. It was really entertaining for us to watch, Henry. Hard enough to keep track of who was where in what order. We knew they were all somewhere in this scrum. And they traded that spot again so many times, but it was too many. It was allowing the top 3 to get a huge gap, and eventually Macha to get one as well for 4th, and all that fighting for Arthur Farrow, and he ends up with an 8. That's I think the part that bites the most is when you're spending 7 out of 8 laps, 4th or 5th, maybe 6th, and then the last one, the one that counts, you end up 3 spots further back.
And of course, the championship picture will get even more interesting.
Oh, yes.
With that, Minimax is going to go down to the wire. That I am certain. Coming into today,
with Arthur leading the points, 22, but an 8 in that pre-final. That's going to be about maybe a 20-30 point ding. James Roots ending up 3rd there is good. De Janeiro winning the pre-final. Well, that would put him almost 30 points back coming in, maybe dead even going into today's main. Roots closes up. Ives falls back a little, but doesn't hurt himself too much. Cameron Johnson, good run. Notch, good run. Like you said, it is wide open, and well, at least for Enzo De Janeiro, he's got the best starting spot for the main event in the house from the pole. Let's go down to Alex to hear from him.
Thanks, Xander. Enzo, I can't think of a better spot to start than first for the final. So, I mean, how good does this feel for you?
It feels great. I mean, last week it was a rough weekend, and it's time to turn it around and go pole for both days.
What were you able to do from last week to this week to kind of find all this pace?
Really just listening to my coach and keep plowing forward. Don't let anybody overtake you. If they do, just keep on going right back.
Talk to me about that race. It was pretty hectic up front. I mean, what was it like from your perspective?
It was a fun race. I had some good pace, and then I fell off. The cart was a little bit slidey, but we can make some adjustments for that. And I think it was a great race.
You're in championship contention, right? Obviously in race winning contention as well. Are you thinking about the championship right now or just thinking about today?
You really have to think about both. I mean, you really have to think about the championship by going to the grand finals. I mean, I've been there. It was a great experience, and I'm looking forward to getting back.
All right, good luck, Enzo.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, I mean, I've got to say that Enzo De Janeiro, even though he's only 11 and he's a Minimax driver, he wasn't standing on tyres then. He is still taller than Alex Searle.
Oh, Henry, come on. That's terrible. That's terrible. Well, the good news is at least Alex has an hour before he has to get back to work to get you for that one.
Yep.
We're again going green in 56 minutes with that LCQ for Senior Max. Another good morning of racing here, and granted, had to have a little wag of the finger from race director Manuel Blanco, but we got away clean and green from start to finish in that Mini Max pre-final. We'll see you guys at the top of the hour to set the final 6 spots for your Senior Max main event, and of course 6 action-packed mains will follow from Orlando. get some lunch as we did on our own, and the RTX and SRA officials, the Orlando Kart Center crew, they were also able to do the same. We're ready for Senior Max. Last chance qualifier action here from Orlando. It's time to decide who will be the final 6 that will make up our 36-car grid when it goes green later this afternoon at 3:35 p.m. Eastern and 12:35 p.m. Pacific. We've got approximately a couple less than, say, last week, but still a good amount of them here and ready to fight for those final few spots, Henry. And if it's anything like what we saw on weekend number 1, you can never quite trust the results when they cross the line, because all of the carnage typically leads to a long list of penalties.
Yes, and it has been the same in this instance. Aidan Lorenko has had a penalty, and he finds himself in this event, in this race, as does Sydney Cassels. Again, Sydney finishing in the top 15, but a nose cone penalty has dropped her back into the LCQ. Here is your starting lineup. Nicholas Vega and Frederick Manning on row number 1. Aiden Shimbashi and Aidan Lorenko on row number 2. Sydney Cassels goes from row number 3 alongside Ukraine's Vitaly Lonevsky. A couple of familiar names in LCQ. Savannah Callis and the newcomer Yanis Ilias on row number 4. Wrigley Keys and Antoine Lemieux after his incident. Branson Godet and Alexis Vaillancourt. Raphael Imbert and Aidan Galway. Rylan Crosby with the Scuderia Buell, number 376. And Luca Posick for the FAF Kart Sport team. And of course, we saw Salvador Della Vecchia. His pre-final lasted where he didn't even get out of the dummy grid. He pounded the wall on pit exit, and Brandon Carr didn't start his pre-final. I'm not sure if Brandon will be out there, but I can't see Brandon out there.
It looks like it'll just be 19 of them, all fighting to get to 6th or better. That's where the cut line is. And here we go. Last chance qualifier action on the left side of your screen there with that white front bumper, the purple nose cone or NASA panel, the 369 or the 358 of Nicholas Vega for the AM Racing team. Then Frederick Manning for Team GWR on the right. 6 spots. Who's going to get it as they go to turn 1? Can they get through that first turn cleanly? They will. And they all will through turn 2 also here, Henry. Good stuff to turn 5.
Yep, breathe easy. And you can see that Nicholas Vega has been in the wars, because he's got, like Joseph in his Technicolor Dream Coat, multicolored, he's got a blue NASA panel, a white nose cone, and then some team graphics on the side pods. There is the RPG kart, that's Liam Gray, and the Fox and Son machine of Aidan Lorenko picks up 3rd place down at turn number 9. That's the expense of Frederick Manning. Aidan Shimbashi with the black crash helmet has made a good start. Oh, and it's all getting a little bit touchy, and somebody, that is that Antoine Lemieux, who has gone around in the REM. Oh, Antoine Lemieux's day goes from bad to worse. But up at the front, it is a change for the lead. Aidan Shimbashi was looking to the inside of Nicholas Vega there. Did he make that move? Yes, he did make the move stick. Lorenko in 3rd. And then the black race suit, Frederick Manning 4th. And then everybody else squabbling over 5th.
Door to door, they're out of turn 5. We're watching Bronson Godet, easy to pick out in that orange and white Team U-Race machine. And then he's got the all-blue suit of Vitaly Lonevsky right behind him. Let's see any moves here. What a great angle at turn 10 this week. 2x2 moves for 4th, moves for 6th, and it's going to potentially open up now.
Oh,
3
boy.
wide. Oh, what a send there from Aidan Galway and Will Keys, I believe, also. Huge moves out of the blue and yellow boys.
Yeah, Galway having to make it stick there. And, there's a spinner at turn number 9. A couple have been collected. It's the 376.
It's Crosby and the Sodi of Kovac.
Kovac, yeah. So Chase Kovac, 2 newcomers this weekend. Their chances of making the main event on day 1 at least are over. Also, look for the number 323 kart of Yanis Ilias. He was 8th. He dropped a couple of positions down to 12th. But hey, in with a shout. And Della Vecchia is already up to 13th place.
And
More moves.
Yeah, and he's going to get more. He's definitely going to get some more here. That was a move by, oh, look at the bumpers already. Lenevsky's definitely got a pushback deployed. Can't tell if Cassell's does either, but she obviously just lost that provisional transfer. And then behind her, I mean, look at the shake over the curves and mainly down the straightaway of all of those front bumpers. Hard to tell who all has maybe deployed theirs. Lenevsky for sure, and I think Cassell's as well, and maybe, hard to say if that LN kart behind her of Keys has also.
I mean, I think Sydney Cassell's is almost batting 1,000 on the nose cone penalty.
At least on camera.
I mean, she's been so quick as that young lady from Canada, but, you know, again, she's fast, but she now has to learn how to race without, making contact. It's simple as that. It's not all her fault. Obviously, there are other incidents, but this is what happens when you're in the hornet's nest. Sometimes you get stung. Credit Marshall on the outside of turn number 9. He looks poised. Great footage. He's there, ready to go, ready to spring into action. And speaking of springing into action, Frederick Manning. He was just said, all I want to do is make a main. And look at the frustration because he knows it ain't going to happen today.
I mean, what in the world even was that? Frederick was just minding his business and had one of the most, cut and dry. It's a brake issue. It's a brake issue for maybe Bronson Goudet. Straight through, right by our camera at turn number 5. Was that Goudet? It looked like it might blue suit, no.
Well, it's a brown suit now at the back end of it. The number 360, it's
Lenevsky.
It's Lenevsky. It's the other Fox and Son kart. Last weekend, that was painted in the colours of the Ukrainian flag. And he ended up nearly in the pit lane. That was a big one.
Well, it makes sense, right? I mean, again, Vitaly Lenevsky, he obviously was the one who hit poor Manning off and into the dirt. And it literally looked like he didn't brake. And I think he straight up did not have any brakes. Talked with a few drivers here through these past 2 weeks, and Grand Orlando Kart Center has long straightaways and some of the longest brake zones on the U.S. National Tour, but they are tearing through pads, and I think we just saw a pair let go fully where the brakes did not engage, and thankfully, heads up driving by Lenevsky in turn 5 there to kind of bail out and go around and not just slam a wall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was the cable or the pads that went, maybe even the disc shot. I mean, who knows? But the main thing is that, yes, Lenevsky is up and out of the car. Well, the Fox and Son team, they've been fed well, as usual, thanks to Marty Linda. But now they've got to have some work to do. And there's a move. That's a Sidney Cassell's capitalizing there.
It was Vega going wide. It was a slick pass there, I think, by Aiden Galway. And so let's confirm that here. I believe Galway's moved his way up to 4th. So the two MDRLN karts to 3rd and 4th. Now on the bubble is Nicholas Vega. Liam Gray, we've talked about Salvador de la Vecchia moving forward. Liam Gray's also picked up double-digit spots. 10 up for the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. The American is, well, he would have been close enough there to pull the trigger and go. And I think he's going to need to do something here pretty quickly because his fellow countryman here, Salvador de la Vecchia, on the way, 11 spots up.
De la Vecchia from Puerto La Cruz in Venezuela but he's got a nasty black-looking scuff on that nose cone. I've got to say, as De La Vecchia, and I hope that for his sake, that it has not had any detrimental effect to the nose cone bracket. And you notice that low camera shot there during the lunch break. Not every single member of the Orlando Kart Center team had a full lunch break, because there was one guy with a blower driving around, blowing the marbles and the excess bits of rubber that are kicked off these Mojo tires off the track. The track looks a lot cleaner, which is going to help with the racing. And of course, it was clean until some bloody idiots with their go-kart decided to drive through the dirt and kick rocks and stuff all over it. But hey, that's drivers too. But look at that. Look how much cleaner the track is, and that is going to open up passing opportunities as Gray to the inside, and Della Vecchia capitalises as well, but up at the front, it's not over yet for the race, or the second place, because Aidan Lorenko is clear at the front, but this is Shimbasi, Keys, and Galway.
Yeah, they have reeled in Aiden Shimbashi. Now, again, this is all fighting for one spot, maybe one row better in the final, fellas. Take it easy. 2 laps left, and you're all safely in. But I think part of the urgency here is how fast Liam Gray and Salvador Vecchia are. Granted, they're 6th and 7th, and we know Salvador is going to race his way forward, so he'll go by in turn 5. But Liam, a little bobble there from the rookie.
Yep.
Liam is also faster than the drivers in front. So whatever they do, sort their differences out, maybe make one last team, and pray for some major, major fighting. Otherwise, this battle will be decided between 2 drivers with top 20 pace for the 36th and final starting spot, Henry. It's a heartbreaker to watch.
Yeah, it is, and of course Della Vecchia is still only 14 years old. He turns 15, later this year, which is why he is in seniors, because he won't be able to race as a junior in the grand final should he qualify. But up at the front, oh no, this always makes me nervous. They're starting the last lap. Now, whether it's row 17 or 18, boys and girls, it doesn't really matter.
Safe.
You're still at the back, but you're still in, know, and one mistake, and, it's good night, Irene, as it were. Nicholas Vega from pole down to 8th position. Vaillancourt is 9th. Yanis Ilias 10th, Savannah Callis is 11th, Gourdin, Possick, Manning, etc. Lemieux all the way back in 15th position. But this battle has got a couple of corners to go. Calm down.
And the main thing is now with all the battling they've had, the pushback bumper penalties, as there's a move there, a very, whoa, Salva drops a tire and swerves at Gray. That's for the transfer into the S's coming right at us. De La Vecchia will hold it for now. Gray into the tire. Sent it there to try and get to him. Will not get it done. Lorenko wins the LCQ. What a shot right there in the last turn, both physically and figuratively with the angle. Great catch by the camera crew, but that was sketchy.
Actually helped Salvador Della Vecchia, give him a little bit of extra oomph up the corner. And Aidan Lorenko. Well, how many Aidens are we going to have? We're going to have technically 3 Aidens all made it through. So we can have all 5 Aidens in the main event.
But again, as we know, all results provisional. We know that there was, from what it looked like, at least Sydney Cassels with that pushback bumper deployed, she was well away from being 5 seconds clear of the next driver, or at least of that transfer zone line. So unfortunately for her, that road may end. The pushback bumper penalties are the only ones you cannot appeal. Don't know if she's the only one. Don't even know, again, we're all speculating of who may have had it deployed or not. Here's a great look at the mobile shot there, taking a look, just as the officials would, of anyone deployed. She had one side deployed there. Looks to be just barely.
Whether it's one side or 2 side or barely or fully, it's the same 5-second unappealable penalty in Rotax. And there's
that's Shimbasi there, and then now we go to Salva, and one of the first ones out. Now they're going to obviously allow Ryland to be able to drive on in. You always got to check a few spots further back, but it looks like Sydney has one side. The drivers around her, surprisingly enough, 0. So maybe the rest of our top 6 are safe, but that's just one type of penalty, Henry. There's a lot. Manuel Blanco, he's got a full book out there of written notes, and that's not to mention the stewards of Christian Perrin and the like in the officiating offices with the camera system.
Yeah, David is up there as well, our chief steward, who is making his karting debut this weekend. He normally stewards in the Formula E and as part of the Miami Grand Prix setup as well. So, yeah, very experienced steward, but realizing that, hey, you get more work as a steward in one morning of go-karting than an entire weekend of Formula E racing. And yeah, great camera work there. Now, we have, so it's the Kart Chase universe expanded this weekend. And yeah, I mean, I heard someone that Trevor Blue was the camera operator out there capturing that last corner as well. But we have, yeah, some fantastic new family members joining us at Kart Chase this weekend and doing a fine, fine job giving you, the viewers, an insight into when we talk about a pushback penalty and trying to explain about a bracket. Well, there is the visual.
Henry, with that, again, close shot. Trevor obviously hasn't learned his lesson. He's been hit by a go-kart with a camera in hand before. I almost ended up owning all of our company. We're still 50-50. Nonetheless,
as long as the camera don't get broken, that's fine.
We're ready to go. It looks good. He'll get after it again. We've got 6 finals with great angles to bring you, of course. Set to go right at 20 past the hour. 5 minutes away from that first main of 6, Junior Max. Going green. That one's going to be a barn burner as well. Nearly a full grid. Originally looked like it might have been. Had 36 on opening weekend. I believe just shy of that here this week. With some more notables to keep tabs on. Senior Max, for those that watched along earlier, was second in the lineup. Now to give the LCQ transfers time to get ready, as well as, of course, the officials to make sure that they cross all the T's, dot all the I's on the appeals, potential penalties, and the like. Well, they'll move to last. So these drivers here slamming the curbs. They're going to have to wait about 2 more hours to do it again. Here's a look at that last corner move, and we'll talk about laying it on the line. Liam Gray definitely did, and I mean, if that doesn't deploy a pushback bumper, I don't know what does. Yeah. But that was about as square on as it does. So either way, we're ready. 6 main events on deck. Ladies and gentlemen in the paddock, we'd like to ask that all of you please rise and remove your hats as we will be playing both the Canadian National Anthem and immediately following the United States National Anthem for opening ceremonies to kick off this fantastic afternoon of racing for round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. And once again, all in the paddock, please rise and remove your hats. engines are fired, and we are ready. Junior Max will be rolling onto the racetrack here in a matter of moments. It's a lot of them, and leading them to green are the two drivers on your screen. First and foremost, coming from across the pond, like Henry Bodette, my co-commentator here, Riley Cranham, will lead them all out onto the racetrack, begin to warm the tires up. And as Henry joins me back in the booth, we also are once again joined by Alexander Searle on pit lane. What do you have for us, Alex?
All right, guys, a couple of things to note here before we head out for this main event for the Junior Max class. I mean, Riley Cranham, pole sitter, Nate Dupuis, Edward Kennedy, and Davin Roberts, your top 4 drivers, all decided to go on new tires. That was the only 4 in the top 10 that went new. Your points leader heading into this weekend, Ryan Gandor, P14, he also selected new tires. One cool thing, though, sitting in P6, Hamish Campbell, 2 new tires, left sides only. The right side are old tires. Back to you guys.
Well, that's a first. I mean, he's going to be wicked going through turns 1 and 2, maybe a bit sketchy through turn 3. But, hey, think outside the box, Hamish. You know, think outside the box. Oliver Hodgson used that tactic to win the US Rotax Nationals back in 2023, I believe.
Not surprised to see some out-of-the-box thinking from the SCR group. They've definitely found a way to be scrappy against the best, and that's why they are one of the top teams we have full-time in the States. But like you said, he's going to be good off the start, and he needs to be. He does not start from the front row. That honor goes to Canadian Nathan Dupuis on the outside, Riley Cranham on the inside, and you have to go back to row 2 for the first and only American inside the top 3 rows. Davin Roberts on the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine starts alongside Canadian Edward Kennedy.
Hamish Campbell and Cole Medeiros are going to row 3.
Everything good, Ryan?
Jackson Porter and Felipe Benito, Baniam Abernethy and Martin Saar go from row number row 5. Now, Julian Rivera and Ryan Gandor. Gandor has obviously had a post-race penalty, a time penalty, so points leader Ryan Gandor already coming under pressure. I thought he drove a little bit hesitantly in the pre-final. I was watching it from the sidelines, and Riley Cranham was playing with Ryan Gandor. He was slowing him down. He was messing with his head. And Cranham starts from pole. Gandor down on row number, my maths is rubbish, but that's row 6. Olivier Chassé, Grayson Walcott, Marek Ruiz, R.M. Mustafa, Darren Kidd and Jackson Morley. Leo Da Silva starts quite well up there, considering he was in Minimax this time last week. And Isaac Malcolm, well, his race didn't last very long this morning. Alexis Baerjean also starting from the rear of the grid. Victor Alencar on the podium last week. We got three real shotguns starting towards the rear of the field. And of course, Achilles Superco at the back. Here we go then. If Nathan Dupuis gets a clean run, he could run away with this because he is rapid, but he's absolutely fluffed the start. And someone didn't let Nate Dogg out of his kennel. He's lost 3 or 4 places early on. And it's Cranham from Roberts. And Hamish Campbell already up to P3. Dust being kicked up in the middle of the pack. And everyone safely through the first few corners cleanly of what is a 16-lap race. Now, Dupuis. Oh, Roberts leads. So new leader, Davin Roberts. Hamish Campbell slots into P3. So Cranham, will he sit and wait? Well, he has not a choice because Campbell's up to P2. It's USA, Australia, UK in that order, then Canada, and Jackson Porter in the top 5. And where is Ryan Gandor still mired outside the top 10?
I don't know if I think outside the top 10. If that's him, I think he's 7th, Henry, at the end of the first lap. And indeed, great start for Ryan Gandor, but look at the lead. Davin Roberts is already starting to pull on the rest of this main group. It's going to get bigger. Riley Cranham back to 2nd with a move on Hamish Campbell. He'll block low in turn 6. And a big opportunity now, a golden opportunity for Davin Roberts and the Ryan Perry Motorsport crew to get away and get away early. 16 laps here, a long run to start this Junior Max main. He's going to get dive bombed right there. Great angle. Riley Cranham back to the lead in just about a 3/4 of a lap from when he lost it. And look at Gandor, 3 wide inside, puts, I believe, Benito in the middle. And Ryan Gandor said, no, I'm not staying back for long. P4 from 11th here as we come to complete just lap number 2.
And Nate Dupuis' afternoon doesn't get any better. He is now under pressure from Edward Kennedy, and Kennedy looks inside. So now, this is a really important moment for Dupuis. Don't lose your cool. You've got a bad start, you fluffed your lines, but you've got 13 laps to go. Okay, so you've got to pick people off. You've overtaken loads of drivers in the last the last 2 events plus this morning. But just, don't get into your own head. That is the key. Now, because Dupuis can still come and win this race because they're not going to stop battling up at the front. No one's going to break away. Roberts, Cranham, Campbell, and Gandor. Well, this is fantastic from Ryan Gandor. We talked about, is that Jackson Porter for the 6th division? Which is that first RPG kart? Is it the 209? Yes, it is.
Yeah, this will be position 3 now from 11th on the grid, Henry. He was 4th a lap ago. He'll pick up another one. P3 looking for P2. Cranham's going to say no, and neither, or he'll be echoed by Davin Roberts as they both quickly cover off the bottom. And we've got a little bit of contact here in the chicane. They will only stay nice for so long. I think Hamish Campbell may have gotten a pushback deployed there. More big swings. This time it's going to allow Martin Saw on the Kelkev Racing X3 to get in the middle of it all. 9 deep in the lead pack. It'll only get bigger if they keep white lining.
Now, Sean Butcher is Ryan Gandor's driver coach, and I'd imagine after the pre-final where Ryan, he was driving scared. He was, he was trying not to lose. And of course, when you're trying not to lose, instead of just trying to win, you make mistakes. So Butcher's lit a fire under Gandor and said, listen, just go out and race. Race and like you would normally. Don't think about the championship, just go out there and drive the thing. And Ryan is responding beautifully.
Well, you're going to have to in a race like this here, folks. This is a dogfight, no doubt about it. 11 deep now in the main pack. Almost 12 to 13 back to Darren Kidd. Here we are into 5. Gandor back to the bottom. Cranham following. Dupuis contact. Side by side for the SCR teammates. Off the road, Hamish Campbell. A big rally move there out of turn 5. He'll lose about 8 spots and counting as he still can't find a hole down low. He'll get in around maybe 12th, Henry, at best.
Maddox Ruiz is in the lead mix. So is Jackson Morley. Kidd is 13th. Bale of Abernethy. Alexis Boyershon was 28th. He's up to 15th. To Alan Carr is 17th. Malcutt is 18th. So the 3 studs, the back of the grid, have all gained plus multiple. Oh no! -1. Calkev Racing Go-Kart. Martin Sartre, he's kept it running. So it's going to be suffering. But Roberts from Gandor. Dupuis back up to 3rd. I mean, Nate Dupuis, he must have overtaken at least 70 go-karts over the course of this championship so far. He knows how to overtake, does that boy. He's got the Zach Comandanello level of aggression, but with a smile. Zach Comandanello remains the only Canadian to ever podium in senior Rotax at the Grand Finals.
Well, the aggression is going to be turned up another bit here. New leader and a little bit of contact out of the corner as Gandor really stopped him in that hairpin. It allowed Riley Cranham to get around both Nate Dupuis and Davin Roberts. So the Brits now back up to 2nd. Here we go down the front stretch. This is so early to be fighting as hard as these kids are. I don't know if at any point they'll trust each other. I can't imagine it'll be the case. They need someone to basically get about a two-card advantage for 2 corners and then start to break away further. And at that point, they'll get a little bit more desperate to work together as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But right now, the lead is well within reach. And I think we're going to continue to see this fight for the inside when we get over here to turn 10. Let's watch it. Gandor's going to go to the low side. Yep. That'll back him up. And while they were fighting a bit there, look at Hamish Campbell. He was wrecking earlier. He's back to 7th, and he'll get a whole lot closer now.
And yeah, well, you say about they're going to trust each other. No, Ray and Gando. Oh no, Dupuis and Roberts come together. Roberts broadside on the track, and who was that almost got taken out? Oh no. Well, Nate's going to have a little bit more overtaking practice, but no, Gandor will not trust Cranham. In the pre-final, as soon as Cranham got in front of Gandor, Cranham started trying to mess with his head. He started trying to slow him down, you know, just to back him up a little bit. So Rayan Gandor will not want to let Riley Cranham pass. He will defend if need be, or he might just drive away.
Just go off.
Exit stage left. That was an RPG car. Was it Porter or Ruiz?
Ruiz.
It was Maddox Ruiz. Out of 10th place. There comes Edward Kennedy wanting to get involved on the energy chassis. He's up into P3. Benito has emerged into 4th. Campbell is now in P5. Medeiros 7th, and who have we got there? Kennedy up into P3. That's incredible. With the fastest lap of the race, 55.5. Well, that's irrelevant because they're all tripping over each other. But you know, it's good to know that, yeah, if he does get a clear lap, another clear lap, Kennedy is rapid.
Crazy stuff here in Junior Max, just kind of right at that halfway signal. So we will keep you posted on how this race changes, if at all it does, because, I mean, there's no time to really break anything down. It just kind of pass or be passed. Don't go backward. Don't leave the door open. You will lose the spot, hands down, without question. Through this turn 10 complex, we finally see that the lead does have a little bit of a gap to it, and this is all Ryan Gandor needed as Hamish Campbell tries to make up for lost ground. That'll be a nice move on the 246 of Felipe Jesus Benito, and move Campbell back into provisionally position number 5. We'll let the leaderboard refresh on the side of your screen here in a moment, but Hamish Campbell, pushback for sure deployed. The longer this race goes, the more he can outrun it, Henry.
Yeah, you know, if things calm down, and yeah, we are now at the halfway mark. Only halfway. You do with a couple of laps of just nice single file, orderly racing. On lap number 8 now. But let's have a quick...
Actually, we're a little further ahead there. Yeah, it'll update in a moment. 9 complete. Working lap 10. Gandor to Cranham, who's about to come under fire from Kennedy. Let's see what Edward does here down in turn 10. He's finally closed on in to Riley Cranham's Prime Power Team Bureau Lark. Riley just almost dropped a tire there. He used the exit curving. I don't know if it's the fastest way in that last turn, but Edward Kennedy having a fantastic run. Last weekend, as they were wrapping up in the energy tent, Caden McQueen said at some point, very soon, that kid's going to win. Very, very soon. And well, today, he's the fastest car on the track, Henry. He was fastest again last lap, and he's got a great chance.
Yes, indeed. And I've got to say, I think the addition of Caden McQueen to Edward Kennedy's sort of sphere of karting is helping him tremendously, because like William Vita, Edward Kennedy's a different driver than what I saw last year. And there he goes. Clean, crisp move. Now the signal, the gap. We'll get the gap next time by. So we've got Hamish Campbell 4th. He's had an accident. Darren Roberts is 9th. He's had an accident. Nate Dupuis 11th. He's had an accident. That's 3 in the top 11 have all been off track, facing the wrong way at some point.
And I think to add on to that here, there may be more spots even for Hamish Campbell, because Riley Cranham, I don't think it's from any contact, but that go-kart does not look as good as it did early on.
No.
He is really struggling, and he knows it, so he's going to start fighting. It's unfortunate for Edward Kennedy. He was hoping they could work together and it would give Edward a shot, but no. Riley's realized that he's not going to get to Gandor. This is damage controller, pain limitation. But Edward Kennedy is going to be the victim here. He'll feel that pain. Back to 5th, maybe 4th if he can pull off this move. He gets by Benito, but here comes Cole Medeiros on that REM Cosmic all the way to the low side.
And he now sends Kennedy back another spot because Benito follows him through. I think that if when we come to handing out the tickets tomorrow, if we are handing a ticket to Rayan Gandor, he can look at the first 5 laps of this race as his key to the grand finals, because my word, he was superb. And then he gets the front and just lets everybody else trip over each other. Those first 5 laps from Rayan Gandor, that's the best I have ever seen him drive, and I've seen him a lot. You know, we talked about pressure, and I was speaking to Alex Searle. The main question mark was, can Rayan handle the pressure? He has answered that an emphatic yes. Made a mistake this morning. Don't drive scared. Hey, come on, you're a big boy now. Let's go. And he has done that. And I think that Jay Southern and Ben Reed-Smith and John Butcher will be quite happy with Rayan's performance, and quite rightly so.
I think on the flip side, you know, if you're Edward Kennedy and you watch this race back, the bit of leeway, the bit of grace he kind of gave to Riley Cranham by following him for an additional lap when he could have pulled the pin maybe a half lap earlier with a more aggressive pass. That's what allowed the two of them to slow down more. He was so much faster. He still is faster, but he's buried, you know, back. Yep. And had he passed Cranham earlier, maybe at a different part of the racetrack where he would have been further away by the time they got to the major dive bomb opportunity zone, and that's turn 5. Riley doesn't get a nose to the inside there, and Edward would have been able to have one additional lap to try and hunt down Gandor, but he won't have that. It'll be a lesson today, sadly, for the energy driver. He still has a shot at the podium, though, as they continue to fight. That was a great heads-up move by Hamish Campbell. He got Cranham off guard. Hamish still needs to outrun a penalty. And at this point, coming to 2 to go, Henry, the best strategy call, park the bus on the inside, hope they fight for 3rd, and then rocket away. That's the only way he's getting a 5-second boost right now. Otherwise, he's going back to about 8th.
Yeah, you know, he's got to manufacture a gap somehow without incurring any further wrath from the stewards. Which he inside, park the bus, wait for a little nudge from behind, then go. Kennedy is now side by side with Cranham. And Hamish, Cranham to the inside. What a move from Riley Cranham. Flat out to the inside. I haven't seen that all weekend. Medeiros on the grass. Here comes Davin Roberts now on Hamish Campbell. Cranham and Kennedy for 2nd. What a move from Riley Cranham, and Edward Kennedy. Well, he lost a bit of time earlier following Riley Cranham. He made the right choice to follow Cranham there because it's going to wind up with him on the podium. But we have Rayan Gandor now nearly 5 seconds in front. It's not over yet. Roberts to the inside of Campbell. That's going to be tight. They somehow squeeze through. Now, what can Edward Kennedy do about Riley Cranham? You know, this is going to be an interesting one. Campbell is parking the bus. Something's gone wrong with Hamish Campbell's kart there. He is not a happy go-kart. Roberts and Benito hot on Campbell's tail. Where is Davin Roberts going to make the move? The answer is there. And Yep, and make sure of it as well. And runs wide. Benito goes through past the two of them. Here comes Dupuis.
Nathan Dupuis. Jackson Porter's going to give a bump and run to Hamish Campbell. And he did not like the way he got driven down. Meanwhile, to the line for the win as they fight behind him. Rayan Gandor dominates the day here in Junior Max again. What a run. Riley Cranham 2nd, Edward Kennedy 3rd. The RPG crew fired up as Rayan Gandor does exactly as you mentioned, Henry, with all of the chips on the table. The hand that he was dealt of where he had to start after a conservative pre-final. He goes from 11th to 4th in the first 2 laps and then gets to the lead, and he doesn't let anyone take it from him. 6 seconds ahead of the whole field.
Absolutely fantastic from Rayan Gandor. What a battle behind, though. Provisionally, Cranham and Kennedy round out your podium. Benito 4th, Roberts 5th, Porter, Dupuis, Medeiros, Morley, and the rest. Hamish Campbell coming up in 10th. Alexis Bayerjon from 28th to 11th. Then Darren Kidd, Bainham Abernethy in 13th position. As
well, already timing and scoring is ready to go. You can see they've already switched to the next session. The bad news is
no rest for the
there is a timetable, and Manuel Blanco keeps us right on it. We've still got some time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side of this break to hear from the best in Junior Max. Take a look back at that race and all the like. 1:45, 4 minutes away for that Micro Max green. So we still have 4 minutes to go, but yeah, timing's ready. Manuel's like, all right, well, let's make sure we have all the carts together, roll on schedule as per the plan. It gives us a moment here during this break to go through our Coastal Link recap and look again. Nathan Dupuy, a struggle start for the Sodi driver. He just could not fire off, and he instantly went backwards, and so did Edward Kennedy. That put them on the back foot, and you would think dropping back 4, 5, 6 spots off the start would be the end of the day there, but no. The battling in this race in the first 5 laps was incredible.
Up and down like a yo-yo, the 241 kart was. There was one of the back markers running off. And yeah, this was welcome to our 15-minute highlights package of the Junior Rotax final, the main event. Now there's Gandor, 3 wide, face your fear, don't be scared. And he makes it move under. Roberts was chasing down Cranham. Now Cranham looked really strong at this point. Gandor had made it up to 3rd, but this was just chaos. This was absolute it's called a bun fight.
Well, and I think it was surprising to see Cranham when he got to the lead. He looked so fast so early.
Yeah.
To watch him just defend as much as he did. But, you know, at that same point, everyone was still on his heels, and if he doesn't, well, he might have gone a lot further back. Now, Ryan Gandor, again, he had to defend too. He was blessed, though, a little bit with the contact between Nathan Dupuy and Davin Roberts. That's what gifted him the gap, just enough to be able to hit his marks and not worry about the drivers behind. And, well, they were definitely causing each other reason to worry for sure.
That was one heck of a move there from Riley Cranham at turn number 7. I wonder if the decision to take 2 fresh tyres eventually cost Hamish Campbell, because the kart was very unbalanced looking by the end of the race. Oh, there's somebody taking a little bit of a shortcut across the grass there, just keeping our camera operative on their toes. Wow.
Let's go down to pit lane there. That was only a sliver of it and a few of the angles. An incredible opening couple of lap drive for Ryan Gandor to put the racecraft on display. And then, well, he just decided to release the afterburners and drive away. Alex?
Ryan, I mean, what an incredible drive. You rolled off P13 in this one. It was almost a damage control race for you. How did you get it done?
It's honestly just maintaining the pace and seeing what other people are doing to maintain your fast speed.
This is a kind of a higher situation, right? You're the points leader heading into today. You extend your points lead. What are you looking for tomorrow?
Try and win the championship and go to Bahrain for the World Championship.
And what
It'll mean a lot for me. Like, I'd thank a lot of people for that.
Tell me about what RPG has done for you. I mean, the kart looks like it's rolling so far this weekend. What has RPG done for you so far that you can kind of thank them for?
I'd love to thank them for the kart, all the setups that they've given us, and yeah, that's it.
All right, congrats, Ryan.
I'd love to thank KR Sport as well.
Thank you, buddy. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. Ryan Gandor, great run. RPG, KR Sport for the regular season for him.
Yep.
Stateside, or at least North American side, for the winter, before the rest of the European campaign begins. And we're already ready for main event number 2. Let's check out the Young Guns Micro Max onto the racetrack here. Henry, a class that put on a barn burner to close out their weekend last week on Sunday.
Yep, and it's the championship leader, Zane Burgess, starting from pole position. 2nd place in points, Dominic Vieira alongside in Zane on the front row. Round 1 winner, Albert Ferro. Oh, no, sorry, that was his brother Arthur. Albert Ferro goes to the inside of row number 2 alongside Jaden Francisco, Dutch Westbrook and Murilo Dominguez on row number 3. Hudson Howard, the round 2 winner, goes from the inside of row number 4 alongside a very impressive Maddox Pelletier. Hank Lyon, Corey Lyons, unsung heroes, both start in the top 10. Can they maintain that? Because if they do, that'll be an incredible uplift in performance. It just goes to show how much of a difference just 1 week makes.
It can flip the whole field on its head. We've seen some drivers have, again, great opening weekends and some rough luck here. And well, one of the most notables, Zev Gottschalk. He was, of course, one of a couple of drivers involved in some scary crashes in the Micro Max pre-final. Now, he's slated to start 21st on the grid here for this main. The other driver we were actually speaking to was our other front row starter, Cam Becker, the MPG OKP Kart Republic. Corey Hyatt, his mechanic, came up here during the lunch break and was relaying to us that he was going on his own with his father to get a further evaluation and some x-rays done on him just to check to see if he was going to be all clear. He said if they did have any broken bones of any kind, they were going to be done for the weekend and head on home, obviously. So we don't know the latest on that. That was only, again, about a 45-minute gap ago, so I'd have to imagine that he won't be on track. Best of luck, of course, though, to Curacao Zev Gottschalk. Hopefully he'll be able to roll from the rear and move forward. And, well, as they form up, let's form up with one final report. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Just real quickly here, I want to know, out of the top 10, the only driver on new tires, Albert Farrow, rolling off in that second row. And one more thing here, Dutch Westbrook, pretty late to grid, actually, rolling off basically when the karts were rolling off as well. And I saw them doing air pressure last minute. So a bit of an unknown for the Bennett team, but Dutch is going to go out there and do his best.
Well, the Bernardo Goubert, the D2 Motors team, he actually missed the pre-final because he was too late to the grid. He is out there starting in what will be 22nd and last place in the number 10 kart. Well, hopefully we'll see Cam back tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely not on track here now. So,
well, you know, hey, Mum probably had something to do with that decision to go to the hospital.
It was a very scary moment for sure. Happy to see that kid get up under his own power instantly. But going through all the right steps as they should. 14 laps the distance. Micro Max, Zane Burgess, that Andretti Global Gainbridge yellow and black Velocity Sodi. And the AKT Energy, a Dominic Varroa, ready to go. The number 1 on the outside, the number 55, leads us into turn 1.
And Varroa trying to hang up on the outside, a bit of understeer as Farrow slots into P2. Now he's going to have a good couple of laps here because those brand new tyres are going to be singing their way, hopefully, to the race lead for Farrow. Oh, there's a spin in the middle of the pack there. It's the number 40. It's the Team Ferris.
Yellow and
the number 7. Oh no, that's Liam Astalis as well. Astalis looked to be okay. Competiello getting going again. Farrow's got to make these new tyres count now. Oh, Varroa to the inside of Dominguez. Had to back out of it. That opens the door for Francisco. Jaden Francisco into P5.
Oh, big move to the inside. Hudson Howard got his first U.S. national win last weekend. Had a great drive forward in his pre-final after some craziness that took him down the board along with Zev Gottschalk. So how good of an opening lap can Hudson get? And this will be at least a net gain of 1 as we witnessed, maybe 2. Cross the line, Burgess leads, 13 laps to go. And we check back in here with the Nitro car to Jaden Francisco, Jaden Francisco in the 30, and again Hudson Howard, 6th and 7th there, just showing on by.
Already Zev Gottschalk up into P13, but that is nowhere near as much progress as Bernardo Goubert has made from 22nd to 11th. Half the field in 1 lap. I think the D2 Motors driver is going to be featuring very prominently in today's broadcast now that he's actually on track. There he is, and he is picking him up and putting him down. Look at that. He's got, well, there's the number 3, Hank Lai, 3 wide, and easy does it. He passes Pelletier and Lai.
Lima there in the 11th.
Lima.
And was that Zev Gottschalk's also picked up a lot there as well. That was the white helmet of the Bennett driver. He's gone around Nolan Goulart to 12th, and we've got a new leader. And we're going to have a new one in 3rd as well. Big move from Dominguez there in turn 1, but it is Albert Farrow that leads the way now in micro.
And this is where now Albert, the tyres will start to even out a little bit. There's Gottschalk making the move on Lima for what is now P11. Goubert's up to 9th. He's now chasing down Pelletier, and Gottschalk, anything you can do, I can do just as well. Gottschalk to the inside of turn number 7. Oh, that's a brave move there from Godshark there, because you are flat out and there's no runoff before you get to the barrier and then the pits.
Oh, what a send from Dominic. Dominic Viraroa at the last second to avoid contact had to go for 2 moves in 1 corner. Obviously it frustrated Dutch Westbrook. He's gone from 3rd down to the 6th spot here in a lap. The good news is I don't think the battling is going to stop anytime soon here, Henry. We've got 4 together up front, almost 3 more to make it 7. And Bernardo Goubert, less than 2.8 seconds from, or 2.9 from the lead, up to 8th. And he's got clear track now to run up the leaders.
There is the move from Murilo Dominguez. When Murilo Dominguez figures out how to put together an entire day's racing without the wild moments, that young man is going to be tough to beat, because the speed is undoubtedly there. But taming that speed, you know, you've got to be quick, you've got to be controlled.
There's something to be said for it, though. You talk to most driver coaches, and they love to be able to pull a kid back rather than try to push them forward.
Yeah.
And so just dialing him back 1 or 2 notches on the aggression rate dial will make a huge difference for Dominguez. Literally just 1 less potential race-risking move at the wrong time. And he's a race winner.
I'm trying to think back whether it was Murillo or his brother Mateus last year at this event did one of the all-time great jump starts. I mean, Hall of Fame jump start. He had gained about 12 places before the green flag had even dropped. That's wild, but it's fast. And he's a racer, and he's going to have to race now because there's another racer, Hudson Howard, chasing him, and another racer, Zane Burgess, just inches in front of him. Faro leads by 0.2 of a second. We now have 5 at the front because Viraroa has tagged on. The first gap is between Viraroa, well, it might actually be between Hudson Howard. Hudson Howard is now 5th. There is Goubert in the number 10, 22nd to 7th.
Yeah.
Not even halfway point.
With Hudson Howard going back on those race-risking moves, I mean, that was one of them right there in that turn 6 moment last lap. He went for basically almost a 3-wide attempt, and at the last second jammed on the brakes and thought better of it, but it's still early. You're in the lead pack. Yes, you'd like to get to the lead of it. You don't want to lose touch with them, but we're only working lap number 5 now to working lap 6. There's time. I mean, again, Zev Gottschalk, Bernardo Goubert, both of those 2 drivers started on the last row, and they're only now a second away from the leaders with still more than half the race remaining.
Now, Westbrook and Gottschalk in 8th and 9th, they're the only teammates in this lead in the top 10. Everyone else, you've got 1 driver from DHR, 1 driver from Velocity, 1 PSL, 1 AKT, 1 J. Howard development driver, side by side. The 3rd, is it? No. Thought that Viraroa was going to pass Burgess. Then you've got 1 for D2, but then the pair of Bennecks. In a situation like this, a bit of teamwork can work wonders if you can get the teammates to work together. And if is a very, very big word.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least, it's only 2 letters for you to spell, Henry. It's not that big of a word.
Well, I mean, but I'm thick, aren't I? But it's a big word. There's lots of connotations to it,
For sure. And again, like you said, they've got to, they don't have a choice. That's the only good thing for Nick Mitchell and Juan from Bennett. They have nowhere to go but up and nowhere to use as a launching pad but each other. They're a second back from the leaders. They're a second up on Lincoln Lima. At this point, settle it out. Don't just keep passing every corner, but just stay in line and you'll get there. And we're seeing that. Both of those Bennecks are getting closer into frame as there's another move for second. The downside for them, though, and this is out of their control, this fighting for second, it's gotten a huge gap for Albert Faro now.
Yeah, I mean, huge is about 20 kart lengths, but in Micromax racing, that is huge. But now you can see Burgess. Burgess is going to have to trust his title rival, Viraroa, here. Viraroa's number 1 sort of task is to make sure Zane scores as few points as possible. So it's in Viraroa's interest to stack this lead group or this chasing group up. Because, he can finish 1 place in front of Zane Burgess all he wants, and Zane's going to win the championship. So he needs to get wagons between himself and the number 55 Kart. And of course, Zane knows this. So Zane sends it back up the inside. And here comes the cavalry. Number 10, Bernardo Goubert, put him into P5.
What a charge. We're still only just past that cross flags mark. There is so much time left for Bernardo to make up for the sins of this morning, as behind him, he's going to get some breathing room. Jaden Francisco, pretty in pink, about pretty into 6 now as he rebounds back forward. Here's Veraroa. They had just started to make some inroads, Henry. They had just picked up ground on Albert Farrow, and right as they did, well, back to fighting for P2 again.
Yep, and I've got to say, Luca Minosi in 10th, and the number 11 Kart, Lincoln Lima in 11th, they're doing a decent job just hanging on to this scrap. There's a big gap back to Hank Lai. Oh no! It's all gone wrong for Goubert and Howard. Piggybacks into the pits. No, they're going to get going. Oh, Hudson Howard's come into the pits. He'll be out of the race. Oh, Goubert just managed to get going the other side of the barrier, and he can carry on. Howard is in the pits. Could that be title hopes done for Hudson Howard?
I don't know what in the world happened there, or if it broke something else. Hudson might have heard the pipe get dislodged, or if he just thought that, well, it was over, he pulled in. But by the time Bernardo dislodged off his left rear tire, he had nowhere to go but the fork in the road. So,
Oh, yeah, absolute heartbreak for both drivers. But, I mean, Bernard and Goubert had just driven so well. And I think they were just trying to cross over. Someone got backed up, and that type of thing can and sometimes does happen. We've now got 3. We've got a new leader. Dominic Vieiraroa takes the race lead. For how long? Questionable. Not quite sure. Probably won't be too long. Farrow now second. Burgess third. Will Vieiraroa try to break away, or will he now back the lead group back up? Vieiraroa doesn't want a lead group of 3. He wants a lead group of 7. And he'd like himself at the front of it and Burgess at the back of it. Oh, and that was always going to go wrong. That was Minosi's fine run. Getting a little bit of a blot on his copybook there, going for a move on the inside, and it didn't quite work out, but he carries on.
so much action here with still 4 laps left. I can't reiterate it enough. I mean, there is still a lot of racing to go in this Micromax main. It has changed the picture quite a bit. But Zev Gottschalk is going to get closer with more and more fighting up front. Albert Farrow and Zane Burgess, they have not been working together nicely, but Dominic Vieiraroa hasn't worked with much of anyone either. Look at this.
Wow.
That argument is not done still, but Albert is the first one to finally say, you know what? All right, we don't have time to do this anymore. Yep. We don't have 5 laps to burn to run down someone else. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, and they went wheel to wheel. They gave each other just enough racing room. Bernardo Goubert is 6.9 seconds off the race lead in 10th position. I think he's going to be less than 6.9 seconds behind the winner when the checker flag eventually falls, because Dominic Vieiraroa is now going to park the bus.
Ooh, penalty flag. Is that a warning
That's
or penalty?
a warning flag, and that was for Zane Burgess. Well, that was
well, I'd imagine that would have been for the hip check coming out of the corner.
Possibly on Farrow, although, hey, I mean, we'll see. I mean, that's not a penalty, that's a warning. That's okay, don't do it again, or else it will be a penalty. But now Burgess sets his sights on Vieiraroa. And Vieiraroa taking a tight line into turn number 7. You can see that this new angle that we've got. Burgess is irresistible, though. New leader, Zane Burgess. Farrow's going to get a run, and watch for the white crash on with that Bennett chassis. We've had one driver go from the back to the front, and now we've got another one. Zev Gottschalk goes to P2, and if he's not careful, he's going to be in the lead before the end of this lap.
Curacao, stand up and cheer. Here he goes. Almost got it. Zev Gottschalk to the lead. He's pumping his fist. There's still 2 laps to go. It's not over. He's going to lose the lead. It was so pumped up about driving forward. Zev, hang on. Still there. Oh, man. What a race in Micro. I'd be pumped up too, but you've still got a shot to win the whole thing if He can hang on, but now back to where is it going to be? Here's Dush's teammate throwing him to the wolves as well.
Yeah, I hope someone's reminding him now. It's not the slowing down lap. Oh no, he's thinking, uh-oh, time to go again. Well, let's make the... Hey, if I went to last at first, I'd give myself a cheer as well. You can't blame Zev Gottschalk, though Jaden Francisco now. Oh, up over the front of that was Figueroa.
No, it was off the back of Zev.
It was
Jaden over the back of Zev. Zev looked left, looked right, said, oh, was there someone there? I didn't know. All right, we're fine. He's got a gap. Figueroa dives Francisco. He'll take over 6. We're headed to the white flag. And oh, by the way, Zane Burgess is back in the lead. Albert Farrow is second with a big run coming towards the end of the front stretch. Watch this. Turn 1, he won't be close enough. Turn 5, he will be. Battle behind. Gottschalk. Westbrook. Give it to the number 8 through turn 1 and 2. And now to turn 5. Here comes the dance. Burgess covers it to the middle. Not all the way low.
But he's going to be squeezed now. Well, Farrow around the outside. Oh, there's contact. And they're both losing ground. They both sort of rub each other the wrong way. They've lost 2 places. Farrow is not going to be elbowed wide there. Burgess is going to have to do something special, and he does. But it's Dominguez.
Murilo Dominguez was not even at all mentioned in the last few laps. He's got a huge lead now. Westbrook and Gottschalk are fighting. Farrow into the dirt. Burgess to 4th. Look at Lincoln Lima into the 5th spot, I believe. But there's so much shaking up, so much change. But Murilo Dominguez, we said if he can put it together, he'll get it. He wins the main in micro.
He let everybody else do the crazy stuff and calmly picked up his first major U.S. victory. What a drive, Murilo Dominguez. Welcome to the winner's circle, young man. Oh, and that was another absolutely superb race. Zev Gottschalk, he's still fist pumping, and well, he might, 20 seconds a second isn't bad. He did lead 1 lap. Dutch Westbrook, is that now a double Bennick podium? Yes, it is, provisionally, of course. Title rivals. Zane Burgess outscores Dominic Figueroa significantly. Burgess 4th, Figueroa only 8th. Solid drive. Lincoln Lima, well done, P5. Jaden Francisco 6th. Albert Farrow 7th. Deserved more, but hey, his brother won an event last weekend. Albert is potentially could win one this weekend, but it wasn't to be today. And after all that, Bernardo Goubert comes back to finish 9th, 3.1 seconds off the lead. Oh my goodness me.
We need a moment to catch our breath, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed what you've been watching so far. As you can see, Liam Astis checked out by the on-site medical crew. Huge thanks to them, as always, for keeping an eye on the drivers and keeping us safe. It's a quick break in the action. After a word from our partners, we'll be back with a Coastal Link recap and interviews from our top finishers in Micromax.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Thank you once again for joining us. We're 2 main events in, long way to go still with 4 more on deck, but that one set a very high bar. Alexander Searle standing by with our winner. Here, Alex, down to you.
Thank you, Xander. I'm going to preface this with, this is your winner, Murilo Dominguez, Portuguese, from Brazil, doesn't speak any English, so I actually have my buddy here, Matheus Morgado. You guys may know of him, world champion in karting. So, Matheus, I'm going to ask you the question, then you can relate it to Murilo. Murilo, you know, first of all, what does this win mean to you, and how would you kind of describe the race?
Murilo, para começar, como que você se sente depois dessa corrida? O que significa para você ter ganho aqui hoje e como foi sua corrida?
Na última volta eu estava pensando, será que eu vou passar? Será que eu vou passar? Aí na minha cabeça, tipo, eu estava pensando, será que eu vou passar? Aí do nada os dois se bateram. Aí eu olhei para trás, os cara da Benic, eles estavam brigando um pouco pela segunda posição. Aí eu olhei para trás, estava distante. Aí, quando deu na bandeirada, eu olhei para trás, olhei para trás, olhei para trás, olhei para trás, não estava acreditando.
He said in the last lap, he was asking himself, will I be able to overtake them? Will I be able to overtake them? That's what he kept repeating. And when they crashed together, he started looking back, and he was not really realizing that he was going to make it. And yeah, he did it. Such a great job. Improved so much, and I'm sure all the team worked really hard for him, and he's a great kid with a great future.
What does this mean to you guys and the team?
Wow, it's great. I had tears in my eyes because for me, it's like so meaningful. I imagine for everyone the same. Everyone works super hard for this, and then finally have a good driver that can show that our material works. It's what we needed, and congrats to Murilo.
Yeah, congratulations, Murilo. I mean, a well-deserved win, and thank you, Matheus, for the interpretation. Back to you guys.
Matheus Morgado experiencing just probably a small percent of the emotion that all the parents feel when we watch these micros, minis, and juniors again. They race, you know, at such a high level so consistently and so well that we have to remind ourselves these are children in primary and middle school. They're still just young kids at the end of the day, and so it's just as much trying to make sure they remember to eat lunch and they focus and get their helmet on and bring their gloves to grid as it is trying to teach them how to become professional racing drivers. And, well, you're kind of riding along with them when you're so invested in helping them get to the point of where they are. It was, I'm sure, very rewarding for Matheus Morgado, maybe even more so than winning himself, to play such an integral role in the development of Murilo and Matheus Dominguez. And again, Matheus has a good shot at fighting for a race win later on today, but so do many others in that mini max class that we'll eventually get to, because it has a lot to touch on. Also, of course, Henry, you know, for you as a dad, you can help probably explain that a little bit more. You know, what it's like for the parents in this massive traveling circus that we've got.
Oh, I mean, it's pride, nerves. I have never been so nervous in my life watching my son trying to take a free throw in basketball. You know, it's you want it so badly for them because you're so heartbroken for them. You feel their pain as well as their ecstasy.
With such a huge amount of development that goes on in the kids' classes, it's no surprise at all that we are treated as some of the most entertaining racing, and not just their divisions, but when they graduate to the Senior Max and DD2 Max classes. And DD2 is now onto the circuit in their warm-up lap. Let's go down to Alex for a last little bit of information before their main event gets underway.
Thanks, Xander. Real quickly here, I mean, first of all, I mean, we all know Brandon Carr got disqualified from the pre-finals, so has to start the main event from the back of the grid. As far as tires go, there's one driver who's rolling off on new tires. It's actually Lucas Pernod, who didn't finish the pre-final, said, you know what, might as well throw on news and see what I got. Back to you guys.
It's funny, he's kind of got the opposite mindset that Kai Hunter had from last weekend, Henry. He said, you know what?
Yep.
Full-on Hail Mary.
Well, because, well, I mean, we'll get to, there's probably lots of reasons for that, but a quick rundown of the grid. Nicholas Ambiado will start from pole, alongside Matt Taskinen, Gianluca Savaglio and Antoine Lacharit on row number 2. Then you've got Saboyan, Rojas, Nanji. You can see the starting lineup there. So, Brandon Carr, the slide that is attached to the fuel and the gas pipe it was too old. It was the right dimensions, but the wrong serial numbers. So it was out of date almost. No performance gain or disadvantage, but you have to have certain numbers on it, and it was the wrong numbers. Now, so he gets DQ'd for that. He scores 0 points. Coming into the day, Lucas Perneau was Brandon Carr's chief rival. He didn't finish the pre-final thinking, oh my goodness me, woe is me, my title hopes are over. Then suddenly your title rival scores fewer points than you. So you think, all right, do you know what? Yeah, new tyres now, I'm ahead of him. So yeah, let's take advantage and turn a negative into a positive. I'm sure that not only Lucas Perneau's own misfortunes played in the decision-making process, but the fact that Brandon Carr got DQ'd as well. You know, yeah, because it goes from game over to game on. Of course, it means that Ambiado, Savalio, Taskinen, Nanji are all that little bit closer to what is bubbling up to being a spectacular title fight.
Yeah, I mean, you could throw basically, depending on how this main comes and goes through this next 16 laps, everything we've done to this point out the window in DD2 MAX, because with Brandon Carr getting a DQ, with Ambiado having a DQ and a penalty in last weekend's Sunday events, I mean, it is anyone's guess who ends up with the points lead, who's got the best seat in the house for the final day to decide that ticket to Bahrain. DD2 Masters MAX, 16 laps from Orlando. We're racing down to turn number 1.
And it is a good, clean start for Nicholas Ambiado. Can he redeem? Right, this is a redemption drive. Now, I was looking at the amount of wagons we've got, and I counted 12. And we're minus 1 of our Masters, Mr. Choquette, I think. We're also minus Preston Le Breton, who couldn't get his go-kart fixed after suffering what was possibly a brake failure in the pre-final. Brandon Carr has just got a couple of fewer obstacles to get past, but everyone is up there at the front now. Where is Mr. Perneau? He's P10, Brandon Carr P11. Now, of course, the DD2 Masters drivers, the two of them that are out there, Martin Janssen and Tyler Givois, they're not running, they're running for a different set of points, they're running a different weight. They've got to tiptoe their way past, you know, them, because they don't want to affect the outcome of what is a ticket class through the Masters, and they know that. They're going to behave themselves, and they're not going to play rough with the main guys. Speaking of playing rough, that is Matt Taskinen putting one heck of a move on Gianluca Savalio. Full speed into turn number 7. Yes, please, sir. It does allow Ambiado to pull away a little bit, however. Taskinen, though, the mustache, is now on a mission, and I can't say enough about Antoine Lacharit. Really impressed me, and he's at it again up to P4.
Here we go. Last couple of big send there from Rojas. Sebastian Rojas there with a massive run through the curbing in that final sector. 2 down, long way still remaining as Nico Ambiado's lead grows ever so slightly, Henry. Fast lap, of course, no surprise here. Lucas Perneau on those new tires, but he has not made up nearly as much ground as I'm sure he would have hoped. That window of advantage, it's going to end around lap 9 or 10 based on the data and results we've seen to this point. So he's got to go now, and he's riding behind Brandon Carr.
Yeah, that was not part of the plan. You know, Lucas Perneau, he did not want to see Brandon Carr get in front of him. But he's sitting in his wheel tracks, but not for long. He's got to make the move. Yeah, there's no point in using your new tyres if you're going to lose points to your main rival. Man's got to keep the 428 behind you, sir. Runs a little bit wide coming out of turn number 13, gets a good run down the straight. Next target, it's Brandon Carr's teammate, Lucas Nanji. Lucas Nanji, who was complaining, well, he wasn't complaining. Apparently we played the Canadian national anthem twice. But hey, you know, because they're so nice, they're always so polite, so we'll play it twice. You know, Lucas, stop complaining. It was nice to hear it. You know, nice to hear it, very respectful. But yeah, one thing that Lucas Nanji will not be is he won't be giving his countrymen a warm welcome because, of course, he wants to try and win the ticket himself, but also, if he can't win the ticket, well, he wants his teammate Brandon Kart to get the ticket. Lucas Pernod will know that. He's got to make progress. Lap 4 out of 16. Pernod is only 3 seconds behind Nicholas Ambiado. I will make a prediction now, Xander Clements. I think the race for the win is over. I do not think a herd of galloping wildebeest can prevent Nicholas Ambiado from winning this one. Determination personified. He's hurt his ribs. He's upset about last week when he came from last to first and then it taken off him. There is nothing but, yeah, he is absolutely on a mission. And, yeah, it's game over for the race win. And I say that on lap 5 when his lead is only 0.6 of a second. I could end up looking like a complete fool. I could end up looking more of a complete fool than I do normally. But that young man, that Nicholas Ambiado, if a steer could cut through a brick wall, he had it.
And could you blame him? I mean, he
no,
wanted this so bad, and and his team owner maybe even wanted it more so. Sebastian Artizone at SLA Kart Racing, but they when I caught up with Sebastian and he gave me their full side of what their story was, their perspective on how weekend 1 transpired. He said, you know what? Doesn't matter. We're going to go out this weekend. We're going to kick their butts both days. And well, he is doing that right now. 5 complete. He has led them all, but Matt Taskinen did start to make some ground up last time, and it looks like he's doing so again. Down from 0.6 to 4, down from 0.4, maybe to 2 this time by. Lacharit still riding there in the 4th spot. Savalio still kind of even in 3rd. But the PSL Karting Bureau Art crew already got a win today. Can they get a second one now with Matt Taskinen trying to lead the force in DD2?
I am suddenly realizing that I may have made a slight error in my pronunciation of the winner on lap number 5 out of 16. Matt Taskinen is not done yet. Catching is one thing, overtaking is quite another. The key thing for Ambiado is if Taskinen does get alongside him, how does he react? Does he get all heads up and do something rash? Or does he accept, okay, have this lap, you can lead a couple of laps because I'm going to get you back. He's the youngest driver in the field. And when the hormones and adrenaline are, sky high, that is a concern. Taskinen, the wily old campaigner that he is, will be somewhat circumspect, I believe, before he tries a dive bomb on Ambiado.
I think the one thing that, to answer your question, to speak for them, Henry, is that we saw a little bit of this in the pre-final. Nico Ambiado kind of got ambushed by Matt once he got to the lead, and then it took him a little bit to recover and drive back forward. He eventually did, but Matt Taskinen, when he lost the lead there, going right back in on Nico, I don't know if it caught him off guard, if he just took a minute to kind of regain his rhythm, if he got dirt on the tires or what, but it took him a lot longer to recover than Matt did from his initial pass. Let's see when Matt gets to him. I mean, he's had an opportunity. He's definitely been close enough the last couple of laps. And the longer he waits, the closer Gianluca Savalio gets. Last time Savalio picked up about 1/10.25 on the pair.
Now, will we see Matt Taskinen check over his shoulder to sort of see how far back Savalio is? He'll be able to hear, in his peripheral vision, that makes perfect sense, Henry. He'll be able to sense the engine notes of Savalio's car behind him, so he'll have a rough idea. Lucas Pernod update, he's up at the P4 now, so he's passed he's got ahead of Lucas Nanji, he's passed Lucas Saboyan, and he has passed Antoine Lacharit, and he's 1.8 seconds off the race lead. So Pernod is not out of the equation just yet. There he is in P4, just in front of Lacharit. Saboyan 6th, Nanji 7th, and Brandon Carr only 8th. This is concerning now for Brandon Carr. Very concerning indeed, because even if he somehow has the championship lead, and I can't see how he would, but if he does at the end of today, what's his mindset going to be? Because he's, that Kart is skibbity toilet. at the moment. It is absolute. It's pants. Let's be fair. It's not going very quickly, is it?
What is pants?
Pants. Rubbish.
Oh.
Poor. Not rapid. Slow. SLO. Slow. Skippity toilet is pants.
No.
Yeah. No. Well, I'm just. Hey. I'm just saying what the cart is.
Henry Jr. is going to hear this broadcast. He's going to get that clip sent to him, and he's going to get teased about Dad. So actually, take that back. Keep it up. Henry Jr. deserves it. He's had too much of an easy coast this week. We haven't teased him enough yet.
Henry Jr. has had 15 years of my sense of humour, so any opportunity he gets to, give it back to me, imagine 15 years of me, constantly, day in, day out.
Well, if you're a Rotax karting fan, you've at least been familiar for a good part of that, and a good bit of the lineage for sure. There's a good battle still beyond the lead, but the lead hasn't happened yet. That's why we're focused right here, folks, and why Henry and I are taking a moment to enjoy it. Because, yes, fourth has changed. The lead has not. They've just stayed close. Taskinen has just been waiting, and I don't know where his mindset is with the strategy call here, because he's definitely been on the bumper to the point that if he wanted to send a late braking move, or if he felt confident in doing so, he could have. He's opted to wait, and it's allowed, obviously, Lucas Pernod time to reel in the leaders. In Matt's case, he's able to take care of his maybe tires a little more, but, I mean, time is of the essence. 5 laps remain now, 11 complete. Savalio is within 0.3 of him. You've got to be careful how close you let Gianluca get.
Exactly. Taskinen may have his hand forced. All Gianluca Savalio needs to do is get another 2 kart lengths closer to Taskinen, and then Taskinen will have to, put up or shut up, because that'll be go time. Because Savalio, he's not one to let the grass grow under his feet. He will not wait. He will just go. And now there, Taskinen, the first look over his shoulder. He now is aware. I would say turn 1, next lap, is probably Matt's best bet, because he is good on the brakes, is Matt Taskinen. Here we go, let's see.
Oh, he didn't get the launch he needed out of that last turn. This is the risky run, and you saw him shake his head.
Yeah.
When you wait, you put all your eggs in one basket, and that's that one move. You wait too long, or that one move opportunity, that one lap you have to go forward, and it's botched in some way, or you botch it, then you don't have any room for error, basically.
He got one corner slightly wrong, Matt Taskinen did, and now he's going to have to start defending. And that's the fine margins that this sport is decided by. Yeah, it's a perfect camera angle. Taskinen didn't get the launch off turn number 13 on lap number 12. And it cost him an opportunity, and now Savalio is camped out on his rear bumper and is going to start pressuring Taskinen. Taskinen's got to take his eye, he's got to put one eye on the front and one eye on the back, because he can't just attack anymore, because if he moves offline, Savalio will stick that cosmic go-kart where Taskinen doesn't want it to go.
4 laps, now 3 laps to go. 4/10 separate the top 3. Who makes the first move to kind of break formation? And when they do, how long do they have until Lucas Pernod arrives on the scene? For the first time all race, they've started to even out lap time-wise with him. But he still is maximizing those new Mojo tires. He's a second half away. Here it is!
Oh, no!
It was close. He wanted to, definitely. And now he's vulnerable. Savalio not going to go in the hairpin. I thought he might have been able to do something there. He's going to give Matt some more time. These two Canadians obviously race against each other probably more than anyone else does, or any other pairing you can make up there in your top 6 outside of maybe Ludovic Saborin and Lucas Nanji. So Savalio, knowing what Matt's trying to do, trusting in him, having seen him drive enough, maybe says, you know what, I'll give him another shot to go after Ambiato.
The first time Matt Taskinen qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals, Nicholas Ambiado was 6 years old. And now Ambiado has to drive the lap and a half of his life. Do you want it badly enough, Nicholas? How much did last week hurt? This is your time This is the redemption, and Savalio gets second. Brilliant defensive move. Now, hold your nerve, Nicholas, because Savalio, he is a different kettle of fish to Taskinen. If he sees an inch, he will try and make it a kart's width.
1 to go, final lap. Nicholas Ambiato trying to make up for the heartbreak he suffered last week. He's got a huge following from Chile that are probably watching along now, rooting the young man on into turn number 6. On the inside, Savalio right over the bumper, and here comes Lucas Pernod. Nothing yet to the sweeper. I think Savalio, maybe it kicked into neutral. He got a terrible exit out of that corner, and he's having to defend from Taskinen. So half a lap to go here, Henry. Ambiato, youngest in the field, driven flawlessly all race. Last couple of passing opportunities right here.
You can hear the chant going out. Chile, Chile. That is the Chilean karting team's war cry, because Nicholas Ambiato, he does it again, and emphatically. That took some minerals to hold off Taskinen and Savalio, to not lose your cool, to drive 16 laps inch perfect against against two drivers who have been there and done that. And I can only imagine the tears of joy that's going to be flooding out of the SLA karting awning. Will we see a repeat of Vegas? Let's see will Nicholas Ambiato be thrown to the floor in delight when his team boss falls over him celebrating? That was a drive. We are going to see some tears from the number 448, because he was heartbroken. I saw him, he was heartbroken, and I just said, look, forget about it, move on. And he was like, yep, I'm going to win next weekend. And he has done just that.
Impressive. No other way to describe it. Nico Ambiato withstood the pressure for all 16 laps here on this main from the pole. Matt Taskinen qualified fastest on Friday afternoon here for today. Fell back to third there off the start from the off-pole position. Of course, Savalio able to get by and build a little gap, while Lucas Pernod had to first clean off his sticker at Mojo Tires. That was part of the reason why he was buried, now finding out from our recap, behind the field. But the Canadian did a great job maximizing the final here today, driving forward, first by Brandon Carr, then by Lucas Nagy, and then for a lot of the race, chasing this group of three. And I can only imagine he was just hoping for more moments like this, or for them to happen just 1 or 2 laps sooner. This move, a great move, and a move that could decide the overall title fight of Gianluca Savalio. Matt Taskinen didn't lose any time, picked up a spot, put the pressure on, but he just ran out of laps, nowhere to go. Ambiato parked the bus perfectly, and out of that final turn, he gets some redemption to be first across the line once again. This time, it should stick beautifully. The SLA kart racing crew now can breathe a sigh of relief here. At least he's through the scale line, no pushback bumper deployed. And from lap 1 to the end of lap 16, the 448 was the top of the pile on Henry. It feels real for a driver when they get through the scales. It feels real for a team owner and mechanic when they get through tech. Let's see if those emotions begin to set in for the young Chilean, or if instead this just gives him more fire to stay focused for tomorrow, because this championship fight, it is not over, not in the slightest.
And you can see there the padding around his ribs. You can say, yeah, he's that hurt, and now the adrenaline subsides. So you know he's going to have a long lie down now, because everything, you keep yourself going. You know, the pain doesn't matter, and then the release of emotion. And then as the adrenaline is moved in, oh yeah, by the way, I still can't breathe properly, because, and there is Mr. SLA himself, proudly walking that car. Now, when we spoke to Mike Edwards, I said, what is the demeanor of the mechanics when they come to you? Well, that demeanor will be very happy. Please, sir, ask me anything. Let me take it apart, nuts and bolts. I'm only too happy to oblige, Mr. Techman.
We are 2 main events. Now we are 3 main events into the afternoon, of course, with DD2 and DD2 Masters rolling out in that third spot. They have swapped, of course, the lineup around a little bit. Max Masters is going to be coming up after this short break in the action. Got about a 15-minute intermission for our final 3 main events on the day. Masters Max, Mini Max, and that 36 driver grid for Senior Max. Nico Ambiato, of course, we want to hear from him. There's a few of our DD2 drivers, of course, that definitely have some thoughts. I have to think a lot of them were thinking points. Maybe probably the most points-oriented racing style of the day, if not of the whole championship thus far, Henry, because that was about as reserved aggression as I think we've witnessed.
Yeah, indeed. We didn't see the results up on screen. Where did Brandon Carr wind up?
Well, Brandon Carr ended up P6 after it all. Not great, not bad. His teammate Lucas Nanji got him in the later stages of it. The other important note, Antoine Lacherie, who had a great run going in that SAAS karting, Mac Minarelli, a DNF P12 for him. So you knock him down. LeBreton out, obviously. Isambard out with the rib injury. And car 6, Matt Taskinen, Gianluca Savalio. I mean, if not for Ambiato, I mean, they would have a pretty healthy lead. Second and third, I think, is still going to bring them close. Because when you look at the points coming into today, Carr had about 68 back to Lucas Pernod. Pernod ends up 4th in that main, and of course, again, he had the issue in the pre-final. So knock him, again, a few spots better than Carr in the main. A little worse for Ware in the pre-final. Savalio, 45 back from Pernod. Basically 113 back from Brandon Carr. I mean, he makes up a lot of ground. P2 on the main. P3 in the pre-final. Matt Taskinen, the same. Both of those two drivers were almost tied coming in. They close up. Carr manages the pain, but, well, Nico Ambiato, he needed a home run. He got it. Sweep of the race sessions on the day. He's with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Nicholas, yeah, like Xander mentioned, you swept the day today. Wasn't easy. I know you're dealing with some rib injuries, but how would you kind of describe your day?
Yeah, I'm working very, very hard for the team. Had a idle setup in the car. That race is very, very difficult. I had that pressure for Taskinen and Savalio. Drivers very fast, but can I have a good defense and just take the win?
So we know Brandon Carr's had a rough day. We know a couple other drivers like Pernod had a rough pre-final. Are you thinking championship now?
Yes. I think can I have the championship? It's very difficult. The last weekend has some complication for some sanctions but that race I have a good idea for take the victory in the first race, and tomorrow just the same. This is the deal. I'll have the ticket for this grand final.
I know you have family watching back at home. Anything you want to say to your Chilean family?
Yeah, I need to thank for my family, my friends, my team in Chile, Dream Racing. Take thanks for Suarez. He gave me that support all the weekend. Very, very good people. And obviously my dad.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, that was your P1 finisher there, Gianluca Savaggio. P2 for Gianluca Savaggio there. So what a run, right? I mean, solid run. I'd say you were sitting third the whole race. How would you kind of sum it up?
Yeah, I was sitting in third most of the race. I was waiting for the guy in second to make a pass, but it didn't happen, and then they started blocking each other, so I made my move.
All right, I asked him the same question. Points, you came into it a little bit back, but the points leaders have had a rough day. Where are you looking at in terms of the points?
I was sitting in fourth. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm sitting third now, or maybe even second. I'm not sure, but we'll see what happens tomorrow.
So how do you change your focus now in terms of overall fighting for a grand finals ticket?
This has definitely excited me a lot more. I have a new set of tires, so I'm going to use that as a strategy tomorrow.
All right, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. DD2 Masters MAX into tech. Our previous two main events are wrapped. Still about 10 minutes, 9 minutes officially on the clock. And then we go back racing with your Masters MAX drivers and Mini MAX drivers before Senior MAX closes the day off. So we'll give our hardworking crew a moment here while they can stretch their legs, the same as the officials. Catches everything back up and then racks it for 3 more mains. We're ready for you when it's time. 45 past the hour.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
moments away from going green here in Max Masters, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, one of the coolest parts of our sport's evolution over the last 2 decades is what you can learn and what you can diagnose and, well, how much you can take away from the onboard data analysis devices, most notably the Micron devices made by AIM that are on pretty much every American go-kart that you'll see on our live feeds. So we have our first ever data analyst that'll be helping give a lot of insight to what you can learn from each of them. Lucas Nogueira was able to break down a little bit of it. You'll find him under the PSL karting tent, but as well, well, he's one of the most knowledgeable guys behind the laptop. Here's what he was able to give us for a quick tip from this week.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here, and we're going to talk about how to analyze the data for a Rotax engine. But before that, we need to talk about how this engine is built. The Rotax engine has a power valve. Some of you don't know how it works, but this basically gives back pressure to the engine on low torque. It changes the back pressure. So the way it's set it up is to allow us to gain some bottom power when we are getting out of the corner. And another thing about the Rotax is the ECU, that at 12,500 RPM, it changes the timing, giving us some more top speed. So knowing this, when we go to the data, we want to look at the specific spots. At 12,000 RPM, we look at when the ECU changes the timing. So every time we see a big difference between our drivers at around 12,000 RPM forward, we know that's during what we call the boost, this timing change. And this could be an electrical problem with the ECU, it could be a harness problem, but it's most likely an electrical problem. Also, when we check at 7,500 RPM to 8,500, we know that's when the valve is opening. So if we see that the driver is not coming out of a tight hairpin like the one we have in Orlando, we normally check the valve and it's stuck or there's another problem with the valve. So it's always important when we are analyzing the data to check the specific spots where the engine has the power valve working and when he has the ECU changing the timing. And an easy way to look at this is through the EGT, because the EGT is the consequence of how the engine is burning the fuel. So if the timing is not being changed, the EGT will look very different from both your drivers.
Of course, that is once again just a small tidbit into what an inside scoop looks like underneath some of these race team operations. It takes a village to stand on the top step of the podium at any kart race, any motorsports event, but especially here at the national and international level majors that we find ourselves covering. Lucas, of course, has been one of the pillars as to why Rubens Barrichello has been the only driver to win the title for all 3 years in any of the divisions at the Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy, and that's in this one, Masters Max. But this year, we had a big challenge on opening weekend from Danilo Romolo. Granted, Danilo not on the grid this weekend gives Rubens the points lead by default, but it's not said and done yet. Mundi Lawyer and Daniel Costa both had consistent runs to kick things off. And, well, let's go down the rest of our lineup here. Henry.
You have Hedy Panenko on P5, Brian Hannon, who is on new rubber, along with our pole sitter, Simon Protor and Fernando Hernandez are next, Michel Legrand, Sylvain Chenard and Martin Gilbert. Why is Rubens Barrichello using his new tyres now and not tomorrow? Well, because he wants to try and put things to bed as quickly as he can, because tomorrow he starts the pre-final behind his two title rivals. So, yeah, minimise the damage caused by doo-doo, not doo-doo as in, doo-doo, but Eduardo, his son, calling him in early and allowing pole position to slip away from him. So, yeah, let's not an easy win, but hey, let's try and control things. Let's stay in control. You know, you can't control what will happen tomorrow morning in the pre-final when he's, starting not on the front row. You can control this with pole position, fresh set of bones, and hopefully a spanking of the rest of the field will ensue. If you're Rubens Barrichello, of course, that is. Mundi Lawyer and Daniel Costa will be thinking, right, we've got to We've got to work together, and we've got to try and come up with something to peg Mr. Barrichello back. Ah, no, that's never a good sign. Dominic Legrand looking down. Now, is that something? Is something misfiring? Does he think, oh, is there something not quite attached to plug wire or something like that that is intermittent? That's going to be a distraction. That is not the best way to start a race where you're wondering, oh, is something going to break on the wagon?
Well, it's almost like he was looking back around where the choke's located. The lever.
Where's Costa?
Yeah, no Daniel Costa either. Also, well, no. Yeah.
No, is he gone? Oh, no. So it could be game over for Costa.
And that means the only hope this class has at a championship fight going into Sunday lies on the shoulders of the Peruvian, the Tony Kart on your right-hand side, Mundi Lawyer. Rubens Barrichello trying to go for a four-peat, and he gets a massive jump off the line. He'll easily lead us into turn one.
And there's no Yevgeny Panenko either. So Panenko and Costa, did they miss the gates for the start? I can't imagine there would be any other reason. So we're down to 9.
Well, and you know, we knew that the lineup had shifted for this weekend from last weekend, Henry, but Masters Max moved backwards. It didn't move forward in the lineup. It would be more understandable if they did miss the grid for DD2.
Yes.
That went from the 4 seed to the 3 seed, but we're back one spot.
I did just see a driver in a Bill race suit pushing his kart into the tech line by the scales. Was that Costa? Did he make it out, but then while we were looking at the grid, something broke on the kart?
Hopefully Alex can keep an eye on that for us down on pit lane. I'm sure he'll be able to key in during this one and let us know what has happened, because now, well, we've got an opportunity for a new driver to stand on the podium. Dominic Legrand holds that position. Then you go back, Brian Hannon, and newcomer for the weekend, Fernando Hernandez, 4th and 5th. They just traded that spot there on this opening lap. They've got a chance to keep Legrand in their sights, and maybe they can get some hardware here from an opportunistic Saturday.
And Hannon on new tyres as well.
Right.
Now, we'll see where Alex Earl can confirm what the problem with Daniel Costa and Yevgeny Panenko is. Meanwhile, the order is Barrichello by 0.6 of a second. Oh, Hernandez getting it all crossed up under braking. He gets on the anchors, runs wide. That was an accident in all but the outcome.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't. He was banking on more grip, more traction there in the brake zone, and he did not get it. You saw his hands busy going through that corner, and it unfortunately bogged him down on exit. There's a great look down at the 654 clear visor. Sylvain Chenard, the Premier Karting crew.
Nothing screams old school like a neck brace like that. For Sylvain Chenard. No, I got all credit. All you need is one of those windmills on the front of his visor for when it rains. Even you guys are too young to remember.
No, we still see those.
And a Zappelli wetsuit. But
maybe not that.
No, Now, Dominic Legrand is still looking down. I'm not convinced that kart will last another 12, 13 laps. Hannon is looking strong. Hernandez, now that he's gathered himself together. Pro Tour, Sylvain Chenard up to 7th. Michel Legrand in 8th. Now, these gentlemen are all of a certain age, and you can see, oh, look at the whites of his eyes. You can see is that fear or is it aggression or a mixture of both as you plunge down towards turn 1 here at Orlando Kart Centre. You know, but hey, they do it for fun, but they are ultra competitive. And Sylvain Chenard, he's running with Premier Karting in his own little awning, so the sidebar, you know. Sylvain Chenard International in association with Premier Karting, I think is the official title of the team, according to Sylvain anyway.
We've got an update from Daniel Costa. The chain popped off on the outlap, folks, so a heartbreaker for the Orlando Kart Center driving coach. And his second weekend aboard the Red Army gets off to a rocky start with the round 3 main that is basically going to put a nail in his championship hopes. It was going to be a long shot anyway because you were still banking on being either faster or watching bad luck strike the number 611 of Rubens Barrichello. And I think it might sting even more if Mundi Lawyer can get there and a fight ensues that Daniel would have been able to join. Those two, Mundi and Daniel, about same speed in that pre-final. Rubens is not much better. I mean, it's a couple hundredths a lap at best than Mundi Lawyer. So it looks spread out. It looks like it could be said and done, but it very quickly, the winds could change and shift when you've got a delta climbing by just that, fractional of an amount.
Let's put yourself in Mundi's position. You are a 57-year-old gentleman. You have kept yourself in good shape. You've raced. It's in your blood. You've spent time away from the sport to have a family, build a business. Now you've got a couple of quid in the bank. You've come back and you started doing this probably about 10 years ago. You made it to the grand finals once. I think it was 2017 he qualified for the grand finals. And, everything gets a bit harder. Now, I know Mundi, he fasts, he to keep his diet, his weight as best he can. And then you're faced with an ex-Formula 1 driver. How hard must it be for Mundi Lawyer to practice, to focus, to concentrate, to be inch perfect? I cannot speak highly enough because, of course, Rubens is on new tyres. Mundi's thinking, okay, my goodness, I'm doing everything I possibly can. Now the so-and-so puts a new set of boots on, and here he is. He's still got to take the fight to him. There's no quit in Mundi Lawyer. The odds are stacked against him, and yet he is pushing on, and the gap may grow a little bit. However, let's not forget, when I'm 57, I will be more than happy just to be sitting upright and not being fed through a tube, to be perfectly honest. But do you know what I mean? You can't speak high enough of Mundi Lawyer. He is pushing and pushing and pushing. Yes, it's an uphill battle. However, if you quit, then you're never going to win. And who knows what might happen.
I think the one thing, too, with Rubens Barrichello as well, Henry, is that we talk about him being an XF1 driver, and obviously he has 11 Grand Prix wins, one of the all-time greats, and heralded as he should be in his home country in Brazil. But he also is still a very active professional racing driver with the Brazilian Stock Car Series. So you compare seat time head-to-head. Throw the F1 stuff aside. While that was not yesterday, it has been a moment. But Rubens is still very active behind the wheel. And to Mundi Lawyer's credit, he's keeping up with an active driver, an active race-winning competitor on the Brazilian stock car circuit on that same level. And again, Rubens will be back to that probably, and I would imagine not long after this weekend concludes with their testing program for the 2025 calendar. So, we see Rubens twice a year on our broadcasts here, and every now and again when the dates line up as they hopefully should, like this year in Bahrain, Rubens is able to score himself a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals and race there as well. Beyond those 3 allotted weekends, he is still driving quite a bit.
Yeah, he's the 2023 Brazilian stock car champion. So he's not just pootling around, and the Brazilian stock car championship is nuts. Full of ex-F1, F3000 drivers, you name it. That's a really, really top series. But Alex Searle, what news from the pit lane?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. While the Masters race continues on here, I'm next to Harley Keeble, who's actually coaching for Jay Howard, mainly William Vitor here in the Mini-Max class. Harley, how would you kind of sum up the weekend for William thus far?
I mean, we've been pretty unlucky. The speed's really good. Like, we've come on a lot in the last 4 weeks. Yeah, the speed's really good. We're probably a tenth or 2 off Enzo, so we've still got a little bit to find, but we're fast. He just needs to focus a little bit on racecraft as he's unexperienced compared to these guys, and yeah, we're still going forward.
You've been working with Jay all year long thus far. It's only been a month, but the team's off to a hot start. What's it like under the tent?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's great under the tent. It's been working really well, The results have shown that, so, I mean, what more can I say, right?
Last year you ran the DD2 class. This year you're coaching. When are we going to see you back in the go-kart, bud?
Hopefully pretty soon. I need to focus on William first, get him up to speed, and then hopefully maybe I do a race or 2 towards the end of the season.
Thank you, Harley.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, back to you guys.
Great to hear, Harley Keeble there, and you can see in William Vita that Hardy Keeble's work is paying off. Little story whilst we're on that 10 of 16 about Rubens Barrichello. I spoke to him during the summer last year about his charitable foundation in Brazil, trying to help that as much as I could. And he said, oh, by the way, Henry, I'm not going to be in the grand finals this year. Why? Oh, because my championship, I'm racing in Argentina that weekend. Why did Rotax have it so early? I said, oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, but hey, he's got a job to do. And I said, well, it's okay. Well, next year in Bahrain, it's going to be December. Oh, good, I can make that. I said, yeah, Rubens, you've got to qualify first. Oh, yeah, see you in Florida. The confidence. Forgot we had to qualify first, just like everybody else. Now, speaking of qualifying, are we going to have a new qualifier on the podium? Hannon and Hernandez. Dominic Legrand's kart, whilst we were I was waxing miracles, Andrew was sort of calmly thinking, I'll save my vocal cords and let this Welsh fool drone on. Dominic Legrand's wagon finally cried enough. This is the battle for the final podium position. Brian Hannon has it. Fernando Hernandez wants it. Michel Legrand and Simon Protour are about 5 seconds behind this battle. Then it's Sylvain Chenard 7th and Martin Gilbert in 8th is the only other driver still running, but running he is. It is Michel Legrand. He has passed Sylvain Chenard. Sets off after Simon Protour. Not a classic go-karting driving style there, but these amateur racers, but hey, amateur racers going 80 miles an hour. Apex, what's an apex? Well, still having fun. Michel Legrand's getting his head down though. He's hunting. He's hunting a fellow Canadian. The gap, meanwhile, between first and second is still only 1.2 seconds. So Rubinho cannot go to sleep just yet. Mundi Lawyer is keeping him honest.
It's been a slow drag out of about a half-tenth a lap, basically, to a full tenth, Henry. You see the lap last time, 54.74 for Rubens, an 8.2 for Mundi Lawyer. It was an 800th game, a game of inches that turns into feet and that eventually turns into miles over the course of a long 16-lap run without anything interrupted. And I think the most unfortunate part of it is if Danilo Romalo was in the field and he was able to put the heat on Rubens and pass him, or have Rubens pass him back, just one or two of those moments last weekend, like what we witnessed, would bring Mundi Lawyer right to the heels of it. But with nothing in the way, nothing to basically mess with the 611, to slow him down in any regard, he's able to hit his marks every lap, just like Mundi can. It's a head-to-head game of the stopwatches. And right now, just by an inch, just by a little bit, and not as much as a week ago, Rubens has the edge. Now, this group for third, like you said, Brian Hannon, when he got by Fernando Hernandez, I thought he was going to walk away. Obviously, Fernando had that big send on him in the opening lap in that back hairpin. But then after that, the new tires seemed to really pay off for the Cosmic driver. But then the race drew on. And now, in the last 5 laps, I mean, they have been even, or the advantage has gone the way of the SCR driver. So Speed Concepts Racing feels very similar to how we called the end of that Senior Max main on Sunday last weekend, where one of those black, white, and red speeds or CS5s or whichever OTK they've got under the banner is closing the gap in the final few moments. It'll be 2 to go when they hit the stripe, and he's already proven that he's brave enough on the brakes to make a big attempt for that pass. How bad do you want to stand on the box?
With an ex-Formula One driver. There's the key. Yeah, the podium is one thing. How often do you get to say, I shared a podium with Michael Schumacher's teammates? You know, that's the key thing. It doesn't matter whether you're 7 or 70. That is a carrot. Looking out the commentary box window, Michel Legrand and Simon Protour are having a territorial dispute. That's off camera. I'm sure we hear about that in the paddock later. This is for P3. Hannon has it. Hernandez wants it. Now, if if I were Brian Hammond, I would be very mindful of leaving the door open going into turn number 9 because Fernando has previous into that corner, as we have seen. But 1,300 metres this circuit, 1,300 metres, about 1.3 kilometres. That's all that stands between Brian Hannon and a trophy.
Let's see if he is able to pull away. He's able to open the door because Hernandez wasn't close enough in turn 5. That last lap was a much needed one out of Brian Hannon, but little wiggle there in 6. We've seen it before in this sector alone. Drivers taking a little more curb on the right than the left to close up. You saw 2 wheels and fully sending it there.
Oh, I feel a banzai move coming on. Probably good for our blood pressure that he cut to the winner. Hey!
Oh no! He turns him. They're still going to race. They're still so far ahead for third and long gone. Apologies to Rubens Barrichello.
Yeah, he's won plenty. That was great stuff. That was synchronized crashing and then and I think, yeah, Mr. Hernandez is probably thinking, well, even if I could get away quicker, I won't. I shall save me a trip to the steward's room later. He shakes his head. And after all that, there is your winner. Mundi Lawyer, 1.2 seconds back. What a drive. And Brian Hannon is on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. The American driver running for the Canadian team. He's the only driver that got my insane in the membrane gag last week, so respect to him. House of Pain. Oh, Cypress Hill. Cypress Hill. Insane in the membrane. Got no brain, going insane. Hey. You haven't discovered the mute button yet. Barrichello, Lawyer, Hannon and Fernandez, your top 4. Pro Tour, Legrand, Chenard and Gilbert, your remaining finishers.
So there you have it, folks. Mini Max now will be the next one up on the docket. Senior Max again to close the day out. A dominant run for Rubens Barrichello, but the bit of a consolation prize for the man in second, Mundi Lawyer. The only other driver to go new tires there was the man in third. The rest of the field will have a tire advantage over Rubens, including Hernandez, which hopefully means tomorrow he doesn't have to get as aggressive to go for it. Big sign of respect between the pair of these two drivers. You saw again, he went for the move. It wasn't quite there. He was definitely a bit too gun shy on the brakes compared to earlier in that race, trying not to repeat the crossover. It ends up with Hannon still third, but Rubens had to burn a new set of tires. I got to remind myself of that there, and Henry, you as well, that Mundi Lawyer staying within 1/10 of a second of Rubens from the drop of the green to the checkers, and he was on used rubber to Rubens' new rubber. Big boost of confidence, I would think, for Sunday.
Just a look there, on the right-hand side of your screen is Vince Carey, who was entered into the class we've just watched, but he's been unwell. And his dad just had a pacemaker fitted, so he's come down to see his dad, DJ Mr. Vince. Hopefully we will see Vince at the next Rotax ticket event in Phoenix, Arizona in February, or maybe on the East Coast as well. There'll be another Rotax event for tickets for the grand finals there later this year. We'll give you full details of that tomorrow. But hello to Vince, and I think that must be his lovely lady right there. If not, then his wife back home is going to be a bit upset.
Easy, Henry. You're about to get him in trouble. Here, let's cut away before anything worse potentially happens. We got 5 minutes on the timer before Mini Max goes green. They'll go green at 10 minutes past the hour. It's 5 past right now. A fantastic race on deck there, and Senior Max as well, too. Absolute bangers, as the kids call them here, Henry. I'll get you up to date on the proper lingo nowadays. Things have changed in 2025 from 2024. They go quick with the internet now.
It's not a banger, it's straight fire, bruv.
No, again,
fire,
you're
bruv.
years behind.
No school.
We got catching up to do.
No school like old school.
I'm about to put you through school.
You mentioned about data, that the really good feature on the data bit that the car and the guys have put together. My data was just, I want to go faster. You know, that's how old I was. My lap time, we used to have to put, so this is before the worlds of Micron and Alfano. Our data logger on my go-kart, you had to put the receiver next to the start-finish line to pick it up. Physically put it there. enough of that. Alex, take it away, please.
Please.
Thank you, Henry. Rubens, well, smooth sailing, start to finish, flag to flag. I mean, kind of describe that race and the decision to go on new tires.
I thought it was a good decision because at the end of the day, we have a gap, but we need to work for it. So I knew that Mundi was super fast, so I needed, to be in good grips, and the kart was really nice. The motor was working good as well, so it was nice just to be driving flat out all the way.
You've won this championship, the ticket from here, 3 years in a row, looking for your 4th in a row. What is it about this Rotax package in this event that makes you so strong?
Obviously, I know this track more than I know Interlagos because when the kids were tiny, we came here for practice, and Orlando is a home that I love because at the end of the day, we just take the car, the kart on the back, and we come here. Orlando Kart Center has been always very, very good. The Rotax family is fantastic. I've been to the grand finals sometimes, so I just love to practice here, to trying to qualify. I don't have many dates during the year as well because of my schedule, so I love to be here. I love to see my kids doing, so super event.
What does it mean to you to see your kids be successful in racing and to be there and them supporting you back?
Well, I mean, the most important thing for me is that the kids love for themselves, because they see I work quite hard for myself. 52, but I go to the gym. You need to talk to the psychiatrist. So you need to be in good shape with the feet on the ground for you to drive with a passion. So they don't need to be driving for dad. Daddy loves it for himself. So that's my thing. I love that they do for themselves.
Thank you, Rubens.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys. Engines fired.
Thank you, Alex. Rubens Barrichello, a family weekend once again ends with a victory. Well, the day ends with it. He's got one more day to go to seal it off. Like he said, that the gap is there. It's not a big one. Again, you'd think more so, but you don't get extra points based on the number of seconds between you and the next driver. It's the drivers that you beat. So even though he's only lost one session to Mundi Lawyer, finishing 3rd in the pre-final on that Sunday, and the rest of them spent just behind Danilo Romalo, he only entered today with a 35-point margin. Now, again, dominating the day, great. But then Mundi stays right on his heels and finishes 2nd and 2nd. So you can only extend that gap so much. It basically means that without any other DNFs, Henry, there won't be a mathematical clinch. There's no way to officially, bring that gap big enough.
Yeah, exactly, and that is what we hope. That we don't want to see any title decided with somebody retiring from a race. Now, Mini-Max. Big news, Enzo Di Janeiro won the pre-final on the road. DQ in tech. He starts from the back of the field, but Alex Searle, there is more news. Tell us.
Thank you, Henry. Just really quickly there, you touched on the De Janeiro aspect of this one. I have some pretty cool stuff on tires, right? We've been talking about it all day. New tires, who's going to save it for tomorrow, who used them all in qualifying. A couple of drivers here. Mario Dominguez's brother, Mateus Dominguez, all new tires. Cam Johnson and Massimo LaRusso, also new tires. And we talked about Hamish Campbell in the Junior Max class going 2 new tires on the left side. How about it for James Roots? 2 new rear tires, old fronts. So that's a new one here for today.
Okay, interesting.
That might be the first time I've ever heard of that combination. I would think you'd want more front bite than rear, but obviously the Prime Power Team boys, they might know a little more than I do here when it comes to getting the Mini-Max cars tuned up and fast. James Roots will roll on the outside of the front row, but it'll be Vicente Aguilar on that AM Racing Team machine that will lead us to green now after the De Janeiro penalty. Maxwell Macho on the Sodi, trying to get a little bit of redemption off of last weekend. He rolls to the inside of Dominguez, the first of the drivers on all 4 new Mojo tires.
Parker Ives and another new tyre driver, Cameron Johnson, on row number 3. Round 1 winner Arthur Farrow starts on the inside of row number 4 alongside a very impressive William Rossetti.
Massimo LaRusso on new rubber from row number 5. He starts on the inside of Matteo Pai.
William Dion and the TV Kart of Christian Sanguinetti make up row number 6.
Hawaii 501, Kai Park on grid 13 alongside Cristobal Bonnet, Nicholas LaRusso and Lucas Bertagna are next. William Vito, we were saying he came from 31st to 20th on the first lap of the pre-final. One of the carts in front of him kicked up a stone which hit him in the eye. Luckily he wears glasses, but still that could have been a very nasty injury, and he said he could really hardly see because his eye was watering so much. Luke Conjanapatak, that's the lowest he has been, down in P20.
Yeah, Luke Conjanapatak switched this weekend to go from privateer to get some help for the D2 Motors camp. The newly formed team for Danilo Romolo also picked up, of course, 2 more drivers. Well, they've got a little work to do to get Luke tuned up and to the front. Here's the back half of your grid and a long road forward for Enzo De Janeiro. He was brimming with confidence after that pre-final win. He's going to need to put it to good use, but keep, again, his cool and his wits about him, because 30 drivers in front will not make it easy, and more importantly, they'll be fighting amongst themselves, and we know the inevitable chaos could rear its head.
A quick word about Blaise Deniz. He crashed out of the pre-final, but he atoned for that. He cleaned every single last speck of dust and stones and dirt off his kart. Wouldn't let his dad touch it. I will clean my go-kart. There's a lesson to be learned there for all you other drivers. Wonder if good fortune will now smile on Blaise Deniz. Here we go then, green flag drops, we're off and racing. Vicente Aguilar has the field, the front runners are all through cleanly, a lot of jostling in the middle of the pack there. Oh, and that is Faro over the grass. That was some serious air time there. Someone call air traffic control for that one, and that is going to put the round 1 winner deep in the field.
Take all of the point scenarios we thought we had going into tomorrow based on how everyone's momentum had gone through this mini championship so far. Throw them out the window, Henry. We've got a new ball game down the backstretch. James Roots looking for the lead on lap 1. He's got it. Parker Ives to second with a big heads-up move as well.
Those fresh rear tyres, well, normally it's the Roots is on fire. The Roots has got new tyres, and he's got a lot of acceleration off the corners. Those rears are gripping. Checks over his shoulder. Ives second. Now, Ives had a tough race in the pre-final, but he's not going to let that bother him. He's going to calmly go about his business. Aguilar down to 3rd. Matcha is there in 4th. Then it is Dominguez. Well, wouldn't it be something if both Dominguez brothers break their victory duck on the same day?
Yeah, that would be huge. Talk about a big day to celebrate over at PSL Karting. Winners in Masters Max, winners in Micro Max. Could they also be winners in Mini Max? And they've got a great shot at winning in Senior Max coming up as well. 4 of 6 potential opportunities here. And of course, the great runs that the Burrell Arts have had in the likes of Junior and DD2 as well. But there's a lot of racing still left. Here we go, 2 down, 12 laps to go. And James Roots on his Red Army machine pulling away out front as Dominguez pulls out a line. He wants 4th from Matcha, and he'll take it away.
Now, I can imagine that the plan for James Roots was that, okay, look, just use the rear tyres to get a small gap. You know, if you can get a small gap, break the toe, then the chances are that no one's going to work together, because you've not got any teammates. You've got RPM, you've got Ryan Perry Motorsport, AM, Velocity, PSL, Franklin Motorsport. No teammates amongst the chasing pack. So to get them to work together is nigh on impossible. So by the time that the new tyre advantage sort of dissipates, you have got a manageable gap. Now, Ives is a smart young man. He is not defending against Aguilar. Matcha is also a very, very intelligent driver. He picks up a place there from Cam Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson had a massive
Oh!
move. Whoa, pulled out maybe and a warning flag for the 114 as well.
Yeah, that is Lucas Patania, another of the Sony Kart army. Now, Matcha making moves. So he was nerfed out of the way. There's the TB Kart of Christian Sanguinetti. appearing on the scene. He's got his Team Canada race suit on, made his grand final debut last year in this class, finished 44th in Mini Max. But Roots, a second up the road. And are we playing nice? No, Aguilar, no, this is Dominguez and Ives side by side. Now, Ives, yeah, now he points. Okay, Parker Ives, I would say that Parker needs to give Mateus a lap. A lap.
Give him a moment of opportunity.
Yep.
And let's see, can he take you to the promised land, to the rear bumper of James Roots? Because right now, nobody has anywhere close to the pace of him besides Dominguez. A 57.75 for James Roots in the 111. Ives back to third. Now move the driver behind him back one more. Our pole man, Vicente Aguilar, to fifth as LaRusso continues a march up the board. So Massimo LaRusso, CRG, fourth now, and still with room to go more. Let's see how the rest of that top 10 shakes out as they head for the backstretch. Macha, Rossetti on the Ben Cooper Racing machine. Cam Johnson, Farrow still alive, and you check further back. How about this young man? Enzo De Janeiro on the Parolin has caught the end of the main lead group here, Henry.
Yep, he's just got past Melville Dos Santos. Enzo De Janeiro, 17th. William Vita, 13th. But significantly, only 4.7 seconds behind the race leader, who in turn has a 1 second advantage over Dominguez. So, yeah, 3 seconds separating Enzo De Janeiro from P2, and we're not even at half distance. Yeah, and this is Minimax, so that's as good as being in the scrap already. And there is Sanguinetti, Farrow. Now, you've already been off once on the outside. Oh, Farrow's got some minerals he has there, young man. He was not going to back out of that one. He was teetering on the edge of adhesion. There goes De Janeiro making a move. And now Ives, well, he's under pressure from LaRusso. And LaRusso up into P3. It's not LaRusso. Good job. Oh, and there's a Sony car that is spun. Is that Matcha?
No, I don't believe so. I think that might have been from, who do we have? The 114, Bertagna.
Okay, that was 114 at the 115. Now Ives going back at Vicente Aguilar. This is all good stuff. James Roots is saying, please, gentlemen, carry on. I'm loving this. And
James Roots with a win and Arthur Farrow fading back. He would set himself very good for tomorrow. Parker Ives entered the day with a great shot at the title. He's still alive after a top 10 pre-final run. And of course on the top 5 list right now, ahead of Vicente Aguilar in that 4th spot, hoping they may fight more behind him. But the biggest separation that we've seen between the top drivers, I think, in Minimax to this point. Oh,
yeah. That was too close for comfort there, as
Rossetti potentially going by on Cameron Johnson. That looked for about 7th.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And Rossetti, a smart, quiet job. Somebody at the back there having a spin, and the marshal jumping over the barrier to escape to safety. Dominguez 3/10 quicker last time around than the race leader. This could be game on. They both drive for a Birrell, but two different teams. The Prime Power team for Roots. Oh, there's the number 119. That's Nicholas LaRusso having a little nibble at Christian Sanguinetti, and Sanguinetti fends him off. And behind that group, Enzo De Janeiro is about to arrive on the scene.
And don't forget, William Vitor again started dead last in that pre-final. Took a rock to the face. Still finished 20th. Started 18th after penalties. It's up to 10th now, so 8 up for the J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. And hunting for more as Rossetti is the next one in his sights here, with Farrow up the road in the 8th spot. This pack still led by Parker Ives, but did that gap close down again from 1st to 2nd? No, it finally stabilized again. Was starting to shrink a bit. De Janeiro, another one. That's on Nicholas LaRusso. So that is now 11th, 20 up.
In 9 laps. And there's not been lots of incidents and drivers and carts spinning off. That is probably a good 16 passes on the road.
Yes.
You know, actual passing maneuvers.
And to Enzo's credit again, not only are they raw passes on his own, but the pack has not backed up to him. He's just straight up had more speed than them all. I mean, he is a 10th and a half better than almost everybody on the racetrack. In traffic, fighting through. You know, the only driver even remotely close is Arthur Farrow, who got one good lap earlier. That was one good lap last lap to bring the Dan Holland Racing LN Kart back up to the bumper of Max Macha and Cameron Johnson. Now, as we get to 5 to go, it'll get a little bit harder for Enzo to make up more spots because everyone else knows that the further back he stays, the better shots they all have at a ticket. Although I don't know if they're thinking that right now. We've got just an all-out pass or be-passed moment again. Johnson, Macha, Farrow. Johnson wins the fight for that two-turn sequence.
Massimo LaRusso did qualify for the Grand Finals last year. It was his first time at the Grand Finals. Farrow to the inside on Johnson. Makes the move. Puts Arthur into P5 now. Massimo LaRusso was 49th in the Grand Finals in Mini-Max last year. Certainly looking a heck of a lot more competitive than I remember him even this event last year. Now, we have 4 laps to go. And at some point, well, I think maybe Roots might have, the gap's down to 9/10 of a second now. Dominguez and Roots have gone. 2.3 seconds back to LaRusso in third. All Dominguez has got to do is force Roots to defend one corner. When Roots start defending, then it's game on. I think this group are battling for potentially 4th place. No, well, 3rd place, because LaRusso isn't completely clear. It all depends on how much they now trip over each other now that we're at the business end of this race. Macha signalling forward. James Roots, first year out of Micromax. Alex Searle, you have news for us.
Yeah, just really quickly here, guys. Watching the go-karts go around, James Roots, I gotta say, the last couple of laps has been all sorts of sideways through turn 9. It could explain why that gap between himself and his teammate Mateus Dominguez is closing. James Roots' go-kart looks like it's falling away here.
Because the rear end is driving the front. Because the rear end has got a lot more grip.
Yeah, could be. It paid off early. What do we have now? Where's the balance on that Biro Lart? And could, again, Matias Dominguez make history, become the first brother duo to win on the same day or to win on the same weekend in the Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy? I don't think any of these drivers behind are going to make any run at him. They're still fighting with 3 to go here. Granted, again, they were just about to reach LaRusso, and I think that's when they realized now's the go time. If they wait too long, they'll be playing second fiddle to the Parker Ives story. So they've shuffled the 148 backwards, and while he's faded back now, he has been reeled in by Enzo De Janeiro, who got by our pole sitter Vicente Aguilar moments ago. Talk about a sobering moment right there. You start first, another driver starts last, and in the last couple laps, he passes you while you're still running in the top 10, mind you. Here's another one.
Oh, De Janeiro as clean as a whistle. Again, he has been magnificent in terms of overtaking. Ever since he got that penalty in last Saturday's final, for using 2 other drivers as a brake penalty going into turn 10. He has been as clinical as a brain surgeon, and he still finds time to say, come on Parker, push me. Here comes Aguilar past Macha. It's not been a happy race for Maxwell Macha.
He knows it too. He was shaking his head there coming out of the corner. Said, yeah, I don't know if that was more so out of frustration that the pass was made or that he doesn't have the speed to fight, but in either case, he'll be watching the battle for the top 5 from too far back. 1 to go, and the sign given. Last lap underway. James Roots, 7/10, the lead back to Matias Dominguez. He's withstood the pressure, and while the gap has closed in here in the final couple of laps, he has still done a fantastic job of hanging on. Behind, LaRusso is under heavy fire for that 3rd spot. Could De Janeiro steal it away as he closes in into 6th from dead last?
You've got LaRusso, Johnson, Farrow standing between Enzo and the podium. Meanwhile, it's going to kick right off there, 3 wide. Oh, LaRusso and Johnson together. De Janeiro might just do this. Look at him bouncing up and down. Here we
Johnson
go.
went off. He's got it. Into third for Enzo as he covers low. I'm side by side for fourth. James Roots wins his first career RMC Winter Trophy final. Dominguez second. And De Janeiro, podium, 31st to third.
Tactical decision of the day. James Roots and the Prime Power team and his dad. Drive of the day, Enzo De Janeiro. Book it. Sorry, Rob Howden, you can put that one in the book. That, I don't care what happens in seniors, that was a superb drive. Imagine how heartbroken he must have been after the pre-final to come out and do that. Superb. Ferro fourth, Aguilar fifth. But let's not, we haven't mentioned Mateus Dominguez. Let's not overlook his best ever performance. You know, his best ever performance. It's not a win. Oh, his younger brother's going to be absolute murder. My trophy's bigger than yours. Why does my trophy say first and yours say second? You can imagine. In Portuguese, obviously. You know, but that's what they're going to be saying. But great drive from Dominguez. Oh, inspiring from Roots. I didn't even get the Roots. The Roots is on fire. Great drive from Dominguez. Spectacular from De Janeiro. Spectacular. I hope Ben Cruttenden has got a plan for that young man. I'm sure he has, because he's got the personality and the talent to match, and he's got a dinosaur named Henry on his crash helmet. What more does a man want?
Well, if he'd like that plan to include going to the Rotax Grand Finals, today was a drive that was going to keep that hope alive, but it's still a bit of a hope because of the ultimate results and the way this race transpired. He gave up, of course, 75 points there, and for a moment, Arthur Ferro leading the points into today, and looked like his championship hopes were about to go the same way that Enzo's pre-final did, with that massive off to start. But well, this race ended up being a whole lot different than that. First, Roots going to the lead. Park arrives to second. We thought we were in for another barnstormer, mini Max Main, but no. The 111 broke away, and the fights were all behind him. Cameron Johnson on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. A little chrome horn usage there on Maxwell Macha, but he was not the only one. There was battling for fourth on back nearly every single lap.
Yeah, Dominguez made the move an inch towards Roots, but you know, Roots had it under control. LaRusso drove really well, sat in third for a long time. Ferro fighting back, showing that he is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this championship chase as well. But here we go. There's a move on partner Ives from Enzo De Janeiro. So he's ahead of Ives. He's still got about 5 drivers to pass. Ives actually gets him back, but Enzo bides his time. There's the definitive move on Ives. And this one, Macha, Aguilar coming back into contention. It all got a little bit tasty here. And De Janeiro gets past Ferro and then Kart position. Kart, he's predicting what's going to happen there and easily gets the run, gets the drive, squeezes Ferro out of it, hits the anchors, nice tight line around the final corner, and that is what it means to go from 31st to 3rd in 14 mini-max laps.
And again, you got to think with that celebration, he would have won, but no. James Roots enters today, 22 points out of the lead. He should exit with the points lead going into Championship Sunday tomorrow. He's standing by with Alex.
Yeah, James, I mean, you just heard Xander say it. You enter the weekend just outside of the points lead. Now you might have entered tomorrow with the points lead. How much does that mean to you?
Yeah, quite a lot.
Now that race, I mean, tough race. You led from flag to flag, essentially. You had new rears, old front tires. Was there a reason for that decision?
Nah, not really.
All right, heading into tomorrow now, how much confidence does this performance give you?
Well, quite a bit, but you can't just say you already won the whole thing because it's not over.
Lastly here, buddy, who do you want to thank for this win?
Prime Power Team, my friends Riley and Jackson, Pumps UK, my dad and my mum.
Congratulations, James.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
James Roots, great interview, and as you can tell, he's maybe a bit gun shy in front of the camera without his helmet on, but with it on, he was Well, he was cold as ice, Henry. He was cool, calm, collected, and flawless.
And I gotta say, was there a reason? No, I just fancied it. Yeah, just chuck on some new tyres. I tell you what, put a new left front on, an old right front. Yeah, what the heck? Just go for it.
Doesn't matter. Well, I will say, tires or not, Enzo De Janeiro's bad fast. And if anyone had any doubts after the way that pre-final shook out from Tech, well, they are definitely squashed. 31st to 3rd. Alex?
Yeah, Xander. Well, Enzo, your words to me were, if I didn't get DQ'd, result would have been a lot different. Describe that race to me. It was crazy.
It was a crazy race. I mean, I had to make a lot of moves, and you couldn't stop going, because if you didn't, I would never have been where I was.
How do you approach a race like that where you know you just won the pre-final, all that glory is taken away from you, you got to go do it again? How do you do it?
I mean, it hurts, but you just really have to keep your head down and just keep moving forward, because, I mean, it definitely does hurt.
Nonetheless, though, a great performance for you, top 3 from 31st on the grid. I mean, you get the DQ in the pre-final, so no points there. So now the points battle is a little bit different than what it would have been. Nonetheless, you're still in the fight. You know, how much confidence do you have heading to tomorrow that you can still get a Rotax ticket?
I mean, I'm gonna have a ton of confidence tomorrow, and I think I'm gonna take that P1 spot tomorrow.
Oh, it's the best place on the grid there, Enzo. So congratulations on the P3 finish, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And thanks to Rotax for finding a box for Alex to stand on, so that Enzo wasn't overshadowing him again. Hey, come on. Yeah, Alex has got a microphone. Come back at me. But I tell you what, we'll take one more commercial break to give Alex Earl a chance to sort of come back with a witty riposte.
Oh, he'll be ready. He'll be ready, I'm sure, here, folks. On the other side,
Better be.
with a word from our partners, our final main event of the day, Senior Max 36 drivers deep. We're ready.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap.
Okay, one race to go. 36, the fastest 36 senior Rotax drivers are on their rolling lap. Alex Searle, what have you got for me?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. A couple things here. Talking about tires, Aiden Fox, new tires. We spoke about it earlier about a driver that saved his new tires potentially for tomorrow, using them today. Caden McQueen. He had a rough pre-final, a broken clutch. The axle couldn't roll properly, essentially skipping on itself. He's going to have a lot more roll speed, and he's rolling off with new tires.
Alex, any comeback for Henry? He said by Henry's standards right now, it appears that you're 3'6" to the crowd.
Silence, utter silence, 2-0 to beat. You've still got tomorrow to redeem yourself, young Mr. Searle. Diego Ramos, he will not go quietly into the night. He will defend his title until it is no longer mathematically possible. He starts from pole position alongside Timothy Pernod. But the man of the moment, Aiden Ingrata, he goes from row number 2 alongside Gianluca Savalio. Savalio is not Ingrata's friend in terms of the race. You know, off track they may get on, so that's going to be interesting for Aiden. Lewis Goff and Arnold Samorin are on row 3. Kai Hunter and Brett King are on row 4. top 10 rounded out by Paul Fokemin and Lucas Nanji.
Nicholas Fuca's AM Racing Team machine qualified good, didn't race so good in that pre-final. He'll roll from the inside of row 6 alongside the ever-consistent Laurent Legault. Picked up a few spots in his pre-final to start P12 here in the main. As you heard from Alex, Caden McQueen, fresh rubber, try and make the most of Saturday. 13th on the grid for him, alongside Eduardo Barrichello, Olivier Bedard, and Aiden Fox on row 8. Santi Fernandez, Manuel Troncoso, row 9, Oliver Barak, and then rookie Jensen Burnett, who had to climb from dead last in his pre-final to the top 10. He ends rolling off on the outside of row number 10. Now as we go back to row 2, getting reports that tiny bit of liquid sunshine here, folks. You might have some showers hitting the final race of the day. Talk about a wrench in the expectations, and that last little bit of extra nerves, well, they just got probably shot now here, Henry.
Yes, so at some point, Laurent Legault has to try and get ahead of Aidan Ingrata. You heard this is what he should do. Caden McQueen is starting 1 row behind Laurent, but on the inside line, on brand new tyres. Caden is going to go through the others like a hot knife through butter. If I were Laurent Legault, I would attach myself to Caden McQueen's rear bumper and just follow. Follow, let Caden do the hard work. Here we go, Ramos to the line and into turn number 1, 16 laps. And Ramos has the lead. Oh, Ingrata on the dirt. He saves it. He saves it.
Oh, Barrichello was sideways right there on the apex going into the corner. I don't know how Dudu hung on to that.
That almost got very expensive for about 20 drivers and their parents and their families and their teams, but they all somehow saved it. Such is the skill level. Okay, Aidan Ingrata, the first sort of buttock-clenching moment. He avoids, what's got Caden McQueen deciding to drive up the inside the back straight? Is that a problem, potentially?
More than anything, maybe an over-under move. He's in the fight right now with Lucas Nanji outside the top 10. The only pass in that hairpin that we saw on camera was Kai Hunter. A little move to the inside to get on by Paul Fokemin on the Prime Power Team machine, as well as Arnaud Saborin. Here's a look. That's Jensen Burnett leading the next pack and onwards down to turn 5 with the leaders once again.
Jensen still on old tyres. He is saving a brand new set for tomorrow. That is looking. Oh, Barrichello up again, just cross tracking, and Eduardo is having a rough start. He just gave a little hand signal to who was that behind him. That possibly was Lucas Nanji. Laurent Legault has dropped to 14th. Could this be the beginning of the end of Laurent Legault's title challenge? Kai Hunter passes the number 344 of Lewis Goff to move into P4. Oh, Marsh, official running across the circuit. That's never a good sign, although I can't see any drivers off the track. But it is Ramos from Pernod, then Savalio, and Goff.
Hang in there. Laurent Legault to the inside, kind of got a bit of a nudge from Nicholas Fuca, who was trying to go to pass him, and Laurent was trying to just make a move on Lucas Nanji, and Nanji has come to a stop there at the chicane, and that'll be an early exit for the 301.
Yeah, and you know what? He could see one car coming, and that's a one-line piece of track. He didn't want to suddenly start crawling across the apex and get T-boned, so that was, it must be heartbreaking, it must be smart. Now, we are getting reports that there are droplets of moisture falling in the turn 1 area.
And if it starts there, this facility is not all too massive or spread out. It could quickly go across the whole way. Diego Ramos leads at the end of lap 3. He'll be the first one blind into that turn 1 brake zone. Now, this is not enough. Nothing really that's going to shake things all too much. But if it gets to be at a certain point or a quick changeover, he'll be the first one and have to guess the brake zone and the grip level as Lewis Goff and Gianluca Savalio trade blows. That's behind Ingrata, who's gotten safely into 3rd. Here comes McQueen to the inside there in the sweeper. Caden McQueen to the top 5.
And Laurent Legault, he was still a ways back. So, Ingrata, he wants to take advantage of this clean track. Lewis Goff gives Caden McQueen the hurry up. And there's Fokemin, there's Kai Hunter, Savalio. I've got to say, Savalio could have upset a lot of people. He's driving very maturely. You know, yes, he's trying to help Jensen Burnett. He's trying to take points off the RPG boys, but he's not, you know, being a fool. He's not sort of driving him off the circuit. You know, he's doing it the right way. And yeah, now that the performance has gone a little bit, yeah, he's not blocking. It's okay, let him go, let him go. We live to fight another day. As Bohemin racing with a heavy heart.
That was Hunter going by on Bohemin there. He takes over the lead in that main group. Savalio now still following, but in a safe top 10 spot. Fox there, Saborin there. Kai Hunter has been chipping away, and if it weren't for Caden McQueen looking like a rocket ship with fresh tires, Hunter would be the next best. Kai Hunter, P6 on the 392 with about 2.5 seconds to gain on the Barrel Arts up front. 5 laps completed this time by. No big shakeups. Ramos, Pernod, here comes Ingrata. Here comes Caden McQueen as well. A big chunk taken out of the lead that time by the Energy.
Yes, indeed. And I've been speaking with Caden's dad, Andrew, who's watching this back home in the UK. And he's sitting with, is Caden okay? Is he enjoying it? You know, you had him on Grid Talk. Yes, okay, Caden, he's away from his family. He's in a different continent. He's been here for weeks and weeks and weeks. He's probably the longest he's been away from his family. And yeah, okay, he's not a child, but still, it's a big culture shock. He is loving the United States karting scene, is he not?
Yeah, he is, and he's fit in well and like a glove, really. He is taken to this culture, this paddock, like a fish to water. It's been fun to have him here and to get to know him over just a couple of race weekends, and now our third weekend featuring the number 95 Energy card on screen. Well, he's the 305 today, and it looks like he is rocketing to be P1 in a moment. That was another half a second better than the race leader for Caden McQueen. Lewis Goff still better. Hunter, the next best speed-wise to the man in fourth. So this race could open up very quickly here. Still a long ways to go as Ramos stays in the lead.
One thing that Caden McQueen is very, very good at is driver psychology. Watch, he will be far more aggressive making a move on Ingrata because he knows that Ingrata has got more to lose than him. He'll be like that, okay, turn in if you want, Aiden. It's your ticket to Bahrain you're wasting. Yeah, done, job done. Now, Pernod, bit of a wild card. You know, you're never quite sure, 2 years ago, you were never quite sure how Timothy Pernod would react because he was just starting out in seniors. He's hungry, he's not in the fight for a ticket. So, you know, Caden will maybe expect Timothy to turn in, maybe. Diego Ramos, an ultra professional, he is here for wins, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how McQueen approaches each of these drivers differently. Jensen Burnett, meanwhile, up into P10, make that P9, he's just gone past Savalio. He's going to have some speed tomorrow because he'll be the only one on the fresh new set of tyres. What a drive, again, from Jensen Burnett.
I don't think he'll be alone. Again, for Ramos and a lot of the field going new in both quali, there's still only 3 laps less than Jensen. So who ends up better off tomorrow? How big of a delta will 3 laps in one heat cycle be? Hopefully it'll be enough for this young driver to score his first big-time win here in the U.S. and only the first really couple of months of being in the senior ranks.
And let's give some props to Aidan Fox as well. It was a bit of a turgid weekend last time with the Fox and Son team, but Aidan's doing well. Here we go. McQueen, he makes the move there where Pernod was driving the other way, if you know what I mean. An off-centre corner.
I think really we're just early in the race too, Henry. I mean, there's definitely some psychology when you get down to the end of it, and if you're in the middle of those battle packs, right? You take this, you take note. Okay, Timothy is playing either team card or he's really scared of Caden being able to break away. So he's dive bombing at every chance, trying to maybe, I don't know, I would think at this point, trying to give himself a gap so that way Ramos can get away. And if so, mission accomplished. McQueen took care of him in about as clean yet aggressive and in the book as you can. But the damage has been done from what was half a second back to 1.2. He's got to go to work again. 7 to go.
That was McQueen speak for, come on, mate, you know, let's use our heads.
Well, he knew what he was doing at that point, right? Yes, this would be a big win for the PSL karting boys. Pernod knows it. Ramos knows it, and Timothy, realizing that the fastest car was not one of the two of them, decided to at least try to help out the program a bit. Unfortunately, it's been at his own detriment, and he's now off the podium with more fast drivers on the way.
Mark the time, 1.205 seconds, and we are currently running lap 10 of 16. Oh, Ingrata's looking aggressive, and that's good for Aiden Ingrata. Oh, that's bad, though. That is one of the speed concept cars. Oh,
the heartthrob from last week turned around at the back end of the hairpin there. 6 to go, and the Speed Concepts Racing boys looks like it may have collected some more. That was edge of the top 10. Nicholas Fuca's dropped down the board. So has Santi Fernandez. And maybe that was Dominic Carai, if not Troncoso. No, it was indeed Manuel, for sure.
Look further back there, Olivier Bedard in 13th. Laurent Legault, P12. It's not happening for Laurent Legault for whatever reason today. Tomorrow's another day, but the gap came down by 1/10 of a second. That is not enough. It needs to come down by a good 2 to 3 tenths of a lap. Ramos checks over his shoulder. That's significant. Diego is now seeing, okay, it's McQueen. Here comes Pinot. Ingrata says, oh, after you, sir. Don't mind me. You be as aggressive as you want. Hunter is behind Ingrata now. And,
well, the thing to remember, Henry, we've been talking about it all week. 10 laps, around lap 10, lap 11, the drivers we've seen be on new tires to the drivers that are on 1 or 2 session old tires. That gap has, the delta stabilizes, and we're seeing that on the lap charts. Ramos evening out a little bit to McQueen. Caden still got a bit of an edge, but not the half second he had earlier. Now, Ingrata had a big bobble there. If he's not careful, there's a lot of drivers behind his teammate Kai Hunter that could really start to even this points delta out. Hunter, Goff, Forhemen, and here is Jensen Burnett from having to be seated basically around the mid-40s, drive into the field, or just to make the main from outside of it in the pre-final, and now driving forward from 20th on the grid, back a little bit off the start to the end of this main pack in 8th. Great charge here for Jensen.
The gap continues to shrink. It's come down by half a second in 3 laps, and there are 3 laps to go. The gap is 7 tenths. At this rate, McQueen will force Ramos to defend at some point on the last tour of the Orlando Kart Center. Will that give him enough time to even make 1 attempt? Well, we're going to find out. Caden McQueen, he, in the UK, Martin Hines, quick story before. Martin Hines, Mr. Karty, the legend, he discovered Lewis Hamilton. He hand-picked drivers throughout his life to join the Zip Young Guns program. Drivers whose talent outweighed their budget. The very last driver that Martin Hines selected personally before he died in 2011 was Caden McQueen. That tells you how good this young man is. There's another young man who's very, very good. He's just driven past Paul Fokevin. Paul Fokevin, 2008 was the first time he went to the grand finals. Jensen Burnett was probably in diapers back then.
Definitely not on the Senior Max grid in 2008, Jensen Burnett. Now, Caden McQueen, that was a huge gap he was able to close last time. He's not only going to be able to force Ramos to defend, that'll back it up the last bit, but you forget as well the toe on these massive straights. Get in within that half-second, 6/10 window, and it accelerates. But Ramos knows it. How much do you have left in the tank? Did Timothy Pernod, battling with McQueen, hold him back enough? 2 laps to go. Diego Ramos at the site of a year ago, his first win with PSL Karting, trying to bring them another. Or Caden McQueen to close out that first month, race number 4 with the newly formed Energy Corsa Americas program, and a trip across the pond. He was not even, had never set foot in the United States. Less than 60 days ago, he did for the very first time. 1 test weekend, all it took to put it together. And while yes, the new tire advantage helped early, this is a matter of will and grit, and he knows as well, Pernod is the next in line when this battle opens up. If it does, Timothy will be right there. Ingrata fading back. He's lost that 4th spot. Kai Hunter's gotten by. That pack will be fun to watch. 1 to go. McQueen versus Ramos. Final lap here as the board goes in the air, Henry.
The Brazilian pro driver versus the new kid on the block. We talk about British karting and how good it is, but USA is the home to the pro show, and Ramos is one of the best. Oh, there's contact behind. Legault out of the title race. Up at the front, McQueen is coming through turn number 7 now. He's not close enough yet. He's going to have to throw the kitchen sink at Ramos, but I think Diego Ramos has just about done enough. Yes, what a drive from McQueen, but Ramos will not be denied.
He said last weekend it should have been like this. Today, redemption is his. Diego Ramos is a winner again. He wins round 3 in Orlando.
The USA isn't going to be that easy to crack, is it, Caden? The home of the pro show, you're up against some of the very best, but you are one of the big boys. Diego Ramos, I think the Super Series is going to really enjoy the battles that were going to happen this year in 2025 when the main Pro Tour gets underway. Ramos by half a second over McQueen. Timothy Pinot finishes in P3 and Kai Hunter takes 4th position.
And again, well, we wanted to show you and go through those results a little bit more. Timing and scoring is already on to tomorrow. But luckily, we've got ourselves a whole lot to catch up with on today. Diego Ramos wins for the 2nd year in a row on the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Beyond him, Caden McQueen, fast lap of the session, continued to track him down, was oh so close, but still another weekend with a podium. He is now 3 for 4 on his American starts. That's a hefty stat for Caden and the crew. Timothy Pinot, a podium result for him, P3 provisionally. Kai Hunter gets a solid and clean finish here and a clean day from start to finish. I'm sure that's a nice breath of fresh air for the 392, and especially after a not so great qualifying effort. He leads his teammates, Ingrata, Louis Goff, Jensen Burnett, Paul Forhemen, Arnaud Saborin, and Gianluca Savalio, the provisional top 10. Before you go back to Eduardo Barrichello, Olivier Bedard ends up down in that 12th spot. Aiden Fox, who would have been the next best one in the points, really, or one of the next best ones, I think, to close on in. He doesn't end up in the top 10, unfortunately. Louis Goff now, I think, is going to emerge as the closest contender to Aiden Ingrata, but again, he still lost a little bit, finishing 1 spot behind him. Let's run this one back. Ingrata first right here. This was a hairy moment and a great save to keep himself in the hunt, and the same to go to Eduardo Barrichello. He was all out of shape there in turn 5 on lap 1.
I know it sounds like we are sort of anointing Aiden as champion already, but that is proof that it can all change in a single corner, and Aiden held on. Now, this is Caden McQueen's early progress. He has passed Hunter, he's passed Forhemen. Hunter also goes past the French veteran. At this point, Aiden Fox is right up there in the top 8. McQueen, though, had it. I think, let's think about this. That lap that McQueen spent battling, that move there from Pernod going back in on McQueen, and here, did that give Ramos the win, do you think? Would McQueen have caught it if Pernod had just rolled over and played nice?
Well, you just never know. Would he have caught him? Probably. Would he have beat him? Well, we never got to see them dance, right? Ramos able to keep the gap just enough to hit his marks and stay out front. And Caden, I mean, he put all the pressure on that he could. He put as many flawless laps together as he could. He maximized the tire advantage they knew they would have to make up for it. And here, this was the moment. Laurent Legault colliding in that chicane and watching that final lap from the sidelines and watching his championship hopes, his grand finals ticket hopes go up in smoke as Diego Ramos once again gets to celebrate at his home race here in Orlando with his PSL karting crew. They have had one heck of a day.
I wonder if we could, who was the other driver going off with Laurent Legault? If we could maybe, up here in the booth, if they have a little look back at that replay and slow it down, just to see. Laurent Legault was peacemaker last week. He's probably going to be a little bit irate with that one. Ah, right, here's the... Well, Simon Sykes is hard at work for once.
I think that might have been Oliver Merak. It looked like the 398, potentially, of Oliver Merak's REM Cosmic.
If you
was
saw
the driver
that
he's
from
playing
that angle.
chicken with, and there it is. You see that kind of flurry of purple and chrome. So the 398, Oliver Merak, and him and Laurent, just the way they collided there, obviously caught our camera guy off guard as well, but it ends up going from what should have been another consistent top 10, top 12 run to a DNF. Into the wall, heavy contact, heartbreaker for a driver who it seemed like his luck, his momentum was finally going in a direction that was headed for a race win. It will not be today, but he's got another shot tomorrow, and unlike Caden McQueen, I believe he does have at minimum a set of 3-lap old tires, if not a set of stickers for tomorrow afternoon.
I've got to say, excellent racing. You know,
Yes.
last Sunday's senior final was excellent until it was controversial. That was just superb racing. You mentioned the pro show. Well, you know, Rotax don't have a pro class. If it did, would it be DD2? I have to say, I think it would be senior Rotax.
Yeah,
and that proved that race proved why. You know, excellent driving, good overtaking, good tactics. There was, you know, yeah, a couple of bits of incidents, but you could see how things unfolding with the different strategies, the different driving styles. A really good, enjoyable go-kart race. Now, over to Kyle and the rest of the social team to create little slips of that race to get 250,000 views as well, which is what the Hunter Burnett incident got. Hopefully, the kart chase universe will go just as crazy for some good old-fashioned racing.
Yeah, that was, and that was, again, one of only a handful of great racing sessions we've had in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Another day we get through. Kudos to Manuel Blanco, Michelle Bosclair, and the entire officiating and stewarding crew. No red flags for incidents. All the best wishes, though, to Cam Becker for that scary moment he had. We know that he was having to miss his Mini-Max main event to go and get a further, or Micro-Max, main event to be further evaluated at a nearby medical center. We'll hopefully have an update on him and beyond tomorrow. But focusing back onto our Senior Max drivers, they've rolled through the scales. Close, so close, but it's another day on the box for energy. Caden McQueen's with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Caden, safe to say the kart rolls better with a working clutch, but nonetheless, I'd say, you know, mix of emotions, right? You're probably happy with the chassis, with the go-kart, but how would you kind of sum up the race?
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It's quite hard starting far back here as it is because everything overheats really quickly and it's hard to get through, especially at this temperature. Yeah, it was a good race. I think we strategized it well with the tire situation and yeah, it managed to pay off.
The latter half of that race, obviously with you and Pernod, and then, you know, once it was just you versus Diego, how tough was that final stretch?
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, like around here, you kind of get stuck in someone else's rhythm. So halfway through that race, once I got past Pernod, I tried to have a couple of cool-down laps to go again. Managed to catch him a little bit more, but it just wasn't enough.
Looking at tomorrow, if we can get that clutch to stay working all day, you think you have a chance to win?
Yeah, for sure. We had an average Sunday qualifying, but yeah, like we proved then, it doesn't really matter.
Thanks, Caden.
Thank you.
All right, we're bringing Aiden Ingrata here. Aiden, you kind of, I want to say extend your points lead, but it's a little bit tricky to kind of figure out the math top of my head right now. An up and down day for you, but you stayed out of trouble, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I think I still, so it was like Laurent and Lewis Goffin championship, so I think I increased. But yeah, in that final, I mean, in the beginning it was quite good, and then my bottom end just got worse and worse and worse for some reason. I'm not sure why, but yeah, the chassis felt good. Obviously, P5 it's not the end of the planet. Still good points on to tomorrow. But yeah, we got to try to fix this problem.
Well, problem aside, I mean, You know, you've been a guy contending for race wins, championships your whole career. Grand finals ticket on the line tomorrow. What's the approach?
Yeah, I mean, just stay calm. A lot of pressure. I've been against Diego all day, and he's kind of out of the points, so he has nothing to lose. So, yeah, I'm just trying to salvage the best spot, obviously not crash. So it's more of a calm final for me tomorrow, I think.
Thanks, Aiden.
Thank you.
Waiting for Diego Ramos to get through tech, and then once he does, I'll get you guys a Diego interview.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, a mix of emotions. I mean, Aiden Grata, very mature. Today has been a case of we were going to find out the championship leaders, what were they made of today? Would the pressure get to them, or would they, you know, thrive under the pressure? In the case of Ryan Gandor and Aiden Grata, absolutely, they have thrived under the pressure. And it's been the drivers that are chasing them that have fallen apart. You know, well, not fallen apart, but like Laurent Legault. It wasn't, okay, the crash was the crash at the end, but he was out of contention before then. The damage was done, you know, something wrong with the setup of the kart or the engine, I'm not sure. But here is a driver that has come on leaps and bounds, you know, as a mature, fast wagon driver, Timothy Pinot, who is now with Alex Searle.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Timothy, I mean, I'd say the opening couple of laps of that race, maybe the kart didn't feel like it was ready yet, but the last couple of laps, you kind of, you know, fired out like a cannon once again. So how would you kind of sum up the race for you?
I mean, at the start, me and Diego did a pretty good gap, but of course, there was a lot of dirt on the track, so we lost time, and Caden and Aiden were catching up, both of us, very quickly. Then Caden actually passed me, but I tried to like do everything to make a gap for Diego. And then, well, he passed me, Aiden passed me, then I started finding like grip and passed Aiden and tried to catch up to Caden, but couldn't do anything, unfortunately.
Playing the team game there for Diego, is that always in the cards, or is that like a decision you made for yourself on the track, you know, thinking, okay, Diego's a little bit faster right now?
A bit of both. I was like, okay, I'm not going to catch Diego. He just got that edge on me. So I drew everything for him to win and try to secure myself a good position in the final.
Well, you're a great teammate there. Congrats, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. I was hugging one of his mechanics. You can see him celebrating a little bit with the PSL team. Let's see if we can get Diego to come on over here. Diego, a year since you last won a national race for PSL karting, you've done it once again. First and foremost, what does this mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. I love racing, I love winning, and every time we get so close, and then here again, I was able to win. Really happy with the team. We did a great job with the engine, the kart, and yeah, really happy. Really hard race. Leading the race here in Orlando, you know, always is difficult. You go one lap, it's fine the track, another one you have a bit of dirty, and you need to drive always in the limit. But yeah, the car was in my hand and the engine was fantastic.
What do you think your odds are of repeating tomorrow?
Yeah, I will try win again. I'm not fighting for the championship. I don't have nothing to lose, and I go for it.
All right, thank you, Diego. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Great stuff from our top four finishers, Diego Ramos, Caden McQueen, Timothy Pernot. Top five, really. Aiden Grata slipping in there into the top five. P4. Silent day for Kai Hunter that ends up close. And if it weren't for Caden McQueen's great drive forward, it probably would have been the story about Kai. And equally so, Jensen Burnett from dead last to into the middle to 7th. The Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic was moving. He, along with Hunter and the like, good amount of drivers that'll have a lot of tires over McQueen tomorrow. So it'll be the challenge now flipped and put on the energy driver to see what he's got.
I have to say, what an honest and, you know, professional and personable answer from Timothy Pinot. Yes, Diego was faster than me today. He was the better driver. So, as much as I want for me, I will, you know, work for him. And I think that, yeah, Timothy Pinot, Diego Ramos can thank Timothy Pinot for not making him work too hard in the final lap. We will never know if McQueen and Ramos would have battled, but Pinot, he said it there, I wasn't going to catch Diego, so my thoughts instantly turned to keeping McQueen behind as much as possible so my teammate could win. You know, that is every team boss's dream. And an honest answer, because there's not many drivers that will turn around and say, do you know what, that guy there or that girl there was quicker than me today. You know, there's nothing I could have done. So props to Timothy.
And props as well, again, folks, that it still paid off for him with some hardware. The countdown to podiums is on. Henry will be back on screen announcing your top 3 finishers from today. But the all-track action has concluded. So thank you so much for watching. Our hardworking crew will be back at it again, along with the rest of the officials, track marshals, and crew that make it all happen. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, 3 rounds in the books. 1 more to go, and it's the most important of them all. It's the day that we crown our tickets, or award our tickets to Bahrain and our 2025 champions.
Yes, indeed. Some dreams went up in smoke today. Others are still alive. And we will be bringing you those dreams coming to fruition tomorrow. I can't wait. Well, hello everybody and welcome to the podium presentation for round 3 of the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy here in Orlando, Florida. Tomorrow we will be giving out 6 tickets to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals. But for today, we have drivers that have fought valiantly, have driven excellently, and they get their trophy. Some of the drivers that you're going to see on the podium are in contention for a ticket to Bahrain. Others, well, they're just celebrating a really good day in the office. So, if we could have the best of order, please. We are going to get things underway with Rotax MAX Masters, the single speed class for drivers over the age of 31. And finishing in 3rd position, it's his first trip to the podium in his Rotax career. He represents the United States of America. It's Brian Hannon. And he survived a last-ditch attempt from a rival to get onto the podium. Presenting Brian with his 3rd place trophy will be Gonzalo from RTX USA. Congratulations. Finishing in 2nd position, just 1.2 seconds behind the eventual winner. Will it be his day tomorrow, or will it be another runner-up? Representing Peru, it's Mundi Loya. And Julieta Fernandez from RTX USA presents Mundi with another 2nd place trophy. But Mundi pushed our winner every single step of the way. He hasn't secured his 4th Winter Trophy title yet. That may happen tomorrow, but Mundi is making him work very hard for it. Winning Max Masters today, driving for PSL and representing Brazil, it's Rubens Barrichello. And Claudia will present Rubens with his winner's trophy. And if we can have trophies in here, thank you. Ultra professional, though they know the drill. Thank you very, very much. The best of luck tomorrow. May the best driver win. Now we move ahead to DD2 Masters. We're very, very pleased to say that the number has grown from 2 to 3. Now, unfortunately, Sebastian Choquette didn't start the final, so he can't come onto the podium. But finishing in 2nd position, driving for the Miss Hondurotti team, it's Martin Janssen. And SRA Karting will present Martin with his 2nd place trophy. But our winner, remaining undefeated in this year's Winter Trophy, representing Canada, driving for Formula K CEF Racing, it's Tyler Giroir. Winning by 16 seconds eventually. But Martin, you finished the final. Well done. Progress. And hopefully Sebastian will make it out for the final tomorrow and give you both a run for your money. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 Masters podium. Now we move on to Rotax's ultimate class, DD2. And it was an absolutely nail-biting 16 laps. The top 3 were separated by less than 0.4 of a second as they crossed the line. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for PSL and representing Canada, it's Matt Taskinen. He's just pruning his mustache on the way to the podium. And he's growing a nice little mullet as well. Congratulations, Matt. Will he be going to his 5th Grand Finals? We will find out tomorrow. But passing Matt in the closing stages of the race and falling just 1600ths of a second shy of victory, driving for Racers Edge Motorsport and representing Canada, it's Gianluca Savaglio. And Gonzalo Duarte from Rotax will present Gianluca with his 2nd place trophy. But your winner today, driving all 16 laps in pain and under incredible pressure, he wipes away the heartache from last week. He represents Chile and drives for SLA Karting. It's Nicolas Ambiado, youngest driver in the field, proving that never let misfortune keep you down. His first win in the Winter Trophy. Trophies in the air, please, drivers. Up. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 podium. We now move on to Mini Max, and for the next 10 minutes at least, until the time elapses for all appeals and protests to be heard, we have to say that there aren't any, but we have to allow the 30 minutes to elapse. It's Mini Max, an absolutely barnstorming race, finishing in 3rd position. After starting 31st, it's Enzo Di Janeiro. Enzo driving for Parolin and representing the United States. An outstanding drive from everybody who witnessed it. And on what was a very special day for this family, finishing a career best 2nd. He represents Brazil and drives for PSL Karting. It's Mateus Domingues. Mateus finishing just 0.7 of a second shy of victory. But we have our 3rd different winner in 3 rounds. An inspired tyre strategy call, representing the United Kingdom and driving for the Prime Power team. Your winner is James Roots. So lay trophies in the air, please. Up we go, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your Mini Max podium, which will remain provisional for the next few minutes at least. I think the victory was down to the Roots' rear tyres. Okay, thank you very much, drivers. We now move on to Micro Max results, which also remain provisional for the next 15 or so minutes, just while we allow time to elapse for any appeals to be reviewed or heard. 0.9 of a second separating the top three. Finishing in third position, driving for Bennett Kart and representing the USA, it's Dutch Westbrook. And one of our hard-working officials team here presents Dutch with his third place trophy. But finishing in second position from, I believe, 22nd on the grid. They were watching and cheering on Mamba Beach in the island of Curaçao. Driving for Bennett, it's Zev Gottschalk and his Crocs. Nice. What a drive from that young man, overcoming adversity. He takes second position. But it's always a pleasure to have a new winner, a driver who has finally learnt how to control the speed, and he allowed everybody else to go crazy around him, and he thought, and he was smart, and he was fast, and he is now a Rotax winner. He drives for PSL Karting, and he represents Brazil. It's Murilo Dominguez! And Julieta Fernandez. So Murilo's older brother Mateus has a P2 trophy, but the younger brother has a winner's trophy. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, up we go! A fantastic Micromax final. Well done indeed. And in fact, well done to all the drivers. Just to give you an idea, the top 9 drivers were separated by 3.4 seconds at the end of 14 laps. Great stuff. What are we? Oh, hang on, Zev. He's balanced that well. Now, unfortunately, Junior Rotax, there is an ongoing protest and appeal. We cannot do that presentation today, which is a great shame because the race itself was fantastic. So our last presentation today is in Senior, and another really exciting race. Finishing in third position, driving for PSL Karting and representing Canada, it's Timothy Pernod, who I have to say gave one of the most honest driver interviews afterwards I've heard in a long while. Very refreshing to hear. But finishing just 0.4 of a second behind our eventual winner, driving for Energy Course Americas and representing the United Kingdom, it's Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen picks up P2, but P1 was just out of reach, proving why he is the defending and reigning Winter Trophy champion and why he is one of the best in the world. He drives for PSL Karting and represents Brazil, Diego Ramos. Diego started today 13th in the points table, a perfect score. It's not over until it is over. That is the name of the game. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying. We know there was a bit of a delay. The junior Rotax podium will be the very first thing we do during tomorrow's presentation. I do apologize. We cannot do it even provisionally today while there is an ongoing appeal. So that concludes Kart Chasers coverage of round 3 of the Rotax Winter Trophy. The tickets are on the line. We go live at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. Please tell a friend, to tell a friend, to tell a friend, and join us as we round out the Rotax Winter Trophy here at the Orlando Kart Center. Thank you for joining us.